Southlands Road ground and also the ground here at the Utilita. Terry sadly passed away last week at the age of 85. Graham Thorpe a few days ago at the age of 55. Graham Thorpe having played 100 tests and 82 one-day internationals between 1993 and 2005. The two teams are lined up at the end, and like the teams and like the ground here, we will also take a minute's silence. I'm Kevin James, next to me is Dave Fletcher. Dave, good morning.
Good morning, Kev.
We'll have a chat in a minute,
Indeed,
obviously.
Indeed.
But the minute's silence, you'll hear the stadium announcer at the moment, so we haven't quite got into it, but that's what will be happening. In fact, both Terry Brewer and Graham Thorpe are being announced, so the crowd know exactly what is going on. So the two teams are facing us. We're at the northern end of the ground, and we will take that minute's silence. So if you won't hear us talk, you'll know exactly why. Just keep the effects nice and high. There's a couple of clouds above us, so it's not totally blue sky. There was a bit of blue. Bit fresher, Dave?
Yes, I wish I brought my jacket.
Dave's
shorts might have been a mistake.
T-shirt, which about an hour ago was all right.
Yeah.
Here we go. Impeccably observed for the former England batter Graham Thorpe, who died a few days ago, aged 55, and also for the former dressing room steward Terry Brewer, who died last week, aged 85, whose funeral actually is going to be next week, and I know a few ex-players I'll be attending that one. So Dave, for the second time, good morning.
Morning.
And
morning.
What a position Derbyshire are in.
Yes, it's quite strange, isn't it? It's strange for me, certainly. But yeah, top of the table after a remarkable victory at Somerset. Having been there twice previously with Derbyshire, and they'd been thoroughly beaten. The first time in the T20, which was... Well, they barely got more runs in the 50-over competition than they got in the T20 quarter-final, in actual fact. But yeah, two remarkable victories this season so far. There have been 4 in total. It's raining, isn't it?
Yes.
Remarkably, so I don't think we're going to get started, which is incredible. I can see some rain in the looking at the black sight screens at the far end of the ground. Where on earth has this rain come from? I have absolutely no idea. It has been beautiful. It has been it was really quite warm earlier on today. The umpires are coming out to the middle though, so perhaps they think it's just a passing shower. Yeah, top of the table. They made a couple of changes for this one. Ross Whiteley, who you will know pretty well, is back. He had been spirited away to play in the 100, if you know what I mean, down in Cardiff. Didn't play, of course, and now has come back. So he returns as skipper. And Darren du Pavillon is in as well. Out go Mitch Wagstaff, the batting leg spinner, or the leg spinning batter, whichever way around you want to put it. And Harry Kame, again formerly of this parish, who has a hamstring injury, we're told, and is going to have a scan. So Harry Kame unable to play in this game. There is somebody out there, I'm going to have to get my binoculars out, they're a long way away at the far end, aren't they? There's a player playing for Derbyshire without a number on his back, which quite frankly is a little bit village, although not as village as Middlesex, who arrived at Derby the other week, and 3 of their players were wearing their T20 tops because their 50-over tops hadn't arrived, so they were wearing 2 different kits in the field, which I thought was very impressive, but they are a shambles. So there we are. That's me for now. before I say anything else that will get me into any further trouble. I'll try and identify the numberless figure. You know what, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't Ross Whiteley, on account of the fact that he probably hadn't packed a kit and has come straight from Cardiff to here rather than going back to Derby. I have got some, no, I've got, yeah, I'll get mine out, but I'll be able to tell you, well, you'll spot him straight away, won't you?
Hopefully. So Derbyshire have won the toss and they are going to bowl first. So they are out in the middle and the two Hampshire batters are following them. So we are again fairly central here at the Utilita Bowl, and it is the same wicket that was used for the previous 50-over game. That was against Lancashire here 3 days ago. Now, the pitch did a lot early on. It was very tricky indeed. Now, I have had a word. When I say have a word, I've just spoken about it, and I think Hampshire are hoping that this will play a little better early on than it did for the Lancashire game. I know Hampshire would have bowled first had they won the toss. But nice kit for Derbyshire. I remember 2 years ago when we were up at your place, Dave, and the Derbyshire kit looked like it had been sort of put in the wash with some blues, a white kit. And it came out a bit like when you put a white T-shirt in,
very
such
pale.
as you're wearing. Yeah,
very
and
pale.
It was very, yeah, just
no,
like
this is quite nice. This is a nice one. Yeah.
Was it more of a royal blue? Is this Zach Chappell first?
It is.
Up? And he's bowling to Fletcher Middleton, and that's outside of the off stump, and that is left alone. Now, we were talking about Zach Chappell because he's having a very fine tournament all round.
Yeah, well, yes, he got 94 not out against Northamptonshire and 48 from 33 balls against Worcestershire. Unfortunately in the losing cause, but it's been bowling that he's excelled. He's picked up a wicket in every single match so far, but he has got figures of 4 for 39 and 3 for 54 as well. He's the leading wicket taker for Derbyshire in this competition so far this season.
Right arm, medium quick from the pavilion end, bowls to Middleton, who gets another length ball, and that goes out to backward of point, enthusiastically fielded by Anuj Dal. So Hampshire have made 2 changes to the side today, and it's in the seam bowling department. In come Mo Abbas, who is playing effectively his second list day game, but in his first list day game for Hampshire, he didn't last too long because he had a bit of a side strain. That was in the game against Northamptonshire here. Bowled just the 2 overs and had to go off, and looks like he's fit now. That's one of the changes. As Chappell bowled, that's cut away, not timed, but Dahl diving to his right, just get some fingertips on it, and the ball trickles out towards the deep area of deep point, and Middleton will pick up 2 without loss. The other change is Kyle Abbott coming into the side as well. So Hampshire have got their 2 premier overseas fast bowlers in for this game. Kyle Abbott missed the last game against Lancashire here and played the 3 previous, and the 2 making way are Eddie Jack, who's just having a rest, I'm told, as Chappell bowls, and that's outside the off stump. A little bit of shape, but it's a little wide, but it's good carry. And John Turner, who's returned to the Trent Rockets. So John Turner just had the 1 outing, and that was in the previous game, and he had a good game as well, John Turner. 4 for 24 from almost 9 overs. That was his 1 appearance, and he's gone back to the Trent Rockets in the 100. I'm a bit loath to say the 100 too much because I know Fletch literally his hairs stand up on the back of his neck when I mention that.
If only they did.
That's outside of the off stump as well. Left alone. He's loving this ground because everywhere he looks he can't get away from something that reminds him about the 100. Straight ahead of us are some green placards with Southern Brave and Every Ball Counts and everything on the pavilion, Rob Branscoe Pavilion. Just to the left and right there's Southern Brave. To our left is the stage over the tunnel area, which is covered in green and says 100 and Southern Brave. To our right is the Meerkat Mound.
Is that what that's called?
Meerkat Mound. Yes. So, only in the 100 can you get there. So again, it's good carry, it's good bounce, but it's a little wide, and Middleton leaves that one alone. First over completed. Derbyshire, having won the toss, elected to bowl first, have Hampshire 2 without loss.
Yes, if only every ball did count. This season's 100, it's been absolutely pathetic. But there we go. It's got nothing to do with me or Derbyshire, as we all know, apart from the fact that they keep taking players and sending them back and taking them and sending them back. Ross Whiteley is the man out there without a number on the back of his shirt because he didn't have his shirt with him in Cardiff. And why would he? Because he'd been told he was playing for the rest of the competition with the Welsh Fire. I've written Spirit down there, it's Welsh Fire, isn't it? So he's having to wear a generic Derbyshire top, which is fair. At least they've got one, which is good news. Anyway, Joe Weatherly, whose name I haven't written down correctly on my piece of paper, he's going to face his first delivery. Now, Sam Connors from the hotel end, unless I'm told otherwise, has struck the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says the umpire. I think that's Hassan Adnan standing at our end, and it's Anthony Harris from South Africa standing at square leg at the moment. So we've got the pavilion end. Do we call this the hotel end? Is that
hotel end, northern end?
Northern.
100 end?
Yes, I'm up for that, as you can imagine. Yes. No, I don't often visit grounds with such branding. As Connors goes in again, and Weatherly gets his bat on this one to backward point where Anashdal fields, and there's no run. Yeah, so Derbyshire have had a remarkable competition, really. Nobody could have seen it coming after the disappointment of the T20, I think it's fair to say, and then losing Wayne Madsen, who they always knew they were losing to Manchester. Pat Brown was picked up eventually by a team in Leeds and then sent back and then called up again. And Aaron Donald is in Birmingham, and then Ross Whiteley got called up by Glamorgan as this next one. Oh, that's a good lead by Weatherly from this distance. That one came back a little bit at him, so he'll be relieved that the only sound he heard was the ball thudding into the gloves of wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, I fancy.
He's doing a little bit, isn't he?
We like this. So yeah, so a 1-wicket win. It was a 2-wicket win. I've written it down wrong. It was a 2-wicket win at Northampton, a 1-wicket win at Somerset, and then 2 9-wicket victories and an 8-wicket defeat. It's been a bizarre competition. But this one-day cup side's got a bit about them as Connors bowls. It's driven but not timed by Weatherly, fielded by Darren Dupavalon, who was in Taunton, didn't play. Had a brief chat with him, I think, at the South African overseas. I think he was off to the capital for a day or two with his family, which is nice. He was in his civvies outside the ground, which made him stand out like a sore thumb in Taunton. Somebody in fashionable clothes. They'd never seen the likes before, as Connors is in, bowls to Weatherly, who's beaten. Just holding his line and going through to Brooke Guest. I had a great time at Taunton. It's always a great time at Taunton if you go there and win, though, isn't it? I mean, we had 2 miserable times in Taunton prior to that.
Oh, that quarter-final T20.
Oh. Well, Mitch Wagstaff was the first leg spinner to bowl there for Derbyshire since poor old Matty McKeon had bowled 4 overs for 89 or whatever it was. The world record number of runs conceded. So he did pretty well. He's not playing today, as Connors is in, bowls to Weatherly, who leaves alone, and Connors is allowed to complete a maiden over first up, so it remains 2 without loss. A maiden over for Sam Connors. Fletcher Middleton with both of the runs scored so far, and a solid enough start for the Derbyshire bowlers, which will cheer Ross Whiteley, having made that decision as he made at Northampton before being whisked away to bowl first. I think it makes sense to bowl first when you go away. Ross will know this ground better than any other of the Derbyshire players. There will be a number of Derbyshire players who've never been here, I'm sure. I can't imagine that Brooke Guest has played here. Certainly not first team.
No, I think you're probably right. Here's Zach Chappell then, and driving is Middleton. He's going to take a single, just wide of mid-off, not really timed. It's a good stop.
Super Samet.
Samet diving.
Oh,
there we are.
He is fully committed.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, there he is, 39 years of age. We'd all written him off, I'm sure Knott's had. You guys have picked him up.
Knott's had, and he's very angry about that.
Is he really?
Oh yes, yes. You should have seen him celebrating as the T20 captain when Derbyshire beat a very, very poor Knott side, it has to be said, but they beat them. First time that Derbyshire had beaten Knott since 2015.
Is that right? Wow.
In T20 cricket.
Well, I'm sure all the years I saw him play for Notts, I'm not sure I saw him dive.
No.
So that shows you how committed he is.
I think he's run a couple of twos as well this season.
250 List A games, Summit. And that's apart from God knows how many T20s. That's a beautiful delivery. Whether he's playing and missing outside of the off stump. Again, the ball's shaping away just enough to cause the batters a few problems. So we've got a diving Samit Patel. I mean, no wonder you guys are doing so well in this competition. A commitment like that.
Well, he was skippering the side in place of Ross Whiteley. Was now returned to the ranks. So Derbyshire have got 3 captains this season. All 3 of them are on the pitch at the moment as well. David Lloyd, the red ball skipper.
No shortage of options then. Weatherly gets wrapped on the pad this time, pushing forward, just having trouble a little bit locating the bat. Joe Weatherly, who's faced 8 deliveries now and yet to get off the mark. We're halfway through the third. Just to remind you, Derbyshire won the toss and elected to bowl first. 2 changes in both sides. Mo Abbas, Kyle Abbott in for Hampshire. Eddie Jack and John Turner making away. And a couple of changes in the Derbyshire side. No Harry Kane, formerly of this parish. He's injured, I think you heard you say, Dave.
Yeah, a hamstring is going to have a scan apparently, which makes it sound worse than just a pull, doesn't it?
And no Mitchell Wagstaff, that's wider, so Weatherly is able to leave that one alone. And in comes Whiteley, who we've mentioned a few times, and Darren Dupavillon. Dupavillon?
Dupavillon, yes.
Dupavillon, that's the one. South African. Overseas player. So you guys have got 1 overseas player on your side.
Yeah.
Hampshire have 2 today. So 3 without loss. Good start here from Derbyshire, but again, this wicket early on is just helping the bowlers somewhat, and Zach Chappell is more than decent bowler to take advantage of that. Weatherly is forward this time, and the ball does locate somewhere near the middle of the bat. I must mention, I've just had a message from Dorset Cricket, who are in a box here today. All the members, and well, not all the members, because
that's a big box, isn't it?
I was going to say it'd be a huge box. But I should say some of the officials and what have you. In fact, Ben Skipworth, the chief exec, has just messaged me to say that Dorset Cricket are in box 7. I'm not quite sure where that is. It's either just left or to the right of the pavilion as we look. Not sure which box that is. Oh, Weatherly leaves that one alone. How's that? Missed the stumps. It's come backwards, and the keeper, Brooke Guest, has taken it almost behind the stump. So that's dangerously close. Weatherly left that very late indeed. If you're watching on the live picture feed, you'll just see how close that was. And Weatherly still to get off the mark, having faced 11 balls. Middleton is 3 from 7, and Hampshire 3 off 3. He said it's a thank you, it's a staff thank you, that's why they're here, and also a goodbye to another member of the team. So have a good day. Dorset Cricket.
It's not a bad crowd, is it?
It's slightly down on the last one.
Is it? Oh,
yeah,
okay. Well, but I've been pleasantly surprised, I have to say, by the crowds. There's been some really good crowds at Derby. Obviously Taunton, nothing else to do, is that they...
You love Taunton.
I do. Goes Connors and bowls. There's a play and a miss from Middleton from a ball that was just lifting on him. If it is Middleton, which it is. Yeah, that ball just lifted on him there, so a bit of bounce as well. Derbyshire played on a 1 pitch with pace and bounce. They played 2 matches on it, and then they moved 2 to the right, so slightly further towards the middle at Derby. Just by moving 2 pitches, the whole thing died, which was a shame, because the bowlers want some pace and bounce. They've got a good pace attack. As Connors is in again, that one is driven but not timed by Middleton up to Whiteley at mid-off. There's no run. They're standing a long way inside the circle, actually, mid-on and mid-off.
Still a few people arriving. If you look to our right, there's a few people with
I think this is okay.
Jackets, fleeces and bags.
Yeah.
So they're still coming in.
I might be mugging somebody for one of those fleeces later on. or going to the car, which is only in the car park behind us. So I do have a fleece, which I might go and get. Here comes Connors and bowls, full delivery, driven out towards backward point for the first boundary of the match by Fletcher Middleton. It was too wide really from Sam Connors, and it was given the treatment, and Hampshire moved to 7 without loss.
Probably the first out-and-out half volley of the game, and of course being wide as well. To Middleton's eyes would have been wide open for that one.
Just looking at the wickets and the Derbyshire averages, Sam Connors just the 4 wickets in the 5 previous matches, as he's in and bowls to Middleton. That's better, slightly short of a length, but defended back down the pitch to the bowler. I don't take a lot of notice really of the averages in 50 over cricket, but his economy rate's 5.5, which is perfectly adequate. Pat Brown's top of the averages, but as you were mentioning, Zach Chappell, 12 wickets at 18 in this competition. Didn't play last season because I think he was at the Oval. He was certainly somewhere else.
He was.
His next delivery is turned into the leg side, and there is no run. It's Matt Lamb who does the fielding. I'm surprised, genuinely surprised, that he hasn't, because he had a good T20 as well, that he hasn't been picked up by one of the franchises, but delighted that he hasn't. When he played in the first game against Northamptonshire and won it with that 96 not out, that was his Derbyshire List A debut. And he'd also taken 4 wickets. So he had a pretty decent debut. Difficult to improve upon, I would suggest. Connors bowls short and played away nicely out towards the cover boundary by Middleton. So 2 boundaries in the over. It was Harry Moore on the edge of the circle who put in the dive to his left but couldn't get there, and that over from Sam Connors turns out to be relatively expensive in the grand scheme of things. 2 boundaries from it, so 8 runs, and Hampshire at 11 without loss after 4.
Just interesting watching Connors bowl there. Just watching that on the replay. There's a little bit of width there, but he looks to me, and I haven't seen him bowl a lot, but he looks to me as though he predominantly pushes the ball into the right hand. He might get the odd one to straighten off the seam, I guess, but generally it's being pushed into the right hander, and a lot of that is because if you actually watch his body and his head, it goes off towards gully. So he's actually pushing it into the right-hander a bit, whereas you watch Zach Chappell, his head does go to the side a little bit, but generally that's driven hard back to him by Weatherly.
Was that not a bump ball?
I think it was.
I don't think it was a chance, was it?
It's hard off the pitch. So if you watch Zach Chappell, when he actually bowls through over his, so he bowls right arm, so it's over his left shoulder and his right shoulder comes over. Even though his head just goes a little bit over to the offside, generally the shoulders are in line with the batter, so a lot of the power is going towards the batter, which is exactly what you want. If you watch Connors, it's a little bit more open, and his body, the top of his body, moves away as well. Chappell's not quite as much. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's bounced and it's just straightened on Weatherly, and that's also a good leave. So, yeah, there is a subtle difference between these 2 bowlers.
I'm going to learn so much today.
Well, not necessarily.
Yeah, no, little things like that.
Yeah, I think just
the
having
layman,
Connors, yeah. I mean, they're both good bowlers.
Really.
Yeah, I mean, they're both good bowlers, and
I'd
they do different
to
things.
See what you make of Harry Moore, in all honesty, because I think he looks terrific. 7 foot tall.
Only 17 as well.
17.
I love this competition for
Swift.
that, don't you? Here's Chappell from the pavilion end, bowls. Weatherly gets one that's a little straighter. He works that to mid-on, and he's finally off the mark as the throw comes in at the keeper's end. Is that Ross Whiteley there? It was Ross Whiteley.
Wasn't a great throw.
No, it wasn't. No. Well,
he had to run round the ball, of course. They're on the wrong side for me.
I think you could be right, actually.
Left and right-handed. Yeah. Samit can probably throw with both hands, but he's predominantly he throws with his right hand and bowls with his left, doesn't he, Samit?
Yes.
Which I always enjoy.
We've got some emails here. So I'll come to that in a minute. Here's Chappell. Sunshine out here. That's nicely worked wide of Whiteley up towards the wideish mid-on boundary, and that's going for 4. A little over pitch there from Chappell. Middleton benefits. He moves on to 15. He looks the more fluent of the 2 players at the moment. Hampshire 16 without loss. solentcricket@gmail.com. So Dave, yours, are you email and Twitter? Or
yes.
X?
Yes. FletchCricket@gmail.com and @FletchSport.
Right, that's the way to get in touch with Fletch here. Solentcricket@gmail.com here for Hampshire. Dave has emailed. He says, can I ask, are Hampshire in the middle of a world record attempt at consecutive toss losses? I can't remember one that they've won. I have to say, they've lost an awful lot recently.
Need to work on that.
Yeah, and of course with this wicket doing a lot earlier on, that's nicely played off the back foot, but finds the fielder in the covers.
How do you work on that then? Toss winning, I think it's one of those, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I'm not sure you can do an awful lot about it.
No, it's just, well, it's luck, isn't it? I don't know if you sit there in the evenings and watch a bit of TV and practice flicking the coin up.
Yeah.
Depending on how the height is and what the difference is, I don't know.
For one with two heads.
Yeah. But it should even itself out, you would think, over 6 months.
Well, it certainly should, yeah, by the laws of probability.
That's the theory. 16 without loss. Here's Chappell to Middleton, and slightly slower this time. Middleton's forward, goes out square on the offside, and that's the end of the over. Chappell has 3 overs, none for 8. Connors is 2 overs, none for 8. Hampshire 16 without loss, having been asked to bat first, off 5 overs.
The games in the 3 other games, 2 of them in this group, Group A. I'm never quite sure if it's Group A or B. It's one of the others, certainly. It is Group A. Northamptonshire have decided to bat first at Wantage Road against Somerset, a 16 for 1 after 4 overs. And Kent have been put into bat by Worcestershire at New Road, and then 19 for 2 in the 5th over. Worcestershire going well as well, so for their first defeat the weekend. It's Sam Connors bowling to Joe Weatherly. It says S. Weatherly. Oh no, it's 5. It goes through to the keeper. I looked over and thought it says S. Weatherly. It says 5 Weatherly. That's because his name is Joe.
Yes.
I don't analyse in the same way that you do, Kev, because I've never played to any standard whatsoever. Sam Connors has gone off a bit in the last couple of years, though. He's in again now, bowls. That's a good delivery, and it's gone through to the keeper, having gone past the edge of Weatherly's bat. That's a terrific delivery from Sam Connors. Was in the sort of England Lions training squad a couple of seasons ago, having got 50 championship wickets, youngest player to do that in that particular season. But he's just not getting the wickets that he got then anymore. Doesn't play T20 cricket, which is perfectly fine. And one of the saving graces is his magnificent mullet as he bowls to Weatherly, who leaves this one wide of the off stump to go through to the keeper.
It's decent pace.
Yes.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, that actually has hit the seam and just straightened. So even though he's predominantly angling it in to the right-hander. So you'll notice the ball before, which Weatherly played and missed. Keeper Brooke Kest is still taking that slightly to his left, even though it's beating the outside edge. It's because Weatherly knows that the ball is just from the hand, just angling in a fraction. So that does present a problem for the batter, of course.
He's in now, bowls to Weatherly, who leaves alone outside the off stump, taken just to his left.
Yeah.
By
it's interesting, isn't it?
Brooke Guest.
And yet you'll see with Zach Chappell that generally he's just taken it slightly to his right.
Yeah.
You know, so there's the shape. So it's different. If you watch Chappell, he's a bit more coming over his front shoulder, whereas Connors is bowling a little bit more with his left shoulder pointing slightly to the left. So
Connors turns. He's in, bowls to Weatherly, who doesn't have to do anything with this one because it's too wide of the off stump. It goes through to the keeper. He's in danger of bowling another maiden, but this one is very, very unthreatening. There is a game in Group B as well that I should tell you about for completeness, and it's at Bristol, where Sussex have been put into bat by Gloucestershire, and they are 8 for 2 in the 5th over. So perhaps an un-Bristol-like pitch down at Bristol. 8 for 2 Sussex. So you're up to date with all the scores, as this one is left alone by Weatherly, and it is indeed another maiden over from Sam Connors. So he's now bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 8. Hampshire after 6 are 18 without loss. with Middleton on 15 and Weatherly on 1.
Mike Martin has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Morning, Kevin Dave. Just my 2 pennies worth on the scores in the one-day cup. Fans seem to be expecting 350 to 400 in every game, but that hasn't happened. Do you think it's because the wickets are looking very tired at this time of year? A fresh new wicket is hard to come by in August. So 250 is a pretty decent score." He says, "I'm with you all day. Great coverage as always, and this is a big match with Derbyshire going so well."
Yeah.
Several people have mentioned that to me.
Huge game.
It is. Now so just watch his left shoulder. So he's just a fraction more over the top. That's a good delivery. It's just nipped back a fraction on Middleton. It is an interesting one. So many people have said that at the top, the balls seem to be doing a bit more.
Yes, and the ball each end, of course, in 50 over cricket.
Yeah.
So,
and a lot of sides in Hampshire have been virtually every game 20 odd for 3 or such.
yes.
Maybe not you guys as much, but
no, in 2 games, absolutely. Yeah. Top order and middle order blown away.
Here's Chappell again then, bowls, and that's nicely played late. Throw comes in at the keeper's end. Weatherly is home. That's nicely played to a length ball. Play it late, open the face of the bat, get a single. 17 without loss.
But yeah, two of the games we've only seen 3 batters, which is bizarre, really, isn't it? 2 9-wicket wins. Century. The only century Derbyshire got was scored by Harry Kane in that game against Middlesex. He's not playing today. The next high score, 94 not out, from Zach Chappell.
And here he is with a slip in, bowling to Weatherly, and Weatherly's forward again. Let's just nip back a fraction, the inside edge onto the pad. This is good bowling. He does hit the deck hard, doesn't he, Zach Chappell?
Yeah, I think Dupavilon, it looks like he's warming up, but the way I assume, I can't remember back as far as the Northamptonshire game, a week and a half ago, but Samet certainly has been bowling bowlers in 4 and 5 over spells maximum, but even less than that really, so they do move the bowlers around a lot.
Chappell in again to Weatherly, who's driving up to someone else, going to take a quick single. He's beaten Ross Whiteley, who's diving to his left, and that's going for 4. Slightly over pitched, and Weatherly's put that away nicely, very straight down the far end of the ground. And this wicket is doing a little bit, but it's not quite doing as much as it did against Lancashire. That sort of shot there might have got a player in trouble here a few days ago.
I'm obliged to Joe. Has reminded me not to forget Anish Dal's century, of course, against Somerset, which was 115, which was the highest score Derbyshire have had this season in the competition. And it also puts him 6th. It was the 6th fastest century in Derbyshire's list day history. But it didn't feel like it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. 21 without loss. Here's Chappell again, and Weatherly leaves that alone. Weatherly's on 5 now from 23 deliveries. Yeah, 4 wins out of 5 for Derby, 3 wins out of 4 for Hampshire. So you guys are on the home straight in terms of the group stages. Just 8 games for each of these sides. Top 3 qualify for the knockout stages. You want to be top of the group because you go straight through to a home semi-final. If you are second, you get a home quarter-final against the 3rd place side. 2 groups, of course. Then we've got to wait till September for the final. And so pushed back to the bowler by Weatherly, who's on his knee pushing forward.
At the home of cricket. Oh no, it's at Trent Bridge.
That's the new home of cricket.
Yeah, don't even go there.
No?
Don't even go there. Trent Bridge, the home of cricket.
Well, that's what they say up there.
Yeah, they say all sorts up there. It's a shame they're not playing today because it's always good to ridicule them. Although they're doing all right, aren't they? They're currently 3rd, I think, in the other group.
I haven't looked actually.
What price? Derbyshire finishing 2nd in one group and Nottinghamshire finishing 3rd in the other, and Derbyshire having a home playoff ahead of the semi-finals against Notts. We shall wait and see.
Perfect.
But goes Connors and bowls. That's driven and off an edge down to 3rd man for 4. Middleton sort of gets away with it a little bit there. It was to the right of Zach Chappell diving at short 3rd man, but he couldn't get there. And the score moves on to 25 without loss, and Middleton had better than a run a ball 20 for from 19 deliveries, whereas Weatherly at the other end has faced 24 deliveries and got just 5. Derbyshire need to get Weatherly back on strike.
They do, yes. Yeah, the top order for Hampshire haven't really fired, obviously for reasons that we've just been mentioning about the ball doing all sorts early on. Middleton's the only one of the top order that's got a half century, but he's literally only 50 in 4 innings.
Waits now, and this one's turned into the leg side out towards mid-wicket. Matt Lamb's giving chase. The ball hasn't got the legs to get all the way to the boundary. They're going to come back for 3, I would imagine, though. Yeah, as Lamb catches the ball just inside the rope. Boundary's very, very big square, using pretty much the whole of the playing surface. And they do come back for 3. Middleton moves to 23. Hampshire to 28 without loss. As de Pavilon continues to warm up, going through his action at mid-on. South African, who hasn't played every game, picked up 3 for 47 against Middlesex, only bowled 7 overs against Worcestershire. And in comes Connors again and bowls. That one is driven to de Pavilon by Weatherly, and there is no run. I spotted a fairly impressive error suggesting that he got 0 for 7 in 7 overs, which seems unlikely. So we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra, to the Utilita Bowl for this one-day cup match between Hampshire and Derbyshire, who won the toss, decided to have a bowl first. It's a method that has worked well for them this season. And Hampshire currently 28 without loss, halfway through the 8th over. Connors bowls. That is driven beautifully by Weatherly for 4 runs out to the point boundary. That's the nicest shot that Joe Weatherly has played so far this morning. He moves on to 9. It's 32 without loss as Hampshire have started to get into their stride here in the 8th over.
Yeah, Connors just every now and then now is just bowling either a half volley or one that's a little short and wide, just giving the Hampshire batters a little bit of a let-off ball from time to time. You just feel they're starting to come a little bit more frequently. This is the pitch that Hampshire beat Lancashire on a few days ago, 3 days ago, and it did a lot early on. This is not doing quite so much, although there is a bit of help there.
Here comes Connors again. Weatherly on 9, drives. Connors sticks up a left hand, perhaps gets something on it, and it's a tumbling stop by the returning Derbyshire skipper. Ross Whiteley prevents a run from being taken. What he actually bowled was 0 for 47. I knew it wasn't 0 for 7. That would have been sensational. I'd have remembered that. 0 for 7, you fool. So 32 without loss. 1 ball of the 8th over to go. Derbyshire about to ring the bowling changes, I fancy, as Connors is in and bowls. That one is left alone outside the off stump by Weatherly to go through to the keeper. So he's got rather odd bowling figures, really, Sam Connors. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 19. So overall pretty decent, but a couple of overs have been quite expensive. And Ross Whiteley has a word with Sam Connors there as Darren de Pavilon removes his cap and gives it to umpire Anthony Harris. So we're going to see the South African for the first time today. I'm 100% certain he's never played here, Darren de Pavilon.
I've personally not come across him before. That's not to say that I do absolutely every game here, although actually I do actually thinking about it. So I've not actually. It feels more than that as well.
No, well, he's a nice bloke. I know that. He's a decent bowler. He was actually brought in as a replacement from Mohammed Amir when he decided to come out of international retirement and play in the World Cup for Pakistan.
Comes in right about. Also, Yorker first up, and he's played into the ground, and it almost hits him
on the
helmet.
It's hit him on the helmet. It's bounced up and hit him here. The umpire straight away signals that they're going to have to get the physio on just to check out Fletcher Middleton's helmet. It was a good delivery first up. He's done well to keep it out. Actually, he's known for his Yorkers. That's his sort of stock ball. Was reasonably successful in the SA20 last winter, so he came and became the second overseas alongside Blair Tickner. And then Blair had to go home when his wife fell ill, and Cam Fletcher came in for the T20, but just the one overseas now for Derbyshire, Darren de Pavilon. And there will be a brief hiatus here at the Utilita Bowl.
My guess is that in his early days he would have played alongside Kyle Abbott.
It could have done.
At Natal. So he played for the Pretoria Capitals in the SAT20. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I did watch some of it actually.
Did you?
Yeah, it was all right. It's just another T20 competition, so you can watch the entire tournament and not remember a thing as soon as the final's gone. Who won that game? Well, I've no idea, but it was entertaining while it lasted.
So while we wait for all the protocols to be run through, this is, of course, in Group A. And the other scores in Group A. Kent 20. I think you mentioned this just earlier, but we'll do it for the benefit of Sports Extra listeners that are with us.
It's raining at Kent.
Oh,
well, at Worcester. I beg your pardon, they're playing at Worcester.
Yeah, 27 for 2, Kent, after 6. Northamptonshire Somerset. Northamptonshire 17 for 1 in the 5th. Those are the other games going on in Group A. Just one game in Group B. Sussex 14 for 2 after 8, so there's a few wickets falling early doors. It's against Gloucestershire, and there is the 100 competition. Just for the benefit of Dave Fletcher, I'll mention that Trent Rockets taking on London Spirit today up at Trent Bridge.
You won't get to say anything on Sports Extra.
That's actually your worst nightmare, isn't it? Because not only is there a 100 game going on today, Dave, but it's actually at Trent Bridge. That's the double whammy.
It's entirely of no consequence to me, Kevin James. But thank you for mentioning it.
That's a pleasure. I'm doing it as much for your benefit as I am for the listeners and watchers, obviously. 32 without loss. We are ready to start again. We're in the 9th
Got to
over.
be thorough. You've got to be thorough.
Is it my over? It is, isn't it? Do Pavilion bowls. Right arm over, and that's worked away from middle and leg by Fletcher Middleton on the leg side. He will come back for 2. No. Joe Weatherly says, no, I'm not risking that throw. Thank you very much. Fletcher Middleton does look the more positive of the two. I know it shows in the score because he's got 24 or 22, but he's always been very quick on anything that's a little too straight or a little pitched up or a little wide, whereas Joe Weatherly looks as though he's just feeling his way here a little bit. He's only playing his 2nd game in this competition. He's here because he has not yet featured for the Southern Brave. And in his 1st game on Saturday, he made just a single. Sunday, of course. 2 Pavilion bowls, and that's worked up to mid-on, and there is no run. Looks like one of the slips is going to come out here, Dave, already.
Yeah, Lewis Rees being removed and going to mid-wicket. It's all fairly standard. The way Derbyshire operate, really. Leaving David Lloyd in there, despite the mashed up finger that he's got on his left hand.
Has he?
He must be better now, but yeah, he was in the slips at the start of the season, had to come out. Same with Wayne Madsen. They've had trouble with slip fielders this season.
Yeah.
Well, slip fielders have had trouble with catching, certainly.
Here's 2 Pavilion bowls from the Pavilion, and that's worked square on the leg side by Weatherly, and he moves on to 10. I don't say that too often. It's a bit confusing. 34 without loss. Email here from Stephen Deere, solentcricket@gmail.com, says currently listening in from Carla Dor in Mallorca.
Oh, very nice.
I've been there many years ago. Yeah, it's nice little resort.
Boys' holiday, was it?
No, it was a family holiday. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been on a boys' holiday.
No, I have. Well,
have you?
I don't think they existed when we were boys.
Were they not?
I don't think so. I didn't go abroad till I was about 18. And I don't go abroad anymore.
Do you not? Does this feel like abroad?
It's a long way from home.
2 Pavilion bowls. Middleton drives on the up, not really timed, but there is a fielder out deep. That's Anuj Dal out on the offside. 35 without loss. He says, Steve says, it does make the days very enjoyable listening to Hampshire. Well, like 2 years ago, the boys are doing great guns. Keep up the great work, says Steve. So in Carlador. I've got quite a few emails here, which it's going to take me ages to get through.
Getting in touch with me.
Oh, they will do. They will do. They're warm to you.
I've never known that to happen, I must admit.
2 Pavilion in. Got a bussy run. Oh, it's a lovely short ball, that. And to Weatherly's credit, just drops the hand as it goes past, but it went very quickly past his sort of chest area through to keeper Brooke Guest. 35 without loss, 9 gone.
Yeah, he's got a bit of pace too, Pavilion. And first delivery and the last delivery probably saw the best of him there. That first over, only going for 3 runs. Derbyshire will be relatively pleased. 35 without loss with 1 over of what is laughingly called a power play remaining. And it will be bowled by Sam Connors, so he's going to stay on. Perhaps trying to give Harry Moore a bit more protection outside the first 10 overs with the fielding restrictions. He's one of the 2 fielders outside the circle, actually on the point boundary, as Sam Connors is into Fletcher Middleton, who drives very pleasantly. Moving to his left is Whiteley, but they do scamper through for a single. Middleton moves to 26-36 without loss.
How's Whiteley done generally for you guys? Because he's white ball contract, isn't he? So it's T20.
Oh, he's played red ball.
Oh, is he playing red ball as well? Oh, I didn't realise.
Yeah, he's played a couple of championship matches. He, I think when you sign big players, and they've signed a number of big players, Samit Patel, Ross Whiteley, Pat Brown, you sign them. I'll come back to that in a minute as Sam Connors is in and bowls to Middleton, strikes the pad, big appeal for leg before wicket, not out. Connors looked convinced to start with, but I think he realised that Hassan Adnan wasn't going to move, so he sort of gave up. 36 without loss it remains. You want them to win a couple of matches, don't you, in the T20 Blast? Your big players, your overseas players as well, if you like. And certainly Ross won 2 matches. Samit won a couple. Pat Brown was outstanding throughout the tournament. So no, he's done really well, Ross Whiteley. And was of course picked up by the Welsh Fire, as this one is off an inside edge of Weatherly's bat, dribbles into the leg side as he played, pushed forward defensively. Ball picked up by Matt Lamb. Scored 46 off about 12 balls against Nottinghamshire at home in that victory, and then was thrown the ball. Didn't expect to be thrown the ball, and it was 3 or 4 wickets he picked up as well, because he hasn't bowled an awful lot. When I spoke to him afterwards, he said he hadn't expected certainly to bowl 4 overs. As Connors is in, that one is just advancing towards him there. Weatherly, is it going to beat the man at fine leg? No, it's not. That's an excellent piece of work down there in the distance by Du Pavillon, sliding round the boundary, and I think he's kept them down to 2. He has. That's excellent work from the quick down in the distance. Very reminiscent of a young Kevin James.
Well, I would have been flailing.
I think you'd have been throwing your right or left foot at it, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
I would hope. Yeah.
Even if I was close.
I'd still like to see fielders fielding with their feet. I think it's excellent. Connors bowls again. It's on leg stump. This one's turned around the corner off a pad, I think, for a leg bye. Hassan Adnan is, just signals leg bye. And Hampshire move up to 39 without loss, with 1 ball of the first 10 overs remaining. 12 to Weatherly, 26 to Middleton. Sam Connors, 2 balls of his 5th, 1 ball of his 5th over remaining. He's conceded 22 runs, so that's again a good effort. A couple of appeals for leg before wicket, and gone past the edge of the bat a couple of times, and this one's come well. Played off the back foot. I'm not sure he's guided it down the 3rd man, but it's gone there. Beating Zach Chappell, who's on the edge of the circle. You've got to get out of your over, and he hasn't managed to do so. He's conceded a boundary, and after 10 overs, Hampshire are 43 without loss. Weatherly on 12, Middleton on 30.
Yeah, a little bit of width there again from Connors. Just been guilty of that from 2 or 3 deliveries at least, and unfortunately for him, it's always been Middleton that's been facing, and he's been the more positive of the 2 players out there for Hampshire. I mentioned earlier about the overseas players playing in this game. Du Pavillon for Derbyshire, the 1 overseas player, and Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas playing together for the first time in a List A game. It's only Mohammed Abbas's 2nd List A game for Hampshire in the time that he's been here. And Vernon Needham has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, is Brad Wheel not counted as an overseas player? No, he's not. He's very much homegrown. Scottish mother, I think, is...
He's played for Scotland.
He's played for Scotland, yeah. He was at the World Cup, T20 World Cup, earlier in the...
He played for Durham.
Brad Wheel, no, he's been on loan a couple of places. Oh, Du Pavillon, not Pavilion. Thank you. Yes, of course. Here he is. I'll get used to that in the end. That's full outside the off stump. Weatherly drives and misses. And Vernon is in Bangkok as well, so thank you for that. Du Pavillon. I should have practiced that before we came on
No,
air.
there's no need to practice.
Well, it's very unprofessional, really. Pavlon, it's not like it's one of those very long Sri Lankan names which by the time you've pronounced it, half the over's gone. So you could be forgiven for perhaps getting 1 or 2 syllables wrong, but Pavlon, yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah,
I can feel it already.
Perfect.
I'm getting
No,
there.
it's
Yeah, I'm
perfect.
getting it. Thanks, Dave.
Yeah,
Bit of coaching from Dave Fletcher there. Here he is from the pavilion end, bowling to Weatherly. Length ball. Weatherly drives, not timed. It goes out to Samit Patel's now at cover. Is that Samit? It is.
It is, yeah.
Look at him. He's at cover now.
It's madness.
He's getting stuck in.
It's madness.
He is, isn't he? He's got a new lease of life. Does he still sort of do a lap of running when he takes a wicket in one-day cricket?
Oh,
does he?
yes.
No, he hasn't lost that then.
No, he'll do it in this. He hasn't played any red ball cricket for Derbyshire. He is very much a white ball specialist these days. We weren't certain he was going to play in this competition actually, but there were rumours of a T10 in Aberdeen that might have tempted him, but...
Well, that got cancelled, didn't it?
Yeah.
Scottish T20 competition, yeah. Weatherly drives powerfully, but straight to Weatherly at mid-on. Yeah, I think that was due to start sort of next week or so.
I'm not sure he'd have enjoyed the weather up there, would he? It's about 15 degrees colder in Aberdeen, isn't it?
Well,
I've never been, but...
Have you not?
No, it's a long way. That's as far from my house as Southampton is.
Is it?
I think so. Certainly, it's a long way from Southampton.
It is. Well, you'll remember in the One Day Cup a few years ago, Scotland were in it, weren't they? And I think Holland played in it a bit and what have you. We twice played in Aberdeen. Yeah. Luckily, there's a flight from here to Aberdeen, or there was in those days. So the journey never felt quite so bad. Here comes De Pavillon, and that's worked wide of mid-on, and Weatherly will jog through for a single. He moves on to 13 from 39 deliveries. And unusually in this competition, we've got to almost 11 overs completed, and Hampshire have not yet lost a wicket. But this track is playing a lot better than it was here a few days ago, and generally for Hampshire I think they've found that the ball hasn't moved quite as much as it has in the previous games. Still some good bowling out there. Zach Chappell especially. Pavlon looks decent, as you mentioned, as you'd expect from an overseas player. 44 without loss, be something wrong, isn't it, if they're the worst of the bowlers on show. Slight field change here for Fletcher Middleton as Anuj Dal is being moved a little straighter in the covers, and there's now a backward point. Pavlon in again, bowls. Bit of bounce there. Middleton does well keeping that down. The batters are not quite sure whether to take a single. In the end they decide against it, which in the end was probably the right call, with the hesitation there. Lewis Rees, the fielder, at backward a point.
An email's flooded in.
Oh, Dave, yes.
It's from Stephen Hall. It says that he just thought that he should say, like my many fans, he usually just listens or lurks, as I believe they say these days. Good to hear from Kevin again. The last time he heard you was a T20 game at an outground when you were broadcasting via a mobile phone. It was down to 1%, but just held out to the end of the game. Quite some time ago, but I'm sure he remembers, Sir Stephen.
I do. Pavlon pulled. Oh, it's up in the air. Now Brooke Guest is running back. I think he's going to be underneath this, and he takes it. That's a really good catch as well. In the end, he got almost too much underneath it and had to dive back from where he came from. And Weatherly goes top edge pull shot, and Hampshire have lost their first wicket in the 11th over. They are 44 for 1. Oh, it's Middleton. Sorry, apologies. Fletcher Middleton.
Thank goodness for that. I've just written Fletcher.
Yeah.
That was an excellent catch, wasn't it? That really was an excellent catch, because there is, you can probably hear in the effects microphone, there's a little bit of breeze here, and I imagine with it being a bowl shaped, as you would guess from the name of the ground, it will have been swirling a little bit out there, and Brooke Guest takes a very, very fine catch, and Derbyshire get the breakthrough. Nice for Darren Du Pavillon as well to pick up a wicket on his return to the side. Middleton faced 27 balls for his 30, going along nicely with 5 fours, so Derbyshire will be especially pleased to see the back of him. The final ball of the 11th over, and Anuj Dal, one of the many heroes from Taunton, with the bat. So one of the many heroes, him and David Lloyd, and and Harry Moore were effectively the three heroes. He's coming on to bowl, but yeah, 44 for 1 after 11.
Yeah, so going back to that, the commentary on the phone was last year in a T20 game against Middlesex at Radlett, where there was no sort of plug-in ISDNs, as we say. So it was done off a well, it was Middlesex's BBC London's game, so they did it somehow off a Comrex or whatever, but it wasn't working properly, and in the end we had to go to my phone and get it through to the studio, and I couldn't charge the phone. And all the time we were commentating, I could see the percentage on the phone was dropping and dropping.
Terrifying.
And literally, it was a close game as well. And we got to the last over, and it was on 1%. And it was one of those where you thought, it can't go now. It really can't. You know, earlier in the game, fine, but this is too exciting. And somehow it just lasted. I don't know how it did, but it did.
Phones sort of drain like that, though, don't they? In my experience, they sort of get all the way down to 10%, and then they're on 10% forever. I haven't quite worked out how that works. Nick Gubbins, the Hampshire skipper, the new batter out there, he won't be on strike because it was the final ball of the over. Dupavel on 2 overs, 1 for 4, doing a fine job. We will see Harry Moore at some point. We will see Samit Patel at some point. Just the 5 specialist bowlers. Ross Whiteley, of course, can bowl. David Lloyd and Lewis Rees have both bowled in this competition this season to varying degrees of success. David Lloyd bowled off spin against Worcestershire, just the 1 over. So here he is, Anuj Dal. Good to see him back in the team. There's a swing and a miss from Weatherly, who tried to drive a ball outside the off stump. Went through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Starting to get antsy now. As soon as it gets to 10-2, I start getting panicky. The clock here is the smallest clock in the world. The good thing is there is a time at the bottom of the... there's a tiny clock at the far end on the pavilion. Again, a swing and a miss. Close to that blue line. The guideline for the umpires to signal wide, but Dahl's got away with it.
Now, I know you've been looking forward to coming here, Dave, because you told me at our meeting before the start of the season, when BBC commentators have a meeting, you said, Kev, I can't wait to get down. Has the ground disappointed you or excited you more or less than you thought?
It's not a ground that's going to excite me, I'm afraid, but this one is turned into the leg side by Weatherly. That's a terrible question to ask me. It's fielded out there by Sam Connors. The batters get through for 2. Weatherly moves on to 15. Well, by its very name, I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere, which is a that a good thing? I'm not entirely sure that it is, but people seem to be able to get here, which is at least promising. The view that we've got is great. We're outside. It's very rare we commentate on cricket outdoors as Dahl bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Weatherly, and they scamper through for a quick single as around comes Matt Lamb to do the fielding. 47 for 1. Yeah, yeah, it's just a cricket ground, isn't it, really? I never went to the old Hampshire ground in Southampton, so I know they played at a number of grounds, but that was the headquarters, wasn't it? So I never went there. David Griffin tells me it was a characterful ground, which he says reminded him of Hove. That kind of ground, if you've ever been to Hove. I like the small grounds. I mean, I work in the 2nd division. I very rarely come to test venues, except when Nottinghamshire and Middlesex are rubbish. As Dahl bowls, and that one is defended by Gubbins. First ball he's faced. So, yeah, I just find test grounds a little bit, well, too big, really, for the kind of cricket that we tend to watch on a day-to-day basis. And you put this crowd into probably into most of the grounds like New Road and Derby and Northampton, Leicester, and it would be it would look full. As this one is defended by Gubbins back to Dahl, whereas in a big ground like this, and I'm glad that they haven't done the thing that a lot of clubs do, closed all the stands and forced everybody to sit in the same place. You can pretty much go and sit where you want by the look of it, and there's one temporary stand away to the left hand side that is closed, but that's fair enough, and the rest of the seating is open, which I think is a good idea. and you can hear from the applause in the effects microphone. That was the end of the over, incidentally, on Ashdal, 47 for 1. It's better when you can sit all the way around, isn't it? There's a lot of grounds you'd go to. Well, my least favourite ground, Edgbaston, which I find absolutely soulless. And they shut a couple of stands and pack everybody somewhere else, and you just think, well, really? It's all right, this. But thank you for asking.
No, that's fine. No, we always make sure that everybody that comes, especially for the first time, are well looked after.
Oh no, we've been well looked after.
Yeah. Do Pavilion, the South African works. Does Joe Weatherly out on the onside? I think there's an inside edge onto the thigh pad, or was it just thigh pad? Umpire looks like he's going to signal leg bias, which he does.
I think the good news is that Sports Extra had left before I had to explain what I thought of the ground, and then subsequently criticised Edgbaston, which isn't one of. I mean, it's my least.
Is it really?
Trent Bridge. 3 sides of Trent Bridge are absolutely beautiful. I love what they've done with it. I really do. I mean, I don't like the team that plays there, but I love what they've done with it. And then they did that with that stand on the right as we look out. I mean, the stupid stand. They've just ruined the ground. I mean, it's ridiculous. But I don't like Edgbaston. I don't like Headingley, actually.
Here comes Du Pavillon, and that's worked by Nick Gubbins, wide a bit on. That's nicely timed. That should go all the way. It's just going to take a little while, but it will make it. And Gubbins is off the mark with a boundary. Now, Nick Gubbins has started this competition slowly as well. As I say, the top order batters have just been struggling a little bit. That's the 50 up for Hampshire in the 13th. Gubbins is top scorer from the 4 innings to date is the 32 he made against Kent at Beckenham 2 games ago. Otherwise, they are all single. Actually, tell a lie, he got 11 here against Lancashire. But that's his next top score, and he did get over 400 in this competition last year, so he's well down at the moment, but time to bring it back as he drives into the ground, and there is no run. Now, I just will mention this because around the ground on the in-ground commentary, I think there's been a few problems, but it's all sorted now, I'm told, because Emily in the ticket office has just said that everything's all good. And don't forget, you can get a replacement battery as well if you need that changing. So I know I got several messages, I didn't read them all out, but I'm told now, just pass it on in case some people have put their earpieces away and thought, no, I can't handle this anymore. But it actually is all now working. You may be thinking that anyway.
I was just going to say this.
Even if your earpieces are all good. We think the same, me and Dave. As forward is Gubbins. He wants a single. It's accepted by Weatherly, and it was a good one because it was a comfortable one. 53 for 1, so yes.
They're all going, oh no, the battery, it's working again. Take it off. Take it off.
Oh, Dave, you're a bad influence. That's just one of several ways of which you can watch and listen. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. Also on the smart speaker. You can ask your smart speaker, say BBC Sounds, play Hampshire against Derbyshire.
Well, I think it's not all smart speakers.
Oh, is it not? No, it's not all of them.
Because mine don't.
Did you get yours from a car boot?
No. The little Google Pebbles that I've got all dotted around the house. And you can play the radio on them, but I've tried doing that.
Oh, right. 2 Pavilion bowls. Weatherly drives up towards mid-on. I think of the main make of smart speaker, which I think we all know what the main make is. Apparently that does work, but not all makes. So maybe you've got the make that doesn't.
Yeah. I think it's either that or there's a filter on it. I said, hey, Google, play Nottinghamshire against somebody. It knows that I didn't really mean it.
It knows the voice. It's voice recognition.
Clearly,
it knows you,
Dave, you don't want to listen to that, and I'm not going to put it on for you.
We're also on the live picture feed as well, of course, which is going out on the Hampshire Cricket website and the Cricket App, Hampshire App. And that's going back to Derbyshire Cricket as well. That's worked on the onside by Weatherly. Almost runs into Du Pavillon as he completes the first. No second there. And Hampshire move on to 54 for 1. And Weatherly, who's slowly but surely just starting to find some rhythm. 17 from 46. Gubbins is 5. And we've had 13 overs.
Good hand-eye coordination Harry Moore's got. He did that down at Taunton the other day where he's a very tall man, but he bent down and picked up while he was filling out in the deep and threw in all in one motion. It's a high-risk strategy because if you miss it, you're going to get jeered. But kept them down to a single level. See him bowl fairly shortly, but Du Pavillon's only bowled 3 overs. Taken 1 for 10 random females. Just making sure that I don't let that mischievous Kevin James tempt me into mentioning a competition that needs no additional promotion, as Anna's Dahl bowls full delivery, driven up towards mid-on by Weatherly. They go through for a comfortable single. Weatherly moves to 18.55 for 1. We are in the 14th over. No, I mean, I don't like calling it by its name, but
do you not?
No. I come at it from a small county angle. It's coming around the wicket. Anna's Dahl to Gubbins, who drives but doesn't time it, to Ross Whiteley at mid-on. And the damage it may or may not do in the long term, way beyond when I'm acting as fertiliser for some outground somewhere.
Are you going to have your ashes sprinkled on the ground then?
I thought so. No. I don't think that you have to be quite. You have to be some kind of legend to do that. I don't think I qualify. As Dahl bowls turned into the leg side by Gubbins, straight to David Lloyd, who's now fielding a mid-wicket.
You can be anybody. You can just ask, can't you? You don't have to be a former player or anything like that.
You can scorch outgrounds, can't it? If, yeah, especially if you're a particularly bitter person before you died. So you can imagine me scorching a lot of earth. Dahl bowls, Gubbins on, clips it straight to David Lloyd again. Only 3 people playing at the moment. David Lloyd, Anna's Dahl, and Nick Gubbins, who's on 5. 11.59.
I can already hear a lot of Hampshire supporters saying, we don't have Dave Fletcher down here enough. We love his style.
I'm not sure.
No, we do. More than 1 or 2 others I work with, I can assure you.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I can imagine. That one is pushed out into the offside by... This group's been really good, actually. Pushed out into the offside by Gubbins, fielded by Matt Lamb.
All the commentators you're liking in this
unfortunately, group. Frank Watson came for Worcestershire. Morning, Frank. We were told it was going to be Dave Bradley, which would have been a delight. Frank's great.
Yeah.
But I was looking forward to working with Bradders again. Unfortunately, there was some family illness, so he couldn't make it. Yourself.
Thank you.
As Dahl bowls to Gubbins, who pushes this towards long on because he'd retreated to the boundary for some reason. Had Ross Whiteley, and that over comes to an end. So we've had 14 in an hour. Blimey. Hampshire 56 for 1. Gubbins has 6, and Weatherly has 18. But no, this has been a really, really good group up there, and it finishes off with a trip to Durham.
Save the best till last then. 14. You've probably just heard Dave laughing in the background there. 56 for 1 then, 14 gone. Gubbins has 6. Joe Weatherly, who opened up, is 18 of 47. I got an interesting email here from Theo Barker Adams, which I'll come to after Du Pavilion bowls, and that's nicely tucked down to 3rd by Nick Gubbins, and it's 57 for 1. So Theo Barker Adams emails solentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of some odd Hampshire stats. And he says, morning, which is now just fractionally afternoon. That recently broken opening partnership is in fact the first time Hampshire have made it past 5 without loss. This competition, I did say it was a bit tricky early on, and Hampshire have been perhaps opening up on perhaps at the most trickiest times. Some of the pitches they've played on. Du Pavilion in again and bowls. I'm sure I got that wrong. That's pulled away by Weatherly on the onside. Not out of the middle of the bat, but it's safe enough as it trickles along the ground out deep away to our left. And Hampshire are now 58 for 1. Also, says Theo, also with a toss in this year's One Day Cup, Hampshire have lost every single home toss but have won every home game so far, in brackets. Hopefully that can be continued today. The only away game we've played, we have won the toss and lost the game. So the complete opposite. Certainly hoping for a change in results there. Appreciate and enjoying the commentary as always, says Theo. Thank you very much. That's interesting. Some interesting stats there. Du Pavilion in again from the Pavilion end and bowls to Gubbins. Short. Oh, that's a quick bounce. It's quite high as well. Brooke Guest taking that high above his head. It wasn't on its way down. either. Paul Williams has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, so today we are spending it at a lovely lake with the family. Grandsons are out in the dinghy and I'm sat with my fishing rod like a little gnome and listening to the commentary and cold beers at my side. Sounds absolutely idyllic. It is the perfect day for me, says Paul, hoping for another win, and it would be great if the top order give us a good start. Well, Fletcher Middleton got away to a good start, 30 off 27, but he's the one wicket that has fallen. And Dave Fletcher is back alongside.
Note to self, start stopwatch when you need to.
Yes. Do Pavilion, always a little wild swish outside the off stump there from Gubbins. He misses that one. Through to the keeper. Jocelyn Gullis has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. In fact, actually it's signed Dave and Joss. Please can we have a shout out to Luke, who's listening at home today, as he's promised to tidy his bedroom.
Just listen.
There we go. Tidy your bedroom or you'll have to listen to the cricket. Or watch the cricket. Anyway, that's a dilemma. 58 for 1 in the 15th. You got it wrong.
Pavillon.
Do Pavillon, there we go. And you got it wrong earlier while you were off. Do Pavillon comes in again. Short! Oh my word, that's a good bouncer as well. That's a little lower. He certainly skids it through, doesn't he?
He does. He's sharp.
Gubbins had to duck very low on that one.
And Derbyshire have been able to sort of rotate their quicks as well. So like Du Pavillon hasn't played every game. Pat Brown has come in and gone out. Moore hasn't played every game. So they've made sure, because I mean, as ludicrous as it sounds, with only 8 matches in the entire competition, you suddenly get 3 games in 5 days or 6 days. So it is important, if they're bowling the full 10 overs, just to keep them nice and fresh.
Definitely. He's certainly quick, isn't he? Running from just outside the 30-yard circle at the top end of the ground. Comes in again and bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins pulls that away nicely in front of square on the leg side, and it's going for 4. Well, he's ducked a couple. At that time he decided to stand tall and he pulled that away nicely. 62 for 1 and 15 overs have gone. Now I think 1 or 2 people here now, Dave, are starting to work you out.
Oh really?
And I think they think they're going to try and wind you up here.
Excellent.
Mark Wells has emailed, because I know you like that sort of thing. So I'm going to, normally I would ignore this. Yeah, depending.
Can you tell your fellow commentator? Is that how it starts?
Well, it says, hi Kevin Dave.
Oh, excellent.
So that's nice stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
He says, can you ask Dave whether he thinks that Hampshire are selling their souls to the IPL?
No, don't, no, you blimey. Well, something interesting about that, in a minute, as Anuj Dal is in and bowls to Weatherly. I'm assuming, is Mark, was it?
Mark Wells, yes.
I assume, Mark, that you clearly feel that they are. The interesting thing would be, for me, is if whichever IPL franchise it is it the Challengers?
It's GMR Group, who are...
Royal Challengers Bangalore?
The Delhi Capitals.
Oh, Delhi Capitals. So if they buy the entirety of the club, I mean, I'm not a massive fan of private clubs in cricket anyway, Northamptonshire, Hampshire and Durham, the 3 that are no longer owned by the members, which I think is a real shame. I'm very much a traditionalist, as Dahl is in and bowls to Gubbins, who plays it straight back to him on the bounce, nicely fielded by Dahl. The interesting thing for me comes when they own 100% of Hampshire, so they buy it, obviously, and then they virtually are subsidised in their purchase of Hampshire by receiving the £30 million for the 49% when the 100 is sold. I don't really understand how it's going to work. Gubbins has turned this next ball from Dahl into the leg side. In short, yes. And the single is taken, 64 for 1. Gubbins moves on to 12. I mean, I noticed that Durham, in all their releases, still call their supporters members, and they're not. At least Northamptonshire, and I hope Hampshire have the decency not to patronise people by suggesting that they are members. There will be shareholders, presumably, if there are any shareholders other than the owners. Anyway, it's too complicated for my small mind to work out. All I know is that Derbyshire are a member-owned club, and long may that continue as Dahl bowls. Oh, Weatherly tried a drive there, missed the ball, standing up Brooke Guest as he often does to Anusdal, whips the bails off, but the back foot was anchored. Anybody else trying to wind me up in any way?
Not yet.
Excellent. Anybody who wants to wind me up, more than happy to.
We know you love a challenge, Dave.
Be put on the spot. Well, I'll just say what I think. That's the problem, and quite often it's ridiculous. Dahl bowls off an edge down, probably guided off an edge down towards third man by Weatherly, who picks up another single, moves to 21, and Hampshire 65 for one ball of the 16th over remaining.
The background to all that, and I would just quote what was on the BBC Sport website 5 days ago, and it's still there if you type it in. I'm reading it, a couple of paragraphs word for word. Hampshire are in advanced talks with the Delhi Capitals co-owners, the GMR Group, over a takeover of the County Championship club. BBC Sport understands.
Dahl bowls pushed out into the offside by Gubbins, straight to Lewis Rees, who throws ridiculously wide of Brooke Guest. Unfortunately for him, Zach Chappell was alert, so they couldn't pick up an overthrow, but that wasn't Lewis Rees's finest moment. The over comes to an end. Anusdal's bowled 3 overs for 8. Exactly, I would suggest, what Ross Whiteley was looking for from Anusdal, who is miserly. And you may be fortunate now, Kevin, to see the introduction of Harry Moore, is removing his cap and handing it to the umpire. So you're going to see the England, 17 years of age, England under-19 international, who has done exceptionally well in this competition. Played 3 times last season as well, but obviously was a year younger by definition, and didn't make the impact that certainly that he's made in this year's competition. He's got more experience, obviously going away with the age group side and that kind of thing. I think he's really promising. The other thing I would say is a lot of people think that he will be as good a batter, if not better, than he's a bowler.
Wow.
He's 36 not out the other night. Came off 20 balls as he guided Derbyshire to victory at Taunton.
There he comes in. He looks tall anyway. That's worked on the onside by Weatherly. He moves on to 22, 66 for 1.
Well, he's taller than me. I reckon he's. But no cricketer likes to be more than 6'6", do they? It seems everybody's 6'6". I think he's 6'8" at the moment. And at 17, he's got the ability to become 6'9" or 6 foot. Well, he hasn't got an ability. You can't. It's not an ability, is it? The potential to become 6'8" or 6'9" or 6 foot. He's huge, but not very wide at the moment.
From the pavilion end, he comes in bowling to the left-hander Nick Gubbins. Gubbins works that down to third, where Samit Patel's fielding there now. I think he's determined to field in every position in the 15 overs. That's about the third position I can think of, and there's probably been somewhere squeezed in around that as well.
He'll warm up in a minute, but if you don't catch it, you will miss it, because he doesn't do an awful lot of warming up. We'll see him at some point, I'm sure.
Email here from Angela Wodehouse, sonancricket@gmail.com. Says, good morning, enjoying the commentary as always. As it comes more, bowls. There's a bit of bounce there. Weatherly's going to be called through for a single. That's a good one, because the ball literally ended up a couple of yards on the leg side. Weatherly moves on to 23, and it's 68 for 1. Loving that we get all in ground as well this season, says Angela. It looks like it's working pretty well now anyway, so sorry about it early on, but it wasn't a problem from here. Shame the match is not on the Isle of Wight, as then Fletch really would have felt like he was going forward.
Yes, yeah, that would have been great. Been great.
Yeah, I think they were hoping to get another one over there, but I think the way the fixtures fell, that a trip over there would have coincided with Cows Week, so that wasn't feasible. So I'm told. Gubbins drives into the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Chase on here for Ross Whiteley, who will dive, and I think. Look at the crowd at the far end. They seem to be reasonably happy, although I think I saw one signal for. Oh, somebody's shouting for.
Yeah, there's some shouts there, isn't there?
Come on, Ross, they loved you down here last couple of years. Don't spoil it. He's got his hands out.
Says he's no idea.
Now, we had that with a youngster here for Lancashire in the last game, and he got a lot of stick, actually, because that was a very similar situation. I'm just trying to think who it was. Charlie Barnard it was.
Oh, yes. It's difficult, isn't it?
It is hard.
It is very difficult. Despite there being a rope, and you can feel the rope,
Well, the umpires have gone with Whiteley on that one, so it was only 2. Weatherly pushes out on the offside. Gubbins was ready with the call, but it was no run there. So we're in the 17th over, 71 for 1. Fletcher Middleton with 30 off 27 balls, the only wicket to have fallen so far.
We had a moment at Leicester in the T20 where the ball clearly went for 6. Even the crowd was saying it went for 6. It was off Samit Patel's bat. He was batting.
There's more bowls. Weatherly works that leg side. Now they're going to look for 2 here. And they are going to get 2 as well. That's a long way from the boundary, away to our left. And of course the Hampshire boys know this ground pretty well. They know that a ball tucked away that lands somewhere around the 30-yard circle, if the fielder is right on the rope, usually 2. They've got 2. Whether it's 25, 73 for 1.
And Jimmy Neesham, who was looking right along the rope, started signalling 4.
Yeah.
We saw the replays as well, where the ball had clearly cleared the rope, so it was a bit disappointing from Jimmy. It didn't ultimately have an effect. Derbyshire won the game. And Samit spoke at length about the 4 that should have been a 6. If that's the way they want to play the game, he said, that's fine. He got some fearful stick from the supporters there as well. Mainly because he doesn't run many 2s in T20 cricket. Well, they were giving him all sorts. Anuj Dal begins a new over. That's driven down the ground. I thought it was driven much better. There's Samit Patel at mid-off now, so you can tick that one off. A tumbling stop from Samit Patel moving away to his left-hand side. If you watch him when he's bowling, though, he's still as great a competitor as he ever has been. Likes a chat with the batters. Very demonstrative. That was a good stop there. 73 for 1 it remains. In goes Dahl again. Gubbins drives. This one's a little bit straighter into the onside. Down below us is David Lloyd, who does the fielding, and a single is taken. Gubbins moves to 17. 74 for 1. I think the reason we're not on Sports Extra anymore is because it's no longer raining in Worcester. It must have been their base today. As this next delivery from Dahl is clipped into the leg side nicely by Weatherly, just to the left of the fielder in there, Lewis Rees. Samit has to go around and do the fielding. They take another single. Weatherly moves to 26. 75 for 1. Kent recovering nicely. They're 58 for 2 in the 12th over. It's been reduced to 48 overs a side at New Road. And Northampton just 62 for 3 in the 14th over against Somerset at Wantage Road, as Dahl bowls as an inside edge onto his pad there. Gubbins trying to flick the ball into the leg side. It almost fell over in doing so. 75 for 1 in the game in the other group. 47 for 4 now, Sussex against Gloucestershire at Bristol. How you get 4 wickets on that pitch at Bristol inside 18 overs is beyond me.
They've been struggling, Sussex, this year. I mean, T20, they're awesome in this, not so good.
And they're going up as well from the 2nd division, I would imagine, unless they do something horribly wrong in the last 4 matches. If it is 4, I think it is. That one is clipped up to mid-on by Gubbins for another single. He moves on to 18, 76 for 1. It's a real shame for us. Might be good for you. 4 days in Hove.
I was going to say, it hasn't happened for a long time.
Oh, it's one of our greatest trips.
Is it?
Oh,
do you always stay on the seafront, or do you get that close?
Yeah. On the seafront, we have to go there in the late August, I think we're going there. Dahl bowls, defended by Weatherly. Straight back to Dahl, who fields off his own bowling. Another decent over from Anuj Dahl. The scoreboard looks like it needs rebooting. 76 for 1 now. Gubbins has 18. Weatherly has 26. 18 gone. Cut-off has just moved to 233, I think, largely because of the helmet issues after it was Fletcher Middleton who was hit, wasn't it? He played the ball into the ground and it went up and hit him in the grill. Everything was all right. After that, though, the scoreboard doesn't need rebooting. I was worrying it when it's basically a big computer screen and you get the little message in the middle saying you have to do something, which we can't see from this distance what it was they had to do, but press OK to do something. Oh dear.
Here's Harry Moore then, a 17-year-old with his second over. Oh, he's played almost onto his stumps there, Nick Gubbins. think he was just trying to work that down to third from a fairly straight delivery and got the angles all wrong there. Well, he looks a strong 17-year-old. I know you said that he needs to fill out a little bit more, Harry Moore, but he looks a decent pace. He certainly hits the deck pretty well for a 17-year-old. Was playing England under-19 cricket a little earlier in the season against Sri Lanka with Don Kelly. Hampshire's Don Kelly was playing in that series as well. Don Kelly's kept his place in the side today, so they'll know each other. Probably already had a chat as that's worked up toward mid-wicket, and there is no run. Stephen Clark has emailed son@cricket@gmail.com. He says, yep, I'm here today. Son-in-law Ian is with me, along with regular Chris. They always sit up in the stands at the far end. Neil is missing because he and Pauline are celebrating their wedding anniversary and are watching from alongside you in the hotel. That's at the other end of the ground, our end, of course. 3 rooms along from the far end to your left. How on earth did he get away with that? Happy anniversary, guys, says Stephen. It's another good turnout today. Do you know what? I was just looking at that. I think, actually, when we were mentioning it in the first few overs, I think there's a few more. Yeah, it is. Driving his gubbins up to mid-off, gets to Whiteley a little too quick for a single. Another good turnout today, says Stephen. Yes, it is. This competition appears to be drawing crowds. How many more would there be if a little bit more of the 100 marketing budget was used? Don't start Dave off. Don't start Dave off.
I'll come in off the long run if you want. I have the same view of the blast as well, but
yeah,
they actually thought it was worth doing, and they did it properly. Who knows?
Well, Dave Allen is here, Hampshire's honorary archivist, and I know Dave and Dave think very much the same, as that's worked out on the middle. So I feel sandwiched in between guys who have differing views of the 100. Single there to Gubbins, who's on to 77 for 1. Hampshire do. Dave Allen may have an opinion on that, or he will. So they're both Daves. Their opinions. I'm looking forward to when they're on together. They will be on together a little later in this innings, so don't miss that. Sound problems initially, that was around the ground, but we put it down to a filthy black cloud passing over. There's a little bit of cloud at the moment at the far end. Seems okay now, and you're coming in loud and clear. Keep up the good work, chaps. Thank you. More bowls. He cuts and misses, does Weatherly. Skill remains on 77 for 1. Gubbins is 19 at the non-strikers end. Weatherly is 26, and Moore has 1 ball left of his second over. And at the moment he has conceded 9. Neil Halsworth from Explorer Coffees, other coffee company is available. son@cricket@gmail.com says, can you tell Fletch that Trent Bridge could be called the spare home of cricket?
Yes, I like that.
Yeah, because you don't like it being called anything other than, well, you probably call it something else anyway. Here comes Moore. Bowls down the leg side, and does that flick the pad? Probably has. Not a wide. 77 for 1 and 19 overs completed.
Yeah, no, well, what they've done at Trent Bridge is beautiful, barring one major glitch. It's like one of those computer games where you can build a city and you just plonk something that's totally inappropriate down one side. If they'd have curved that, I know that would have cost them more. But anyway, it's not my concern. Anas Dahl is going to continue from the northern end, the hotel end. I'd never in a million years have said we were in the north. I've just walked round and round and round in circles. I'm completely disorientated now. I'll ask in a minute. Dahl is in a bowls to Gubbins, who drives up towards David Lloyd. Lloyd will have a shot at the stumps and hits, but Gubbins had got in. Umpire Adnan in perfect position, but I think Gubbins was well in. Another single added to the score. Gubbins moves to 20, Hampshire 78 for 1. The bit that looks like the Munich Olympic Stadium away to our right, what's that? Is that just a warehousing?
Oh, just over the trees?
Yeah.
That is a, I don't know what it's called at the moment, but it is a health centre.
Oh, okay.
It used to be a certain player's name who's out there for you guys at the moment.
Yes, I'm with you.
That franchise. I'm not sure it is now.
The man who played tennis.
Yes.
78 for 1. Dahl is in and bowls to Weatherly, pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. It's just a fascinating roof system that they've got, which looks, as I say, not 100% like the Munich Olympic Stadium, but a little bit like it. A bit like the roof of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion at the far end of the ground here. Dahl in once again. That one is clipped very nicely up towards long on by Weatherly. Samet is at long on now. He does the fielding. Weatherly picks up a single, moves to 27, 79 for 1 in the 20th over. Joe Sakic is trying to wind me up until I see the whole of his WhatsApp to me. This one is guided down towards a short third man, and it's fielded by Matt Lamb, and Weatherly picks up another single. There are plenty of singles out there at the moment. 20 it was Gubbins, wasn't it? Guided it down. He moves on to 21, 80 for 1 now. Hampshire, can't believe people are questioning the ECB's decision to fund and prioritise the 100 over the One Day Cup. It's an internationally played format, and we're world champions in the oh no. Here is Dahl. Nice one, Joe. That one is defended by Weatherly. He remains on 27. Of course, it won't remain 100 balls once it's sold. So
no,
there's no appetite for it. If it was going to be accepted and taken up around the world, it would have happened by now, and it hasn't been. A few club sides play it, don't they, to try and be clever, but it's not big or clever. It's Hampshire as Dahl bowls to Weatherly, who has a play and a miss at that one outside the off stump. Good end to the over. Just 3 runs from that one. Hampshire 80 for 1 after 20. So Derbyshire restricting them nicely. Run rate a tick over 4 and over. Yeah, I think it'll become another T20 competition, and then you have the dilemma of 2 T20 competitions, because of course one of the things the counties are discussing at the moment is what to play while the 100 is going on, and one of the options, as I understand it, is to play a 100 ball competition amongst the counties, which is all well and good until
Harry Moore comes in and bowls. That's cut away by Gubbins. That could go all the way. Yes, it does. And he plays that nicely. Timed nicely. Bit of width. Gubbins moves on to 25, 84 for 1.
Until it is then turned into a T20 competition. Then you've got 2 T20 competitions, both involving the counties. Then what do you do in August? You have to do something else. What I would like the ECB to do, and I frankly don't care what format or anything, is to make a decision. I've only been doing this since 2016. Make a decision and stick to it for a few years so people know when the cricket's on.
More to Gubbins. Gubbins gets one that bounces a little in the end. Plays that back to the bowl.
Because when I started in 2016, this was the first competition that was played. It was played almost as a warm-up to the season, but it's a good warm-up to the season. People who were desperate to see some cricket because they had all winter came out to watch it, and then you went into the championship, and then you had the T20 when it was sunny. They just need to pick football. You know, football is going to be played at the weekend and in midweek, roughly, especially lower down.
More in again, right arm over. Gubbins edges that down to third. Goes down to Samit Patel. 85 for 1. Gubbins on to 26.
3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. You're going to play in the Football League, you're going to play 46 matches a season. That doesn't change. It hasn't changed forever. Certainly in anybody who's still alive's lifetime. Cricket, they just can't stop tinkering. 5 points for a draw, 8 points for... Just stick to something and see if it works. Thank you very much.
Thumbs up from Dave Allen as well. That doesn't happen very often. Here comes Moore. It's wrapped Weatherly on the pad. 86 for 1. So if you're loving Dave Fletcher, it's the first time he's been down here, I think, for ever. And if you're loving what you're hearing, he's obviously he's not short of a view or two. silentcricket@gmail.com, and I'll put all your questions to him. So
all of them.
The more controversial, the better, because even I'm enjoying this. Fletch has his own emails and Twitter, which he gave earlier, or X. He'll probably remind you as well. He will be off actually in about 4 overs time for a little break, but he'll be back. And then Dave and Dave, wow, that's pushed down to third, and that really could be scathing of just about everything there is to do with cricket. So you might want to stay tuned for that one. I'll be happily off and get out of the way for a few overs.
James Lawler on X, listening to you and the wonderful Kevin James from my desk in Stoke Mandeville, loving the banter between the two of you. You're speaking of your favourite, least favourite grounds. What do you think of Lords and the Oval? He asks me.
I hate to think.
God.
Really, I've been worried about this. That's a quick single up to mid-on by Joe Weatherly. There's good awareness between these two. 88 for one. Weatherly moves on to 28, and that is 21 overs completed.
I have no opinion on the Oval. I've never been. Derbyshire, in my time covering them, have never. Well, they played Surrey once, so I've only worked with Churchy once, and that was in this competition a couple of years ago, when their fourth team came to Derby and beat Derbyshire quite handily. Lords, it's Lords, isn't it? What a place to walk around. Absolutely.
Can I quote you on that?
Beautiful.
Absolutely. Lords is Lords.
Lords is Lords. What a place. I mean, it's a privilege to go as often as we do. Commentary box is too high. That's my one criticism of the commentary box. I mean, it's an ugly building as well, but it's too high. Annisdale begins a new over. That one's gone straight up in the air. Well, he was looking to slog sweep it, and he's got a top edge. It's gone down to a very fine third man for 4. So he's got away with one there, Weatherly, I think. He moves to 32, 90, unless it's already been put on, which it has. No, he moves to 32, 92 for 1. That didn't go anywhere near where he was expecting it to, but quite often that can lead to runs. There is a man out on the mid-wicket boundary who might have been interested had it gone in that direction, but short third man, Zach Chappell, no chance. Dahl is in again, and this one is driven pleasantly by Weatherly to the left of David Lloyd. They're going to come back for the second as well, and Lloyd knows, as he initially steadied himself to throw it in quickly, but realised that we're going to get back for 2. And the 50 partnership is up between Weatherly and Gubbins. Gubbins with 27 of them, Weatherly 21, just 62 balls for the 50 partnership, so a good effort. They're going along at 5 and over, clearly. And the overall run rate is just starting to creep up, 4.4 and over now for Hampshire as Dahl bowls. That one is driven down the ground by Weatherly. Samet does the fielding at long on, and they get through for another single.
I'm just wondering, I mean, now this is a pretty standard 50 over game now, isn't it? The ball's not doing too much, whatever. I'm just wondering if it might have been worth giving Chappell another over. And he bowled 4 overs, none for 13. Looked dangerous, didn't he?
Yeah. Give Samet a go. This one is guided very cleverly by Gubbins down towards third man, where Darren Dupavillon is doing the fielding. Dupavillon's figures are pretty decent too. I know he got the wicket, but runs conceded wise, Darren Dupavillon 4 overs for 16. So he and Zach Chappell, Annisdale is miserly anyway, isn't he? He's going along at less than 4 and over. So the only 2 expensive ones, Sam Connors, who bowled 2 maidens and yet is the second most expensive bowler, and young Harry Moore. As Dahl bowls, it's pushed out into the offside. Now then, there's a quick single taken, and it was a very well judged quick single as well, as Ross Whiteley got to the ball, threw it in. It was to his left hand as well, threw it in, but the batters threw for the single, 97 for.
Do you think Dupavillon might have been a better new ball partner for?
He never bowls
Zach
with the new ball.
Yes.
Never bowls with the new ball. Now, whether that's something that he doesn't like, some bowlers don't like the feel of it, do they, in their hands and that kind of thing, but Dahl bowls. That one is driven by Gubbins up towards Samet at wide, long on. Gubbins moves to 29, 98 for 1 at the end of 22 overs. Oh dear.
3 more overs of Fletch before he has a break, and he knows what's coming.
I could tell by the way you laughed.
Paul Spencer, silentcricket@gmail.com.
Afternoon, Paul.
There we go. As Fletch seems to have a view on most things, really, how does he see the Test match landscape looking in 2030? Sadly, I can envisage a Packer-style super Test thingy with just India, England and Australia playing against each other, perhaps in a window, and Paul is in Lancaster. So how do you see the Test landscape in around 2030 onwards?
It's only popular in 3 countries, isn't it? That's the issue.
Here's more then. 98 for 1, Hampshire, cut away by Gubbins down to 3rd. 99 for 1, Gubbins moves on to 30.
Very much like all sports, cricket has this issue where the best and best supported teams and the teams with the most money basically just want to play each other, and they sort of put up with everybody else. But I think if you shrink the number of international teams, it detracts from the overall product clearly.
Here's Moore, pulled away by Weatherly along the ground, out towards deep square leg. They'll come back for 2, and that's the Hampshire 100 up in the 23rd over. And as one or two emailers pointed out earlier, this is by far and away Hampshire's best start to this year's 50 over competition, mainly because the balls up front haven't done quite as much. Weatherly's on 38. Sorry, Fletch.
I've forgotten what I was talking about now.
You were talking about the future of Test cricket.
Yeah, you do fear for it, don't you? You do fear for it.
Here's Moore again, bowls. Weatherly tucks it away in front of square on the leg side, and he'll move on to 39, 102 for 1.
And everybody looks forward to the Ashes, everybody looks forward to the series against India. And it's interesting that in Australia they're marketing the next series against India as the biggest series in world cricket, which I'm not entirely sure about, but it might just be the marketing people who are getting a bit overexcited. But do you just want to see England play Australia and India play Australia and England? And well, no, that's just dull, isn't it? You want to see New Zealand, you want to see West Indies, you want to see Pakistan and South Africa, and you want Bangladesh to improve, and you want Ireland to improve, and you hope that Zimbabwe might come back at some point and be better than they are at the moment. Ireland really struggled once all their players became overseas players.
Moore comes in again. Oh, he has a waft there. Gubbins misses. Goes through to Brooke Guest.
I hope I'm wrong, but yeah, I mean, even down to this level, I can see teams playing 50 T20s a year, and that'll be it. Which is, I think it would be a real shame. But you can see it.
It's got a little darker here.
Yeah, it is.
At the Utilita.
It's just over us, this big cloud. There's lots of blue sky away to the left.
Surprised if there's the odd speck. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump again there, Gubbins. I think he's just staying inside the line of the ball a fraction just so he can work it down to third. Misses again on that occasion. 102 for 1.
Like it went underneath his bat now.
Yeah, kept a little low, didn't it? Another one here from you. They're warming to you, Fletch.
Are they?
It's taken a little while, but they are starting to warm to you. Michael Douglas Biswell has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, this game is nicely balanced. At least what you're saying is very similar to what is on the live stream. Well, I mean, it's very nice of you to say so. Here comes more. I don't know if that's a compliment or what. Anyway, that's worked up to mid-wicket and there's no run. Could you ask Dave, how long will Mr. Arthur, that's Mickey Arthur, the Derbyshire head coach, will stay at Derbyshire?
Well, it's an impossible question to answer. First of all, if he's getting at that, yes, it's been disappointing in the county championship. Yes, it's been disappointing. It was disappointing in the T20 where they failed to qualify yet again for the quarter-finals. Mickey Arthur said to me after the game against Yorkshire that they lost by an innings and goodness knows how many at Chesterfield, that he's going nowhere unless somebody from above suggests otherwise. And I had the chief executive in the studio last week and did a fairly lengthy chat with him. Nothing was off limits, and he said no, everybody, there's no appetite to get rid of Mickey Arthur. Mickey Arthur can stay as long as he wants. I will quote once again, Sami Patel's coming on incidentally, the numbers that in the last 30 years or so Derbyshire have had 15 different coaches, one of them twice, which was disastrous the second time round, and they've won nothing. During that same spell, everybody has won at least 2 trophies, and Leicestershire have won the title twice. Samit in and bowls, first delivery to Weatherly is pushed back towards him, there's no run. So they are an underperforming county, but I'm not sure it's the coach, I'm not sure it's the board. Something isn't quite right at the moment, but this competition has given everybody a real lift as that one strikes the pad of Weatherly, and a big cry of how's that from third man from Zach Chappell, not from anybody else, understandably. I have no idea what he's doing. He just like to keep in the game. Zach, that's a full toss, and it's bunted down the ground towards Lewis Rees at long on for a single. So Weatherly moves to 40, 103 for 1. it was a major coup when Derbyshire announced that Mickey Arthur was coming in as coach. The first season that he was here was the first season this century that Derbyshire won more games, all format, won more games than they'd lost. And this season they're just one defeat behind the wins, I think. And if they are to be successful in this competition, they will have more wins than defeats for the second time this century. So Samit in bowls to Gubbins, who clips this up towards long on for a single. He moves to 31, 104 for one. So while not an unqualified success yet, it's been better. And I think without Mickey Arthur, Samit is in and Weatherly goes back and pushes this up towards Anujdal, they would not have attracted Ross Whiteley, Samit Patel, Pat Brown, players of that ilk who are winners. As Samit bowls, that was a slightly quicker delivery and it's pushed out into the offside by Weatherly for a single. He moves to 41, 105 for one at the end of 24.
A couple of times you've mentioned about incoming players. You've not really mentioned Anirin Donald, who came to you from here.
Who has been terrific. Anirin mixed in the red ball stuff, but he's played in every single game. Derbyshire listeners will have heard him and Jack Timon. He's such a good talker. He does 15-20 minutes every week with Jack Timon on the radio. It's sort of podcast style, but it's broadcast on, or had been broadcast on Saturdays throughout the summer. Brilliant, and talking about everything and anything to do with cricket, to do with family life, all sorts of stuff. Scored 3 half centuries in the T20, 2 off 19 balls, 1 off 21.
He's like that. Here's Harry Moore, the 17-year-old, and Weatherly cuts, doesn't time it, but goes into the ground, and that's another quick single.
And the real shame was that 2 of those rapid half centuries, and the 19 ball ones are the equal fastest in Derbyshire history. 2 of those half centuries of the 3 were in losing causes. So he could have won 3 matches. He ended up winning 1. No, he's been an unqualified success, Anirin, and of course he's now playing for Birmingham Phoenix
in the 100, Dave. That's right.
The one.
Here comes Harry Moore, just helping you out with that one. I knew you knew where it was, but...
Well, he's not at the moment, actually, because...
he played against the Brave last weekend.
He played the first 4 matches, I think. I think he managed to get 16 runs. And the England wicketkeeper, whose name completely escapes me, James... Is he called James?
The Surrey guy.
Yeah.
It is Jamie Smith.
Jamie Smith. He's contracted to Birmingham and has now taken his place because Anirin was keeping wicket as well.
I see. All right, that's not good. Moore's round the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins from that pavilion end. Gubbins cuts out deep on the offside and he moves on to 32, his equal highest score of this year's competition. And Hampshire are 107 for 1 in the 25th. Dave's going to be off in a minute. I think I can almost hear everybody around the ground on the earpieces.
Sighing
on the
with
BBC
relief.
Well, you say that.
You know it.
But he'll be back, Dave, don't worry.
You'll have to remind me when I'm due back. But
10 overs.
You can wave at me, I won't go anywhere.
You can have 10 overs. We'll give you 10 overs off.
Thank you.
Let everybody recover. And then ready for a second burst from Dave Fletcher as that's pushed up to mid-on. And there is no run. Can't wait when Dave Fletcher and Dave Allen are on together. They will slaughter absolutely everything in the game. I know they will. So that's that might not. That'll be something.
It's a challenge.
Well, it's. I'm looking forward to that. I'm sticking around for that. 107 for 1.
I think I'm going to the calf mid coat.
It's a bit chilly, isn't it? It's a bit chilly. Here's Moore. He's been quite impressive. Gone for 22 so far, and he's coming towards the end of his 5th. That's worked to mid to wicket, and there is no run. There's been a lot out there for him. We saw the first few overs, the ball just shaping a bit in the air and off the pitch, but once the change bowlers have come on, that has disappeared. And it looks a decent track here, and Hampshire have not really had many runs to speak of, certainly no big totals, might just find themselves in a position where they might have one of their bigger totals of this season's competition. More bowls, and Weatherly plays that late, and they wait to see what the fielder does there. I think that is that David Lloyd? No, it's not. It's Anuj Dal. Fields well. Right, it's 25 overs gone. We're going to have a quick break here. The players are going to have a bit of refreshment, and Dave Fletcher is going to take a bit of a break for 10 overs.
Okay.
Yeah, for 10. If that's all right with you, Dave. I know you're not used to it.
Of course it is.
Dave is one of those commentators up and down the country that does more than his fair share of commentary.
Yes, I'm sure there are many who wish we had more commentators. Yeah, I've got no more emails. Nobody's getting in touch because they all agree with me. Thank you very much.
I'm sure I can find one or two for later. Thanks, Dave. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, coming in alongside for the next 10 overs. So we are here, 107 for 1, 25 gone, 25 to do, with Joe Weatherly on 42, playing his second game in this year's competition, having not yet played for the Southern Braves, so he's allowed to play, like many others are coming in and out of their 100 franchises playing in this competition. Nick Gubbins is 32 not out. They came together when the score was 44 in the 11th over. The demise of Fletcher Middleton, who was very positive in his 30 off 27 balls, but he got underneath one from Du Pavilion. I've got that wrong again. And top-edged a pull shot out on the leg side, went high, and it was a good catch by keeper Brooke Guest, running down towards fine leg. Welcome, Dave.
Hi.
Turn you on. There you go.
Hi, nice to be here.
Yeah, it's nice to have you back, as always.
I don't know anything about Du Pavilion. I think they should add the I, really. I think it gives him a perfect cricket name, doesn't it? Of the Pavilion.
It does. He's just not great when he's bowling from the pavilion end, as he did earlier. So Zach Chappell's bowled 4 overs, none for 13. Sam Connors, 5 overs, none for 26. Du Pavilion has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 16. Anuj Dal with his medium pace, 6 overs, none for 24. Harry Moore, 5 overs, none for 22. And Samit Patel, just the 1 over, none for 3. Good to see Samit Patel still playing, 39 years of age. He's in his first season with Derbyshire, played 189 List A games with Nottinghamshire. Over 5,000 runs and 180 wickets. I mean, that's a lot of List A cricket, considering, Dave, that List A has just been sort of pushed down the order in terms of importance. But it's certainly a competition that a lot of people like, and in this slot as well, running alongside the 100.
That's a salutary thought that, you say that Samit Patel has played a lot of that. The last time James Vince played one of these what are called List A games, the longer one-day games, the last time he played for Hampshire in this competition was in 2019 in that semi-final here against Lancashire that we won. We went to the final. He wasn't allowed to play because he was in the England World Cup side, and 5 years later he's never played another 50-over game.
Interesting.
So whereas if you think about the times when you played, it was one of the big things, wasn't it? I mean, your team with Mark Nicholas, 3 Lords finals, you know, and people, somebody like Robin Smith, that innings he played in that first final against Derbyshire, actually,
yes,
was one of those innings that got him towards the England place, you know. So
yes,
it used to be.
Used to be a big thing, didn't it?
Yeah. It's yet another one of those changes.
Yeah, which I know you and Dave love.
Well, I was thinking as he was talking, you know, that it disappeared completely without trace, but about 7 years ago, I think, I wrote a book called Forever Changes, in which I traced 50 years of the constant changes in English county cricket. Okay, 7 years ago. There's not a mention of the 100 in it because nobody had thought about it, nobody had mentioned it. So it was full of changes here, there and everywhere without the 100. Wow. You know, so you think you add that to it, you know, and you've 60s. The other favourite story of mine is when I first watched cricket, and Dave referred to it actually, football and cricket. I watched the two sports about 3 months apart in 1959, and the cricket was 3-day county championship, uncovered pitches.
Right, here's the restart. Samit Patel with his left arm spin. He's over the wicket to Gubbins, who works that up to mid-on. 108 for 1 at the start of the 26th.
Yeah, 3-day cricket, uncovered pitches, 1 competition, not 2 divisions, no promotion, relegation, no 1-day cricket, no white ball cricket. All of those things have changed. And then about 3 months later, I went to Fratton Park and saw Pompey for the first time.
Patel bowls and Weatherly off the back foot, punches that back to the bowler.
They played at home against Cardiff City, which they could well do this year, and exactly the same time, all those 65 years later.
Patel. That might just have straightened a fraction. Weatherly just pushes that into the ground.
And the only essential difference between Pompey versus Cardiff City then and now is substitutes. Nothing else has changed. 42 games, second division, whatever it's called now, championship.
Flighted by Patel, pushed quietly out on the offside.
And you knew where you were. The only other thing that's changed is 3 points for win instead of 2. 45 minutes each half, etc., etc. Yeah. So everything has changed in professional cricket. Very little in football.
Cut away hard through extra cover by Weatherly. That's going for 4. Just stood up a little bit there from Patel. I don't know if he thought Weatherly might just come down the wicket a fraction. If you watch on the live picture feed, you'll just drag that down there a bit. Patel, Weatherly had a lot of time to hit that away. Moves on to 46.
Weatherly was moving leg side more than down, wasn't he, really? But I think he just got that wrong, that one.
Here's Patel. Weatherly works that away square on the leg side. Moves on to 47 from 85 deliveries. And Hampshire move on to 113 for 1. That's the end of the 26th over. So a lot of changes you're saying elsewhere, Dave.
Yeah, a lot in cricket.
Oh, sorry, in cricket, sorry.
Massively, yeah. Whereas, as Dave was saying, to a very large extent, I mean, I know, people get fed up with football on Monday nights and things, but to a very large extent, very little has changed. And, I mean, there is a positive about it, which is that cricket has come up with various formats, which therefore attract a wide variety of different people. And I think that's okay. I'm fine with that. It's a bit like my interest in music. I got, as you know, massive interest in music. I go to gigs, I play myself, and so on. I don't go to Taylor Swift concerts. Other people go to that. So I'm okay with it in that respect.
Jack Chappell is back into the attack, and that's cut away by Weatherly down to third, where it's fielded by Duper-Villain. I've got that wrong as well, I know.
Weatherly, earlier on, I was sat over in the, under the scoreboard on the whichever side that is, I can't think, west side. It looked to me like a man who's played very little cricket. It looked to me like he was having to work very hard to get into rhythm. But the last 3 or 4 overs seemed to be timing the ball better. Yeah,
agreed. Bit of bounce there. Cummins does well to keep that down and just works that to a vacant gully area. And again, it's a well-run single. Hampshire move on to 115 for 1. Yes, he's not played a lot of cricket, has he, Joe Weather? He hasn't played any first-team cricket apart from T20.
That's all he's played all season, yeah.
And then nothing for the Brave.
Nope.
And just his second List A game. So for him, probably, I know he'll have played some second-team cricket, of course, but yeah, in terms of number of times at the crease, it's probably well down, isn't it? Here's Chappell, bowls to Weatherly, tries to cut that. That's wide, called a wide by the umpire at the far end. So again, it's a good crowd, isn't it? It was a good crowd here on Sunday against Lancashire, and it's another decent one for 50 over cricket here again. There's a few youngsters, you can probably hear them shout in the background, playing their various games of cricket, certainly to our left.
Yeah, I saw Gosport Borough Cricket Club.
Yeah.
Gosport, lots of the kids from there are coming.
They're all here, are they?
In their red shirts.
An area near Portsmouth, if you're not too familiar with the locality down here. That's worked away by Weatherly on the onside. He moves on to 49.
Always glad to give Gosport a mention because it's where my wife's from. Yes. Well, it's where she grew up, actually, but she really was born in Portsmouth. But I pull her leg about it because her great fondness is Gosport. Yeah.
Always beef up Gosport, does Dave Allen? On 17 for 1. I think he's the only one that does that.
Yeah, I probably am, yeah.
Apologies if you live in Gosport. That's Gubbins, who's working out to mid-off, and again, that's a good single. And Ross Whiteley perhaps just guilty of being on his heels there a little. 118 for 1. He certainly didn't look that deep in that area. I must mention a couple of emails because I'm getting a bit behind. Brian Budd, cricket@gmail.com, he says, hi KD&D, he's got everybody in. Nice discussions, and I'd like to get my bit in as well, says Brian. Sport is a combination of skill and luck. The ratio between the two varies through different competitions. Test cricket is highly biased towards skill. I disagree with that. There's Crawley's in, bit of width, and Weatherly hits that out on the offside, and there's his half-century. Warmly applauded. 88 balls with 4 fours, and Joe Weatherly playing his 32nd list A game for Hampshire, passes 50 for the 5th time.
And you know, apart from the final last year, he played only 1 game in this competition. That was Surrey at Guildford. He made 100.
He did, he batted through the innings, I remember. Played very nicely as well. As Zach Chapel comes in round the wicket to Gubbins, come back to Brian's email in a moment. Gubbins just pushes that out on the offside. That's the end of the over. 27 gone, 119 for 1. Jack Chapel now has completed 5 overs and has none for 19. So, Test cricket is highly biased towards skill, says Brian, whilst the slogathons are biased more towards luck. The one-day format is a happy compromise. I needed more than a fair share of luck at club level, so when I watch, I want to see more skill. I want to see things I can only dream of doing. Well, I'll just say something here. The slogathons, as Brian calls it, I'll be honest with you, when you see some of the shots in that, I even now, and I've watched an awful lot of those type of games, even ice this thing, I look at some of the shots and the way they're being hit, and I think, wow, that is something else. Here's Patel. That's worked on the onside by Weatherly for a single, 120 for 1.
And one of the consequences of that is that it requires a huge level of skill to find a way of bowling to stop people doing it. I've never been in any doubt at all about the idea that at T20 and hundreds there are skills there that are quite extraordinary. There's one of them.
It's worked away on the onside, and that is 4 runs for Nick Gubbins.
You see, I never saw Henry Horton play a reverse sweep.
Played that well as well.
For example, you know.
Well, they didn't practice it, Dave. I
No,
think
absolutely.
That's the thing, isn't it? And
absolutely.
it's an accepted part of the game now, isn't it?
Yeah,
that was well executed.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't look an iffy shot when it's executed like that, but it has to be the right length.
Yeah.
That's played out on the onside, no run. So Gubbins moves on to 39, 124 for 1. It's all part of the evolution of the game.
Yeah.
Dave would ban reverse sweeps if he could.
No. I'm not quite that
Single out on the onside.
Because I mean, if I got too daft about the great traditions, I'd ban overarm bowling. I'm currently organising an exhibition to go up in Portsmouth Library, from the days when all the bowling was underarm, for example, But I wouldn't want to revert to that.
As Weatherly punches that up to mid-on for another single. 126 for 1 in the 28th.
When I was playing club cricket in Portsmouth in the 70s and 80s, I used to play in a kind of 20-20 Tuesday evening league. It had to be 20-20 because it got dark. You could only start after work, and it got dark, so you played it. And
Patel, that's worked into the gap. Past short mid-wicket, 127 for 1.
I was young enough then to scurry around in the field, and I was the opening bat in the Hampshire League on Saturday, and usually batted about number 9 in the T20 because I was hopeless, because I could barely hit it off the square. And nobody had ever said to me, try a scoop, Dave, or, I used to try and do things that I wasn't just trying to flog everything around, but I couldn't find ways of doing it really, and so I do greatly admire that, and I thought Brian got it absolutely right. One of the points about coming and watching professional people playing cricket is that you've tried to do it yourself, and you get the chance to see people doing things you can only dream of.
Exactly right. Chapel bowls, Gubbins drives into the ground, takes all the pace off the shot.
And I've often said to you, you're unduly modest about your career, but there must have been times, for example, when you were playing with, I don't know, Gordon Greenidge, Malcolm Marshall, and you just thought, this is somewhere else. This is something else, isn't it? Yeah.
When I batted the other end of people like that, they used to make the bowling look slower, easier to hit, and I used to think, my God, this is the hardest thing to hit in the world.
Yeah.
Here's Chapel, bowls, slightly slower ball. Gubbins drives out to mid-wicket, not timed.
And exactly the same for me applies to music, So I went to a gig last week with some. They're now pals of mine from the great days of West Coast, late 1960s. People who played at Woodstock and so on. But when I see them, I just think I'm not bad now. I'm not a bad musician, but I watch these guys play, and I just think I wish I could whip that out, like guitar solo he's just played or whatever. It's the same thing.
Chapel again, full outside the off stump, and Gubbins digs that one out into the gap in the covers and moves on to 42, 128 for 1.
And one of the things is it leads you to, you have to be sympathetic when you see a guy who's made it to the professional level and then begins to struggle.
Yeah.
Ross Whiteley here had a really difficult time when he came for a couple of years here, but you still have to think to yourself, well, hang on, the guy's good enough to be a professional cricketer, so what am I doing telling people he's not very good?
Chapel Bowl's length ball pushed up to mid-off. Oh, what's a wicked bounce off the sprinkler. And Zach Chappell just holds his hands out and saying, what on earth can there be runs there? Because the fielder had it covered, and then the little lids, it's just bounced because the little lids are sunk a little bit into the outfield, and it's just popped and deviated. And Weatherly's got 2 there, and he had no right to get any. It's odd.
I think that was the luck that Brian was talking about.
Yeah. That was very, very bizarre. I don't think I've seen that very often. You don't see it very often.
No, I don't think I've seen it
But
before.
it actually is in the line, isn't it, between the batter and up to mid-off. So we might see it again, Short, and that's pulled away. Nicely kept down by Weatherly and nicely fielded by David Lloyd down at fine leg. I think there was a bit of frustration there from Zach Chappell with the previous delivery and what it resulted in. 131 for 1. I tell you what, the worst thing would be, of course, if Hampshire needed 2 to win, or even Derby late in the game, and something like that happened. My word, there would be.
I think I've played in 1 or 2 recreation grounds in my life that were not dissimilar to that.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a normal outfield for some grounds. Here's Chapel Bowls again. Oh, he's playing that into his pads, and good awareness by Joe Weatherly, calling him through for a single. And that is the end of the over. So Hampshire, after 29 overs, are 131 for 1, with Weatherly on 55, Gubbins on 43, and Fletcher Middleton, the 1 wicket that has fallen, for 30. So the Hampshire top 3 have all got in here.
And that's unusual this year. They'd struggled a bit, the top 3 this year. So this is beginning to look like a good platform, Kevin, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I mean, they used to say, I don't know that people say it so much now, but just break off.
As Patel plays, or bowls, and it's played into the ground, and Gubbins does a nice little job of fielding for the bowler.
They used to reckon that 30 overs, if you hadn't lost too many wickets, double the score at 30 and you get the final score.
There's another reverse sweep there from Nick Gubbins. Now there is a fielder out at deep point who may just get around, and does so. That's a brilliant piece of fielding on the boundary. They will come back for 3. Just trying to work out who that is out there, but nevertheless, good fielding.
Do you know, that was brilliant cricket all round, wasn't it, really? I mean, there was nothing wrong with the ball. It was beautifully played, terrific piece of fielding, and well run. The sort of thing Richie Benno would have enjoyed that.
135 for 1 then in the 30th over. There's a couple of dark clouds above us, but we're okay at the moment. Certainly not the brightest of light that we've had in recent days. That's nicely played out into the covers by Weatherly. Moves on to 56 now. 136 for 1. These two came together at 44, so quick maths. 56, 86, 92.
Came together at what? Sorry.
44.
Yeah.
92 it is, yeah. Ooh, that turned a bit out of the rough and played into his pads by Nick Gubbins. So Gubbins is 46 from 58. Weatherly, who started very slowly actually, very measured. He's now 56 off 93, but he's at the non-striker's end. Samit Patel's into his 4th over, none for 21. And that's fairly wide, and that's cut away by Gubbins through extra cover. And that's nicely timed. That'll be 4. Not sure whether Patel again was looking for a bit of purchase out of the rough. And that's 50 for Nick Gubbins. And that has come off 59 deliveries with 5 fours. So hasn't been too much to write home about in the batting department for Hampshire. But here we are with 2 men out there in the middle, both with half centuries. And Nick Gubbins, for the 19th time, has reached 50 in List A cricket, and that's played out on the onside and there's no run, and he's playing his 86th game, although just 30 of those have been for Hampshire. End of the over, 30 gone, 20 to do, 140 for one.
I think this is the first occasion in which both openers have got beyond double figures in this competition this year, and on occasions the number 3 has also gone cheaply. So yeah, I'm just trying to compute that across a whole bunch of figures there, but there's only been Middleton, Gubbins, Weatherly and Prest between them have got 1/2 century before today. Fletcher Middleton got 50 against Somerset. Quite a lot of single figure scores, so this is a good start.
That's Dupervillen. I know I've got that wrong again. That's pulled away by Weatherly, who moves on to 57 now, 141 for one.
So 30 overs 140, so I don't know whether that calculation tends to apply or not, but if not, it suggests a final score of 280, given that Hampshire still have 9 wickets in hand. And I don't know whether you're picking up all the screaming and shouting from the kids. There's kids playing cricket all around the berm. The villain bowls, and that it attempts to pull that round Nick Gubbins, but doesn't time it. Goes to short mid-wicket. It's fielded on the matting that's protecting possibly the strip for the international. I'm not sure about that. Kevin would probably know better than me what the matting is protecting. Is that the international strip, or
might be another 100 strip? I would have thought, because I think the Brave have still got 2 home games to go.
Right,
yeah.
okay.
Top of the league, the men, which I know you'll know, Dave.
Well, and James Vince is top of the averages. I did know that.
Drive by Gubbins through the legs of Joe Weatherly at the far end, who's still astride with that, saying, "Goodness, I'm lucky there."
Yes, that could have been really, really unfortunate. That's the partnership of 101.
117 balls as well. Very quick indeed. Yeah, that's a bit of relief for Joe Weatherly at the far end. Did well actually. He spread his legs far there, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he needed to.
Yeah, indeed. 145 for one then. Halfway through the 31st, it's Dupervillen coming in. Right arm quick, the South African. That's cut away by Gubbins, and he moves on to 55. Nice to see Nick Gubbins in the runs finally. It's been a tough start for him. It's been not just for Hampshire, but I mean all the batters have found it difficult generally in this competition up front.
Yeah, he's
6 and 7's probably been the place to bat, isn't it, in this competition?
Yeah, without any doubt, from 4 downwards for sure. Yeah, I mean Nick Gubbins has more than doubled his season's total in this, his 5th game today, so it is good because he's a good player. Works hard as the captain, has done a very good job of leading this 50 over side for a couple of years now.
He has. Dupervillen bowl short, pulled away by Weatherly. Has he found the gap between 2 fielders? Not quite, because David Lloyd at fine leg comes round, slides into that, throws it back, but Weatherly will pick up 2. And the run rate is a decent one here. It's a fraction under 5 and over for the whole innings. And Weatherly moves on to 59. Just coming back to Nick Gubbins, he played 41 matches in this competition, list A games, for Middlesex before he moved. Averaged 38 there. He's actually averaging 41 since he's moved to Hampshire. So he has improved his stats anyway in this competition since his move. 148 for one. Dupervillen comes in again and bowls. Slightly slower ball. Weatherly waits, but can only find Anuj Dal at back with a point. End of the over, 31 gone, 148 for one.
There are 3 games in this division at the minute, and they're all rather important in terms of it's the top 3 that go through, is that
yes.
right? Top ones play each other in a semi-final, and
no, the top ones have a home semi-final.
Home semi-final, but the second and third.
Second has a home quarter-final.
Right.
Against the third place
in the other one. Yeah. So they're all rather important at the top end of this division at the minute. Worcestershire are going well. They've got Kent at 101 for 5 halfway through.
Samit Patel starts a new over the wicket. And that's turned into the gap on the leg side by Gubbins. Moves on to 56, 149 for 1.
And Northants are 116 for 6, just after the halfway mark against Somerset. So at the minute, it looks like the other two top sides in the top 4, Worcestershire and Somerset, both going well, which makes this game even more important.
It does. It's hit away hard by Weatherly, but finds the fielder out on the deep on the offside. And that's the 150 up for Hampshire in the 32nd. Yeah, Derbyshire starting this game in top place. They've played one more game than some of the teams. They've played 5, but got 8 points. Then come Worcester, who have played 4. Somerset and Hampshire who all have 6. That's driven hard to extra cover. Sorry, mid-wicket, of course, because it's Gubbins facing. So they are the top 4 sides. So I'm quite broken away yet, because Middlesex and Durham each have 5 points. That's a nice shot again by Gubbins, the backward a point. It's only a single. It just looks as though the fielder out at deep point has gone a little square.
Yeah. I think he got a finger on it, didn't he?
Yeah,
just slowed it down.
Yeah, 151 for 1. Weatherly back on strike. So yeah, it's we're sort of over halfway for Derbyshire, and just about over halfway. He's wrapped on the pad there, Weatherly, but called through by Gubbins. Is that just off the pad only? Yep, says the umpire. 152 for 1. Yeah, I think Kent lost a couple of very early wickets. I think that's down to a 48 over game. I think I heard Dave Fletcher mention. Kent Worcester. Patel bowls, worked by Gubbins up towards deep mid on. Lloyd fields again, 153 for 1. So yeah, not every side playing today, are they?
There's some games in the other one, but in this division, yeah. So at the minute, it does look as though Worcestershire and Somerset are both going well. Don't know until they bat, of course, but and then which would make the result of this one even more important. If Derbyshire were to win this, they would begin to pull away a bit, possibly, but at least as one of the top 3. But if Hampshire were to win it, then there's 4 in the mix for sure.
That will make it a very exciting second or last third of the competition, where just the top 3 in each group get the chance to move forward. And Derbyshire have had a pretty poor time in the last 3 years in this competition. They were 8th last year, 7th the year before, and 9th the year before that. Dave Fletcher has just looked at me again. That's pulled away by Gubbins. Start of a new over from Dupervillen. And that's 4 runs. He's on top of that, and early on that as well, Gubbins. Moves on to 62. Whereas Hampshire, of course, were beaten finalists last year and lost the semi-final the year before against Kent here.
Yep.
Which I think you were here for that day.
Yep. Yep.
It was what's his name? I can't forget his name. It's just gone out of my head. Darren Stevens, of course.
It looked like we were winning it, didn't it?
Yeah.
And Stevens took it away from us.
He did. At the age of about 66.
Yeah, but I mean, over recent years, you know, and actually, as was the case in your early years with Mark Nicholas's side, over recent years we've had a good record in 50. You know, won the final in 2018, lost to Somerset in the final in 2019 when they pinched Dawson and Vince from us. So we've been
not Somerset, ECB.
No, ECB. yeah. I always blame them.
Dupervillen bowls. It's gone for the Yorker there, dug out by Gubbins.
I don't think there was a competition in 2020, which was lockdown year. I think we just played T20 and championship matches at Arundel. Do you remember that?
Yes, home ground.
That magical summer.
Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah, That's a very
we loved Arundel, didn't we?
Yeah, it was very.
It
was yes, that's right. Yes, I made up a scoreboard using those numbers that you buy in WH Smiths to stick on your bin.
Other stationers available.
Other stationers available. Yeah.
Here comes Dupervillen again. He's gone for the Yorker. He's bowled him. It's got underneath the bat there of Gubbins. Well, Dave Fletcher did say he's got a good Yorker on him, and that was just about good enough. In fact, it was more than good enough. And Gubbins goes for 62 off 70 balls and 7 fours. And Derbyshire make their second breakthrough with the score on 157 for 2.
Difficult to feel that he was done by pace there. I think he just perhaps in this competition, to some extent, whatever happens, you're looking to get bat on ball to get a run. Whereas, mate, you know, going back to Brian's email of earlier, you know, if it's a test match, you'd be looking to defend a Yorker. But nonetheless, very good effort.
It was, and I think that's a hell of a ball, just to produce like that.
Yeah.
To two batters that are in.
Yeah.
And going well. I mean, I think Gubbins probably got some of the bottom of the bat on that.
Yeah.
It didn't seem to just go through without touching anything. And that partnership between Gubbins and Weatherly realised 113, and that partnership was together for 22 overs.
I was tracking Hampshire's record second wicket against Derbyshire, and they didn't get there. But that's okay, because your mate Richard Scott currently holds the record with Robin Smith. A game at Pompey, which I can't really remember the detail of it, but I know I was there. I remember I think it was probably in the days of the truncated Pompey week, probably a 4-day championship game and a Sunday league game, I think.
Yeah. So Tom Prest walks to the wicket. Now he's another one of the top order that's looking for a score to get his 50 over competition underway. 11 against Northants here, 12 against Somerset here, 7 against Kent at Beckenham, and 26 against Lancashire here. So it's certainly the longest he's waited to come to the wicket, so maybe that the situation now will suit him better and he'll get going. But he's still a young player, 21 years of age, playing his 32nd list day game for Hampshire. Averages 34 in this format of the game. I wonder if he's going to go for a Yorker straight away. Length ball comes in at Preston fraction, plays that out onto the offside.
Including, when did he do that? Including the second highest score ever made for Hampshire. Beckenham against Kent in 2022, he made 181. Splits James Vince's 2 records. Vince is the highest scorer in this competition and the third highest, but Tom Prest made 181 against Kent at Beckenham 2 years ago.
I remember it, I was there, it was a very, very hot day. 57 for 2. Looking for some of that form here today. Short one, that's a good quick bouncer, and Prest just about gets underneath that in time. It's good pace.
Well, I said earlier about that Yorker, was he partly done by pace? He is quite quick, isn't he?
He skids it, doesn't he?
He's and yet he's not done a huge amount in this competition this year. He got before today 3 for 94 in the competition and going at 6.5 runs and over. Much better than that today. Just about to complete 6 overs, 2 for 28. So done well.
30 years old now. Comes in again and bowls and short, but that's much higher and much shorter as well. And Prest quite easily ducks. In fact, hardly has to duck. Not called anything by the umpires, so obviously a legitimate ball. 33 overs gone then. And Hampshire are 157 for 2. Dupervillian has now 2 for 28. He's taken both wickets from his 6 overs. Patel is 5 overs, none for 29. Quite a difference in pace at the two ends.
Yeah.
Patel very much flighting his left arm spin. Dupervillian looking to hit the deck as hard as he can. Skid it along as quickly as he can. Here's Patel bowling. Sweep shot from Weatherly. It's gone fine. Oh, it's beaten the fielder. Oh, and that's going to run away for 4. There wasn't much of an angle there. Weatherly will pick up a boundary. Moves on to 64. 161 for 2 in the 34th.
It seemed in 1 or 2 games recently here in the 50 overs that pace off has been quite useful, but it's not quite the story today so far. A bit premature perhaps, but
bit of a way to go. Driven in the air just over extra cover, and that'll be another boundary. Ideally Weatherly would have wanted a little bit more elevation on that. He certainly timed it well enough. In the end it was probably a good foot above Whiteley at extra cover. Weatherly moves on to 68. You were talking about Gosport earlier, Dave.
Yeah.
Ralph Brooker emailed just a few
Ralph.
moments ago about Gosport, just outside Portsmouth, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, Gosport Borough Football Club at Privet Park is my local team. That's driven to mid-wicket. My parents' neighbour, when we lived in Privet Road, was a Gosport Borough centre forward by the name of Maurice Spragg. He ran a bicycle shop. We're talking late 60s.
Yep.
I played cricket on the numerous cricket fields.
Yeah.
At Overall Park, is it? At the Overall Park? Perhaps there's a missing, might be a missing word there. That's driven down.
Privet Park is the
ground.
famous one. But
Next to the stadium. Park next to the stadium.
Goodness.
Dunno. Ralph Brooker is in France.
I'll have to ring my missus later and find out. I used to take a lot of kids to play cricket in Gosport because I taught at Porchester, which is just right at the top end of Portsmouth Harbour, and if you can go either way from Porchester, down into Portsmouth or down into Gosport.
Yeah.
We used to play Gosport teams in football and cricket.
Oh, he cuts that one now. Has he got a bottom edge on that, or has it just hit Brute Guest and gone down towards the far end? They're running 3 somethings. Now, what is the umpire going to signal? There's a little bottom edge on that.
Yep.
Little deflection. Pressed is off the mark with that. He moves on to 3, 169 for 2.
So I used to go down to, I don't know, Bridge Mary, and there was a school at St Vincent, which I think is now a college, and those sorts of places. Play against the schools down there.
It's a bit of a slog sweep there from Weatherly. Doesn't really time it, but the ball goes out to deep mid-wicket along the ground.
The great Gosport cricketer, of course, is Trevor Jesty. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was, really the great talent. There have been others. There was a very, very interesting leg spinner just before the war called Tom Dean, who I can't remember the precise circumstances. I think against Yorkshire. He came in as a 19-year-old against Yorkshire, probably 1939, and took the fifer when Yorkshire were county champions. Then I think he got a hat-trick against Worcestershire, and there he was, terrific, promising leg spinner, 1939, and some bloke in Germany spoilt everything.
Oh dear.
By the time Tom Dean came back from the war, he'd put on a lot of weight, and he just lost everything. It just apparently just floated, and he didn't have much of a career after that. He played minor counties cricket, Devon, Dorset, something.
Du Pavilion in length ball to Weatherly, who plays that out to backward a point. No run.
Yeah, but Trevor Jesty is the great Gosport cricketer. And they had a good cricket side at one time. I'm pretty sure, there's somebody will listen and come in. There were people like Mick Swain, who was also a good footballer. When am I talking about? Probably in the early 70s. I'm pretty sure they went to a Lord's final. One of those, when people were running Lord's finals for clubs and villages and all the rest of it. I'm pretty sure they went to one. I don't think they won it.
Okay.
But, somebody will know.
Du Pavilion to Weatherly. Again, it's a good length ball. They want a single, but quickly in. That point is Anuj Dal.
You can see a lot of the Gosport kids behind the scorecard there. They've got maroon tops on.
I can see
playing
them.
some kind of cricket.
They are. They're playing on the bow.
Yeah.
Perfect area, isn't it, for kids' cricket?
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah.
Plenty of room.
Yeah. It's one of the funny things, people say to me, well, the kids are not interested in longer form of cricket. And I say, well, I don't think we were. I don't think I was at 12. I'd go down there and pester people for autographs, watch half an hour, and then get out and play my own game in the corner somewhere over in Pompey. There was a corner that you could play in. But you just got the atmosphere of the game.
Slightly slower ball, and Weatherly punches that up to mid-on Whiteley Fields, and there's no run there. In fact, there's children's games going on both sides of this, actually. On the west side of the ground to our right, and on the east side to our left.
Yeah.
Plenty of games, more than one.
Loads. There was a young Gosport girl over on the west side under the berm. I watched bowl a couple of balls, and she looked terrific. I reckon she was about 12.
Really?
And she was bowling to a boy who was batting, and she had him in all sorts of trouble. Really, really useful.
I find it fascinating sometimes when you walk past them and you can just see something. You only have to watch one ball, whether they're batting or whether they're bowling. It's just, and you think,
something there. Yeah, that's absolutely right.
2 Pavilion bowls. Pulled away by Weatherly in the air. One bounce down to deep backward, a square leg. Weatherly moves on to 71 now. 171 for 2. Neil Halsworth's back on the email, suncricket@gmail.com. Neil says, nice to see Ali Orr on a boundary walk just now. Do we have an update on his recovery and when we're likely to see him swinging some willow? I think
He was in the squad today, but they said
Yeah.
he wasn't likely to play.
no. I think they're just beginning to include him now, just to sort of for inclusion, not for
Yeah.
inclusion's sake. That's probably the wrong phrase, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But he's still a little way away. Yeah. Whatever little way away means, but that obviously means that it's not imminent, basically. Here's Du Pavilion again, bowling to Prest. Prest gets wrapped on the pad. That nips back quite quickly on him. Andrews Dahl again. He's quickly in from cover. Throws at the bowler's end. That's a leg by. He's certainly one of the quicker bowlers we've seen, I think, Du Pavilion here this season. Mainly because he's a skiddy bowler. You can, just with a fraction newer ball. Well, we've already seen it in his earlier overs. He's made the batters hurry.
Yeah. And he wasn't actually in the original side, was he? So I don't know whether he's come in on form or whether, because he's replaced Wagstaff.
Yeah.
Whether that's on form or whether Wagstaff has got a niggle, which I understand Harry Kane is out with a niggle. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Which is a shame. I wanted to see Harry, Winchester boy.
Yeah. Again, it's a slightly slower ball, worked off his legs by Joe Weatherly, and the total moves on to 173 for 2. Now Dave's going to take a quick 5-over break. Is that all right, Dave?
Yeah.
And we'll bring Dave Fletcher back, who looks very surprised that he's been asked back. So Dave Allen will be back shortly. So the Dave and Dave show is 5 overs away, by the way, so don't go very far, everybody, because that promises to be the most negative cricket chat of all negative cricket chats. 173 for 2. Welcome back, Dave Fletcher. Well, I've missed you.
Has anything happened?
Well, not too many Hampshire wickets, fortunately, from a Hampshire point of view.
The run rate hasn't got ridiculous yet, though, has it? So Derbyshire won't be too concerned at this stage, I don't think. That would be my guess.
I've saved 1 or 2 emails up for you, and you'd be disappointed if I hadn't.
Yeah, it would have been.
So 35 gone, 15 to do, 173 for 2. Weatherly 72 not out, Tom Presti's 3. Paul Spencer in Lancaster emailed a little earlier. I've saved this one for you. soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, to get Fletcher's blood pressure recharged again, he says, which of the 100 team names does he, A, find the least unpalatable and the most unpalatable, well, most palatable or least unpalatable, I think there's. Here's Andrews Dahl with his medium pace, and that's worked by Weatherly to short third, and there's no run. So which team name do you find the most difficult, I guess?
You may or may not be surprised to know I don't really have an opinion on the names. I just think they're all ridiculous, really. One team isn't invincible. One team isn't original. Yeah. Don't really understand that.
No, I like that. This next paragraph, I love this.
Oh dear.
Just cut his fingers across the seam of fraction Dahl, but it's worked up to mid-on, 174 for 2. So Paul then says, and which 100-team replica shirt would Dave be most comfortable in walking around Derby town centre if he had to wear one under duress?
Well, I wouldn't wear any. I don't think people of a certain age should wear sporting equipment. I mean, I'm wearing shorts today, but they're not sports shorts by any stretch.
No. Here's Dahl bowls. That's a slog sweep through mid-wicket. That's 4 runs for Tom Prest, who moves on to 7, 178 for 2. I suppose the most diplomatic answer would have been, say Southern Brave, and then, of course, you instantly win everybody over.
Yeah, no, I'm not bothered. I don't know if you realise this, but I'm not particularly bothered about winning anybody over. That's not what I'm here for.
Oh, brilliant.
It's not a popularity contest, which is good news for me.
Paul just signs off saying, I find the names embarrassing and cringeworthy for what it's worth.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dahl has
plugged. Every ball counts.
It does. In any game of cricket, there's a nice shot down the ground by Prest. Doesn't quite got hold of that one. It's more of a pitch shot than a long range shot. Ball just bounces about 10 yards outside the 30-yard circle at deep mid-off, or deepish mid-off in the end. Prest moves on to 9, 180 for 2.
Was that it?
Oh, it might actually be. Oh no, hang on. There were a couple, but I've got mixed up with some others around, so I'm having to sort of read them before I can read them out. Prest comes down the wicket and works that up to deep mid-on, where in off the boundary comes Matthew Lamb. And it's 181 for 2. Yeah, I'm having to sift through the ones that are saying about the in-ground earpieces that are coming in and out. Sometimes working, sometimes not. I'm getting a few of those. Apologies for that. As I say, and I always say it, it's nothing to do with me up here. You need to speak to the club. But I know they were on it. Whether they think now it's okay, but one or two of you are saying that perhaps it's gone again. This one's from Andy Wallace, soniccricket@gmail.com. Great to hear the banter. Anuj Dal bowls again. It's a length ball, or misses that on his follow through. Almost gave away a single. Fortunately, Dave Lloyd at mid-off was alert to that. And that is 36 overs gone, 181 for 2.
I've got one.
Go on.
It's from James Snaith, who says, enjoying the commentary. Looks like a difficult match for the team today. He's a long-time follower of Derbyshire since the days when he lived in Ashbourne and watched Derbyshire at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, and Derby County in the heady days of Brian Clough. Now lives about 5 miles away from here. Would have liked to have come down today, but constrained by being reliant on a wheelchair. I don't see Nudge pulling this one around, but you never know, he says. I'll start to write Derbyshire off fairly soon, because that has worked an absolute treat this season whenever I write them off. And I'm not the only one who's written them off. They seem to do rather remarkable things as Harry Moore returns to the bowling attack.
You're not top of the league for nothing, Dave.
No, they're there on merit. And all the other cliches. They have been very good in this form of the game. Moore into bowl to Tom Prest, who drives out into the offside square towards Sam Connors. Prest is keen on a second, but Weatherly, I think correctly, tells him that there isn't one available, so they move on to 182 for 2. 5 runs and over now, which is the mark over which Derbyshire will not want it to go. They chased down 317 was the target on Sunday. They've also chased down 267 and 236 this season. There's more over the wicket bowls to Weatherly. That's not a particularly good ball. It's too much on the leg side, towards the leg side. It's just guided down to fine leg, where David Lloyd does the fielding. Weatherly moves to 74, 183 for 2. And yes, they would have liked more wickets, there's no question about it, but once the batters start to take more risks as they look for that 270 that they probably think they can get from here, and you never know. 183 for 2. More is in, and that one is pushed up to mid-off, where Zach Chappell will do the fielding. So we've got, well, what have we got? We've got 13 and a half overs left. Zach Chappell still has 4, Sam Connors 5, Dupavel on 3, Dahl's still got 3. Harry Moores will have 4 after this, so there are plenty of options available to Ross Whiteley, back captaining the side today, which is good to see. Imagine how much our hearts sank when he was called away. In comes Moore again, bowls wide of the off stump, but he's caught a backward point. Real good catch by Anuj Dal. Prest goes for 11. Dahl diving down to his left-hand side, a little bit away from his body, in fairness. His feet didn't move as perhaps he would have liked. And Tom Prest goes for 11. Hampshire are now 183 for 3.
Yeah, just pushed at that a little bit as well. Wasn't really in control of the shot. But a good catch nevertheless. And Prest's slow start to this competition continues. Just banged his thigh as he walked off, just realised he'd made a bit of a mistake. You're right, he didn't move his feet too much either. Unfortunately, when you're not in great form, every little mistake, however small, always feels as though it costs you. So he makes way. And the next batter in will be Ben Brown. He's been in some decent form with this competition. Earlier made 139 not out, his highest score in List A cricket. And he's played just over 100 games for both Sussex and Hampshire combined.
SD Crampton says he's got a name for all the 100 teams, but he doesn't want to get barred from the channel, so he won't be passing those on. Thank you. Marvellous. Yeah, Ben Brown moved along the south coast from Sussex. Good cricketer. Really good cricketer. He'll keep wicket, will he?
Yes.
Yeah. Pleased for Harry Moore as well. Didn't get a wicket down at Taunton. Obviously contributed more than enough with a bat. 36 not out of 20 deliveries to see Derbyshire home. That was the first game in which he hadn't picked up a wicket that he played in this season. He now has 1 for 24. His best bowling in this competition, 2 for 23 in 5 overs, which is his best list A bowling. That was in, he couldn't have bowled more than 5 overs either, because Lancashire were bowled out for 99 in exactly 20 overs. Derbyshire getting to their target with a loss of just 1 wicket in 19.5. It's a terrific game of T20 cricket that was over by 2:30, rather bizarrely. Moore on his way in again. Brown waits and Moore aborts. Got something in his eye, I think, the way he's just scratching away there. Whether one of his teammates, Zach Chappell, come and help him out. Don't think he's a contact lens wearer. He's walking rather slowly back to his. He's not exactly rushing here, is he?
Oh, is he?
He's not. It looked more like a fly in the eye than anything more serious, although that could be quite unpleasant, as we all know. We've all had a fly in the eye at some point, a flea in the ear, that kind of thing. 183 for 3. And Moore bowls to Brown, who turns that rather wristily into the leg side, straight to Lewis Rees at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he, Harry Moore, here? It's a good prospect. Tall, hits the deck short of a length, sort of finds a bit extra out of this wicket from time to time.
We like him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like the guy. I remember doing a bit of T20 commentary with you up at Headingley last year. Was it McKiernan? Matty McKiernan? Was it? Has he left? He's since left you,
He's
isn't
the
he?
leg spinner.
Oh no, I'm thinking
You're
of
thinking of
somebody
George Scrimshaw.
Scrimshaw. That's the one I'm
He's gone
thinking.
to Northamptonshire.
Yeah.
He comes, he's out for the season with a broken back. Brown is off the mark with a single out to Sam Connors on the point boundary. Too wide from Harry Moore to finish with, but he got out of the over nicely, conceded just the 3 runs, picked up the wicket as well of Tom Preston at the end of the over, the end of the 37th over. Hampshire at 184 for 3.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I thought he looked pretty decent. But yeah, I wondered why actually. Yeah, I wondered why I hadn't seen him.
Yes, he was offered a 3-year contract by Northamptonshire, which was longer than Derbyshire were willing to offer him. Played a bit of first-class cricket, which he said he wanted to do, but never really did much of at Derbyshire. And unfortunately, and he's a great kid, George, but he's out with another long-term injury. So, yeah.
Sam Connors is back into the attack, and this time the keeper is standing up. It's full. It's driven by Brown up to mid-on. Only moves. Have I got the wrong player?
Only a bit.
Oh, it's Dahl again.
It's still Dahl, yeah.
Oh, apologies. Why did I think it was Connors? Anyway, thank you, Dave. See, it's a long stint for me, 37 overs.
At your age,
Yeah,
that's
at
what
my
you're
age.
saying.
Yeah, I went after 10 really, but I've managed to hang on for the last 27.
We were drifting in a game the other day. I can't remember which one it was, but
You find yourself from time to time, don't you? There's a nice little ramp shot there from Weatherly, and that's worked its way down to fine. And it'll be 2 more to Weatherly's total, takes him on to 76, 187 for 3. Andy Wallace has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. I think I mentioned it earlier. A question away from the other competition. Do you know if Worcester is a fast draining ground? Thinking of going on Sunday, that's where Hampshire are at, but weather forecast isn't good over the next weekend. Oh, it's driven, it's in the air. Oh, just over mid-off. Just by about 6 to 9 inches. And Weatherly did hammer that one. And he moves on to 80, 191 for 3. Fast draining ground. Well,
I'm not. Well, it's certainly not. I've no idea one way or the other, but it certainly doesn't drain as quickly as international grounds with their drainage. It'd be the same as Derby, which drains pretty well. If they haven't had a lot of rain, you'll be okay.
Yeah. That's true.
I would. Yes.
I think you just need to worry that if the River Severn overflows, that's where you need to worry. That's driven up to wide mid-on. They should come for 2. Brown will just have to hurry a fraction, which he does. That is Matthew Lamb doing the fielding just below us to our right, and Weatherly moves on to 82. Andy, who's in Oxford, just goes on to say, also sold Middlesex and another washout at Radley. I thought I heard they were looking to get a permanent home away from Lords. I think they're thinking about it. Do you think that's on? Well, it's finding some land, isn't it? There's a nice little ramp shot there from Weatherly. It goes finer, but it'll still only bring him 2 up towards the pavilion.
And of course, land in London is famously quite reasonably priced.
It is, yeah, that's right. You only need just a few million, which I'm not sure Middlesex do have. That sort of spare cash.
No. Got the wherewithal to get the right kit yet, so a new ground might be beyond them.
Nice to see Hampshire starting well, says Andy. Here's Dahl again. That's worked by Weatherly to backward a point. He seems to be timing the ball quite nicely now. Weatherly's got into a nice little groove at the end of that over. Runs from every ball apart from the last one. 38 gone, 195 for 3. Weatherly has 84 from 117.
I know you're not long for this commentary, but just to mark your card that number 22 Mitch Wagstaff is on the field at the moment as a substitute fielder. I'm just trying to work out, if I can, who isn't on the field, and it looks like Darren Dupavillon has departed. I can't see his wristband anywhere. So Dupavillon off the field. As Harry Moore begins a new over from the pavilion end, goes for the slower delivery, perhaps running his fingers over the ball there, but it was too wide and guided down to third man for a single by Brown, who moves to 3. Stephen, who's back at base in the Derbyshire media team, so that his height, Harry might actually have caught a plane in the eye rather than a fly. He's a very tall young man, 6'7", comfortably 6'7", 6'8". And he's in again and bowls again wide of the off stump, again guided down to third man. Again Matt Lamb does the fielding and the single is taken. Weatherly moves to 85 and Hampshire to 197 for 3.
Email here from Darren Mail, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, do you think Joe Weatherly should start swinging now and get some runs for the team, or keep trying to find some much needed form? Stroke runs. I think he's probably playing it about right at the moment. And I think
he's a 72 is not bad.
Yeah, and I think the longer he's there, that will increase. So I think, I think he's doing it just right.
More in and bowls. I'm driven back towards him, and it's not timed, and it just missed the left hand of Moore in his follow through. Not a million miles away. We saw 2 one-handed caught and bowls at Taunton, which is unusual. One in each innings. Zach Chappell took a decent one for Derbyshire. One of the 2 brothers, they called Thomas.
Yes, George Thomas.
George was caught in the bowl. He also bowled 10 overs.
Joshua Thomas.
That's right. This one is a full delivery, driven out into the, or clipped rather, out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Lewis Rees put the dive in. Once it had gone past him, it was always going to go to the boundary. And the 200 is up for Hampshire. They are 200 for 3 in the 39th over, 38.4 in fact.
Darren's just come back on the emails to say, I think Joe's intercepted my last email. He's getting on with it.
Derbyshire fans will be delighted to know I shall start writing Derbyshire off very soon, as this one is short and he just sort of helps it round the corner out to the square leg boundary where the substitute fielder Mitch Wagstaff is patrolling. Single taken. 202 for 3. Brown moves on to 8. 7 deliveries he's faced.
I think we're on for the highest scoring game on this ground in this year's competition. Hampshire will need a lot more yet.
Moore comes in again, bowls to Weatherly. Good delivery, just pushes it out into the offside. 7 off the over. Hampshire 202 for 3. We now have 11 overs to go. So if they don't get to 270, something has gone badly wrong. Just a reminder that Somerset made 316 for 5 and it wasn't enough. Although it did look like it was going to be enough, it turned out not to be enough to prevent Derbyshire from picking up another win in the competition. And Sam Connors, almost like you were commentating the over after next, is going to come back onto ball from the hotel end.
I was ahead of my time there.
You were.
Wasn't I? Yeah.
Always.
Oh,
Always
been so. So, discussion between captain and bowler. This is an important 10 overs, 11 overs.
He's got 5 left, Connors, so he could get another decent spell in here if that's what Ross Whiteley wants him to do.
Is Ross Whiteley not doing any bowling at all?
Bowled a bit in the T20. I think he hasn't bowled in this competition. Well, he's only played one game prior to this, but no, he bowled in the T20 a bit, but not much.
No.
I've seen him bowl a couple of very good spells in a seconds game that I watched him play.
Connors back then, right arm over. That's worked to backward a point, and Brown wanted a single. No, said Joe Weatherly. Is that Samit now at backward a point?
Yeah, backward point. There he is.
That's about the only position he hasn't fielded in today. And now he's in one of the most important positions.
Usually the Anuj Dal position, but he's out on the square leg boundary, patrolling the vast acreage out there. Yeah, he's loving life, his son.
He is, you can tell.
Yeah.
You can feel it from this distance. He's involved. He's fully paid up member. That's hit away over mid-wicket. 1 bounce for 4. Nice shot there. Nice pick up from Ben Brown to just a ball that's short of a length. Might have been a bit too straight. But even so, that's nicely executed.
Yeah, just stepped into the leg side, didn't he? And whether he was expecting the ball to be bowled there, which would have been a wide, or he was followed by Sam Connors. A sensible thing to bowl there is right on the blue line outside the off stump once you've stepped into the leg side and you can't reach it.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, listening to I know it's a competition you don't follow, and I won't mention the name,
Yeah,
but it starts with H. But you know, listening to Tamal Mills the other day for Southern Brave, and actually telling everybody on mic that's pulled away, clipped away as Ben Brown does, with one leg raised down to deep square leg.
He's saying where he was going to bowl the next delivery.
But at the top of his mark, and he says that I will never change. Once I've decided, doesn't matter what the batter does, I will bowl that ball. So it's interesting, as some bowlers would decide, okay, maybe at the last minute I will change, but bowlers like Tamal Mills says, no, I won't. So, interesting. 207 for 3, halfway through the 40th. The Dave and Dave show coming up in 3 balls' time. As short, pulled away by Weatherly, in fact helped down to fine leg, and Weatherly moves on to 86. That's come off 120 deliveries, and it's 208 for 3. So we've still had that dark cloud hovering above us. It hasn't really moved, but
oh, it's weird, isn't it?
Isn't it? So it's just sort of ruined the light a little bit. It's still okay, there's no problems, but it's just made the scene look a little darker than otherwise would be.
Away to the west, it looks really nice.
It does, doesn't it? Out towards the New Forest.
If that is the west.
Yeah, it is, yeah. You can see the New Forest in the distance. Again, that's pulled away by Brown. It's gone out to Dahl, who's at deep backward square leg. Brown's moved off to 14 off 11. Good start from him.
Doesn't look very new.
It isn't very new. No. Somebody did actually, there's a few trees over there which generally the New Forest isn't known for, even though it's the New Forest. It actually is quite bereft of trees, which is fairly weird, really.
When does it stop being a forest then?
Well, I don't know, and I've heard various reasons as to why the New Forest doesn't have many trees, or not relative. It's pushed away on the leg side, and that'll be a single to Weatherly. Some people told me, because there was a bit of shipbuilding on the Bewley River years and years and years ago, they used all the trees in the locality, and they never really recovered.
Yeah.
Right, now that's 40 overs gone, so 10 to do. Dave Fletcher will be staying on, and then Hampshire's honorary archivist is Dave Allen. Looking forward to this.
Thank you very much, Kevin James. Final 10 overs then. Just a quick look at the scores elsewhere. It's raining in Bristol now. They've had rain at Worcester, but it's raining in Bristol now. That's in Group B, which doesn't concern us until it comes to knowing who you're playing in the knockout stages, should you get there. Sussex 101 for 6 after 33 overs against Gloucestershire, who managed to get 6 wickets at Bristol in one innings on that pitch, which is a magnificent effort. Wantage Road, well, Northamptonshire are crumbling there, 154 for 9 against Somerset. That one will be over fairly quickly, you would have thought. Kent 162 for 6 against Worcestershire at New Road. They're in the 37th over there. Zach Chappell is back. Dave, how are you?
Hiya. Hi.
Lovely to be working alongside. Here is Chappell from the pavilion and bowling wide of the off stump, and the ball is cut straight to Sam Connors, who has been injured by that one. He's rolling around now. Whether he's damaged his hand, which I'm not hoping that he has, or the ball has crashed into his stomach, but either way, Sam Connors is in some trouble here, I think it's fair to say. I couldn't say exactly what happened. He's got his back to us, but he doesn't look well.
Samit Patel ran up to him and immediately backed off.
Yes,
I don't know whether there's something to read into that, but
it feels like it might be a nasty hand injury.
It does,
but I don't know, because he's still kneeling down with his head on the floor, and the physio is out to try to treat him, and nobody's really anywhere near him apart from the physio, so there will be a break. I'm sorry, I read the scores out now. He's up on his knees now, and he's actually getting to his feet. This is good news, but a wrist, oh dear. Either way, Sam Connors has got some overs to bowl, or had some overs to bowl. He's still got 4 left, and I think he's actually, I have no idea really, because now he's sort of feeling his groin area. That's where I thought the ball had struck him.
Yeah, I think it's that.
Yeah?
I think it's unfortunate that he wasn't wearing a box, to put it subtly.
Yeah.
But
well, Weatherly hit it pretty well.
Maybe he'll just need 10 minutes in the dressing room to.
Yeah.
He won't want a massage if that's what's happened, but to do whatever and take some painkillers.
Matt Lamb's smiling down below us, which rather suggests that's what it is, because that's the general reaction.
Yeah. They're not kind, are they?
No, you're on your own when you get hit there.
Yeah.
Zach Chappell just gives him a tap on the back. Everybody knows what it's like.
He's moving better now, so.
But yes, he's
how many overs does he have to?
4.
We've got. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
I mean, there are options, because Derbyshire have used 6 bowlers. So Anisdale's got 2, Dupavlin's got 3, Chappell has got 4, including this one. Moore's got 3. So there are options for Ross Whiteley. He's getting a good round of applause from the faithful.
It does look like he's walking okay now.
Yeah.
I mean, unless it is a hand, and in a sense that doesn't stop him walking.
Quite what. Anyway, Zach Chappell bowls, and that one is pulled rather unconvincingly by Weatherly up to mid-on. They go through for a single. They move on to 211 for 3.
We did have a Wheatley,
Did you?
Yeah, in the late 60s we had an all-rounder off-spinner, Keith Wheatley. Yeah, but
I'd like to say that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
But it clearly wasn't.
We still see him occasionally, comes up and watches sometimes.
Chappell bowls to Brown. It's a full toss down the leg side and signalled wide by umpire Anthony Harris. Isn't somebody who I've come across before, born in South Africa. Durban, I think it was, when I was looking him up earlier.
Now this is my second Derbyshire commentary event of the year.
Oh, really?
Dave, which will surprise you, but Georgia Adams, Chris Adams' daughter, was doing some commentary with us in a championship game.
This one is full again from Zach Chappell. Down towards David Lloyd it goes, and they pick up another single. Brown moves to 15.
And she revealed that she was born in Chesterfield, at which point I revealed that I have family links with Chesterfield,
really?
quite strong ones.
Excellent.
In the 60s and early 70s, I used to have family holidays in Chesterfield because I had an aunt who lived there. And,
not your archetypal holiday destination, I would
no.
have thought.
Well, we used to go to the Peak District a lot for walks.
Chappell bowls that one. He's cut away. That'll be 4 runs. Once it's got past the man at backward point, it's always going to race away to the boundary, and Weatherly moves into the 90s. He moves on to 92. 217 for 3.
Yeah, it was a very good location to go out to Edale, Home,
Oh, it's
and those sorts
beautiful
of.
up there. Yeah.
And of course, you know, I mean, I was a little lad from the middle of Portsmouth, which is the flattest place in the entire universe. It's got beautiful seafront, but you know, we've got one bridge over a railway line to walk up and down. You know, so the Peak District was stunning, really.
Chappell bowl, short delivery, pulled into the leg side, just for a single by Weatherly, out towards Harry Moore.
But I had cricket days there as well. I would go and watch Derbyshire at Queen's Park, which of course is the most beautiful cricket ground in the world. And we would also occasionally catch a train up to Sheffield and go to Bramall Lane, which is the ugliest cricket ground.
Well, yes.
was, but a cricket ground of real character. I saw the 1963 West Indians there against Yorkshire, and Freddie Truman captained them. And,
Chappell bowls, that one's pulled into the leg side rather unconventionally by Ben Brown. Again, it's fielded up there by Moore, and the over comes to an end. 7 overs for 33 now. Zach Chappell rarely goes wicketless, but currently is wicketless. When I say rarely, hasn't gone wicketless in this competition in any game this season. 219 for 3 with 9 to go.
He's got 12 at 18
yes,
before today.
Absolutely,
So
he's been
terrific.
excellent, and averaging about 70 odd with the bat. Largely thanks to a 96 not out, but
yeah,
helped enormously by 48 off 33 against Worcestershire as well. Now Kevin James has timed this one appallingly, because I do have to go at 2 o'clock for an update. I just wonder, I'm going to tell him now, because the new over from Samit Patel begins, and the ball is just worked down towards, finally they're going to come back for a 3rd as well, and he's out, he's run out. Weatherly took on the 3rd run, the throw came in from the distance, well, he very casually going back for the 3rd, and he's been run out.
well,
221 for 3, and Weatherly's gone for 93. That's a bit careless.
yeah. Well, he's got nobody else to blame anyway. That's one thing, and he has batted very well, but he'd be very disappointed. Not least because it's the only innings he played last year, apart from the final he made 100. And it looked like it's not his own innings this season. He played one previous out and one. He has played very well though, very well, and they've done a lot to set up Hampshire. I tend not to do ball by ball, Dave, these days, but if you do have to disappear, there's no problem with me doing it. I can do it.
I'm sure I'd never doubted you for a minute, Dave. But
if we're in any doubt, I'll just make it up anyway.
Well, that's what I do. Toby Albert is the new batter. I'm just waiting for the scoreboard to update. I'm sure it's 221 for 4, and that ball was also a wide. So it might even be 222.
Could be.
But it's 41 overs and 1 ball, we can safely say.
No, that's 21. Yeah.
Well, yes, but they were on 219. The wide plus 2 runs would be 3, so that should be 222.
Should be. Yeah.
We'll wait and see if it gets amended.
Perhaps they're taking. Perhaps it's an opportunity to take off one of the 2 runs when it hit the sprinkler.
Well, yes, which was Samit as well, who it completely deceived. He bowls to Toby Albert, first delivery to him, full-length delivery, dug out. So that is the first ball of the over. We'll wait and see anyway. We'll go with what's on the scoreboard, 221 for 4. This is a full toss from Samit. He has been prone to bowling a few of those. And it's punched down the ground by Albert for his first run, 222 for 4.
It's not been at its best today, but in previous games here I was saying to Kevin, pace-off has seemed to help, but
That one is cut away. No, he didn't time it at all. Brown out to the offside.
But I'm not sure about today. I think today the quicker bowlers have looked more effective, and Samit hasn't had the most effective of days.
This one is turned or pushed rather out into the offside. They're coming back for the second again. This time the throw isn't quite as accurate as Darren Dupavilon's throw from the distance. Some conjecture, I think perhaps it's wicket and 2. That's what it'll be, because it's a capital W, and it wasn't a wide. Thank you, Stephen. It was a bottom edge.
Okay.
Samit bowls. That one is played into the offside, just to the left of Ross Whiteley by Brown. He picks up another couple of runs, but slightly fortuitously on this occasion. Derbyshire battling hard here. That run rate 5.4 or thereabouts, just slightly less than that in actual fact, but that's what it says on the board. End of the over. No, one to go. No, there isn't one to go. There should have been one to go. I think that's. I think they've underdone. Well, no, it wasn't a wide. It wasn't a wide,
No.
so there isn't an
So
extra
it-
ball. Come
yeah.
on, Fletcher, sort yourself out. 1, 2, 3. I can still only count 5 balls there, though. So I think we might have had a 5 ball over.
Wicket dot 2.
Wicket and 2 was the same one. Then the 1, then the dot and 2 twos.
Okay.
That is
Yeah.
5 balls. So we've had a 5 ball over. What a bonus for Derbyshire. 42 overs gone. They're keeping it on the board as long as they can, but it's all gone now. And they've just added a dot in there and then taken it off quickly. Well done, everybody. 226 for 4.
We might remember if you win off the last ball.
Well, yes, absolutely. Sun trying to break through as Zach Chappell is in and bowls to Albert, who pushes this one out into the offside, backward and square, straight to Mitch Wagstaff. And there's no run, so that there might be. Oh no, Darren DePavel is back on, of course, because he provided the throw for the run out. So Wagstaff on now for Sam Connors, who left us in rather uncomfortable fashion. A couple of overs ago. Last over ball by Zach Chappell, indeed. He's in his 8th over, bowls, and that one is guided down towards Matt Lamb. 3rd man for a single. Moves to, that was Albert, moves to 2. 227 for 4.
I was thinking if I do have to do a ball by ball, I won't be that familiar with the Derbyshire fielders. And I was reading a story about John Arlott last night, a story that he told when he first started commentating in 1946, and the Indians came over, and he got to know the Indians. He went to watch them at Worcester, got to know them quite well.
Chappell in, that one's clipped into the leg side by Brown. Just a single out towards Lewis Rees, 228 for 4.
And he was going to do his, I think it was his first test broadcast, ball by ball, and he reckoned he knew the Indians well enough to identify the fielders. And then he said on the day before they took possession of the brand new sweaters and brand new caps, which they hadn't worn in, and of course they didn't have any numbers or names on, and he couldn't tell any of them.
That might be the same with Hampshire later on. That one is cut away nicely beyond the dive of Mitch Wagstaff. Anuj Dahl. Was it a slip by a batter?
That bounced a bit strangely again. I don't think there's a sprinkle there. And apparently what Arlott said was what Arlott said was he was going to identify the Indians by name in terms of where they should be fielding, whether they were or not, and hope that nobody spotted. Of course, in those days there wasn't live stream and stuff, so nobody could be watching it thinking, Arlott's got that wrong. He don't know those names.
Just helping out Dave Fletcher here for a couple of minutes as Chappell comes in. That's whipped away by Brown, and that could be going all the way behind square on the leg side. Despite the diving efforts of David Lloyd, it has gone for 4. Brown's got that whip out a few times in this innings. 233 for 4, and Brown moves on to 27 from 19. Big blow that, Joe Weatherly, being run out for 93. You always think when a player's on that amount and you're getting towards the back end of the innings, you want somebody just to keep going, and some of those dot balls that the new batters can't get away, the batters who have been in do, and of course that can make a big difference to your total at the end. But Brown's playing nicely here, 27 from 19, facing Chappell again. That's very short. That's got to be a wide. No ball, surely, yes. And that's very, very short indeed. Chappell coming towards the end of his 8th over, none for 40.
You're more familiar with some of the modern things that go on, and I get confused about the idea that something that's clearly a wide is a no ball, but it's just part of the new legislation in this competition. Yeah,
it's interesting, isn't it? Is it 2 runs then, a no ball? Because it's got 2 in B, whereas a wide's probably only 1.
Yeah, maybe that's why.
Let's be harsher on the bowler.
Yeah. Maybe that's why it's designated such.
Could be. 235 for 4, here's Chappell again. to Brown. Brown swats that, flat bats that back past Chappell for 4 runs. Unconventional shot, but it brings the boundary, which is the most important thing. Weird, opens himself out there, Brown, and it literally is a horizontal bat shot.
Yeah.
239 for 4. Brown's playing a nice little cameo here, just what Hampshire need. 31 from 21. Albert, who's just come to the crease with 3 off 5, and Chappell has conceded 46 from 8 overs in a competition that he's had success in with both ball and bat.
Yes, I was saying to Dave, before this, 12 wickets at 18 apiece, but it's not been his day today, and actually not really been Samit Patel's day either. So
no. Patel into his 8th over here, none for 49, as that's worked out on the leg side for a single. And Dave Fletcher is back. Everybody was worried that he'd walked off, but he's back alongside Dave Allen.
Nobody was worried. Samit Patel bowls. That one has been slog swept over the head, is it? No, it's been caught by Anuj Dal out at square leg, and Ben Brown goes for 31. Derbyshire are fighting back here, fighting back well too. 240 for 5 now. Ben Brown goes to the slog sweep. It was a good catch out on the boundary. He had to wait for the ball to arrive. I'm just trying to see the wind here, and it would have been swirling a little bit out there. Good catch by Dal. Samit picks up his first wicket, and Derbyshire, as I say, are just starting to fight back a little bit here.
I guess the only thing to say from Hampshire point, well, I'm clearly Hampshire don't want to be losing wickets, as Kevin was saying. The players that are getting in and getting the runs, and Weatherly was the first, and now Brown. The only thing to say is that the man coming in, Felix Organ, is having a very good season in this competition. He's scored 59, 46 not out, 6 down at Beckenham, and 74 not out here. So home in particular, I can work that out, 120, 179. He's averaging 179 here in this competition.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Not so good away. and doing a bit of bowling as well. So yeah, he's been very good so far. That's probably put the mockers on him anyway. So
yes, it's strange, isn't it? Because we do similar things. Well, we do it all the time, don't we? Because we talk about different players. But whenever Zach Chappell comes out to bat now, you go, "Well, here comes Zach Chappell," and well, he's not going to. You can't keep going to the well. You simply can't keep going to the well. Samit a little bit expensive. 50 runs conceded from his 7 overs and 2 balls, but he has picked up that wicket, going at 6.8 and over. Samit at the moment, which is a little more than he would have liked, I'm sure. So I'll work out what he goes at as a sort of regular Samit Patel. Usually his economy rate is below 5, so he has been a little more expensive than normal. Not
been a lot in it for him. There was one that turned and bounced quite a bit, but it hasn't seemed generally to have done that much.
Organ immediately with the reverse sweep, and he's gone first ball.
Yeah, see, I told you Organ was in good nick here.
Thank you very much, Dave Allen, for picking up that particular wicket. The reverse sweep first ball's an interesting option for any batter, I think. Yes, he might be in good form. Yes, he might be full of confidence, but Samit Patel's on a hat-trick now as Organ goes for naught. And Hampshire at 241 for 5.
And Felix Organ walks off averaging 89.5 on this ground. I think that was a daft shot to play first up, but then I suppose I'm old-fashioned.
I'm not a big fan of it. I mention it quite a lot. My lad, who's 24, plays it in club cricket, and I'm furious every time he does it.
I think if you're 25 not out and near the end of the innings, okay, but first ball, and Dom Kelly, who's coming in, is well, I would like to have said
What's
that
he
he's actually batted quite usefully, but he's rubbish. Dom Kelly's absolute rubbish, and he ain't going to get any runs at all. In fact, I mean, the truth is that he's only batted twice, but he's made 32 and 36, and if he gets anything near that today, in what we've got left, 6 and a bit overs, they'll be very pleased with him. But there isn't a huge amount of batting to come, so I think that was a balmy shot by Felix Organ.
I think we can safely say that Dom Kelly will not reverse sweep the first ball, or can we? Because you can barely predict anything in this game anymore.
No, that's right. Yeah.
So we will find out in the fullness of time. I think that Toby Albert might have gone down the pitch and told him to not play the reverse sweep to the first ball, but we'll find out.
It's not a typical hat-trick field, is it?
No, there's no dispensations for hat-tricks in this kind of game. So here he is then, Samit Patel on a hat-trick. Hampshire 240 for 6. And Samit is in, and that one is wide of the off stump and pushed out into the offside, where it's fielded by Mitch Wagstaff, and it's all very anticlimactic. As hat-trick balls so often are.
So often. I used to make a joke of that, Dave, for many years.
This one is driven but slightly edgily backward of square on the offside. That's a fine. No, it isn't a fine stop. I thought it was a fine stop by Darren Dupavel, and he didn't actually stop it, and it was tidied up by Anos Dahl, and they pick up 2 runs, 242 for 6.
I used to, on broadcast quite often in championship matches, people would take 2 and 2, and I'd say, I've never seen a championship hat-trick.
Samit Bowles defended at the back foot by Kelly.
And this went on from, I wasn't broadcasting then, but this went on. I watched my first game ever in 1959. 2020, I still haven't ever seen a first-class hat-trick. I'd seen all kinds of things. I'd seen county sides make 700. I'd seen people score 300. Never seen a first-class hat-trick. And I was actually on broadcast when we were playing Surrey at Arundel. And James Fuller took 2 and 2, and I said, whatever happens now, I can confirm that there's no chance that he's going to get the wicket, because I have never seen a hat-trick and I never will. And of course he took it. He got the wicket. And it was the worst piece of broadcasting I've ever done in my life. I was just coming, he got it, I can't believe he got it. And then I calmed down. It was, I was all right after that. But it was so. And then the next year, Mo Abbas took one here, which I saw. So suddenly there were hat-tricks all over the place. But yeah. All those years.
Darren Dupavelon is back from the pavilion end, the South African. Bowls to Albert, who just guides this backward of square. That's Sam Connors back on the field. That's good to see. Excellent to see Sam back on the field. So he's clearly okay after a cold bath or some of that freeze spray. Gary Charles has been in touch via X. He's finished early, 3 wickets down. They're looking after. Yes, they are looking after him. Apart from the potato snacks competition, a couple of mentions of that, but I think we got away with it. Here is Dupavelon. He has sent me another message as well, as this one is turned into the leg side nicely by Albert. He moves on to 5, 243 for 6. He says, "Hey, nout wrong with holidaying in Chesterfield, pal." No, you're absolutely right, Gary. I wasn't being disparaging about Chester. It's just not your normal.
No.
I mean, you go to Mablethorpe, Gary. You don't stay in Chesterfield for your holidays. If it was that good, you wouldn't leave.
My aunt lived opposite Brearley Park.
Right.
Brearley Park?
No, I'm very poor in Derbyshire geography in general. I'm not a Derbyshire person.
Oh, right, okay. It's sort of between Old Whittington and New Whittington, up by what's called the Revolution House. That's what I remember about it.
Around the wicket bowls. That one is driven gloriously by Kelly for 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot out towards the wide long off boundary. Nothing that Chappell could do about that. It was a wide half volley, in fairness, but it was beautifully played.
Yeah. The other thing I remember with great fondness about my teenage holidays in Chesterfield is that they had a big marketplace. And there was at least one stall there that sold amazingly obscure blues and soul records, which is my great passion in life. And I used to come back from holiday with stuff that I couldn't find in Portsmouth anywhere. Wonderful things.
Avalon bowls, and it's there was an attempted pull. It's sort of high up on the splice of the bat and gone up towards Ross Whiteley. They've gone through for a single, 248 for 6. I mean, there's still 32 deliveries to go, so there's no reason why they can't get close to 300.
I said that the halfway mark, Dave, I remember writing down if it was true that you doubled it after 30 overs, given that there were lots of wickets in hand, that would be 280. But I think they might get beyond that, actually.
I think they should. As Du Pavillon is in, that one is driven out into the offside by Albert towards Anuj Dal for a single. 7 off the Du Pavillon over. 8 overs, 2 for 37 his figures. Now we have 5. No, it wasn't the last ball of the over. I've gone too early again. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I have gone too early.
It's because you keep thinking we're watching the 100, don't you? Think it's all 5 ball overs.
No. 249 for 6. Oh dear, oh dear. Around the wicket he comes, and that one is wide, so we'll have to bowl that one again. I'm not sure what he was trying to bowl there.
That was very wide, wasn't it? It was almost on the next strip.
Yeah, the 250 comes up for Hampshire in the 45th over. 7 minutes beyond 3 hours, which is pretty good going. 5 overs to go. They'll finish well inside the. I think it's gone up to about 235 now. The cut-off 240. It's gone to now. In actual fact, a couple of stoppages in play as Du Pavillon is in, and he steps a long way into the offside. Does Kelly? Turns it into the leg side. Dal comes racing in to do the fielding, and that is the end of the over. Darren Du Pavillon's figures are 2 for 39 from 8 overs. Samit's got a couple left as well, and he's going to bowl his 9th by the look of it. I wonder if we will see Sam Connors bowl again. There'll be almost no point in him coming back onto the field because he bats at 11. It's not as if so there can only be the reason that he's okay and he's ready to bowl.
Yeah.
Samit's going to bowl the next one. 5 to go.
251 for 6. It's only the second time this season that Hampshire have got the 250 in this competition, even though they're doing quite well in it. Best score 285 for 8. That's the only other time they got there, and that was the first game against Northants here.
Derbyshire old hands at the 250 mark. 3 of their 5 innings have been in excess of 250.
Right.
As Samit bowls, that one is a lovely shot out towards inside out towards the cover boundary for 4. Really nicely played by Kelly. Just gave himself a little bit of room backing into the leg side, and then hammered it out into the off at 255 for 6. One of those occasions they lost. They made 260 against Worcestershire, but they chased down 266 against Middlesex and chased down 317 or 316 Somerset made on Sunday, and Northamptonshire 236 as Samit has a big appeal for leg before wicket, but Hassan Adnan is unimpressed as he signals leg by. 1 more to the total, 256, so 256 for 6.
I'm sorry that Harry Kame's not playing. His father is a pal of mine. We were on the Hampshire committee together at one time.
That one strikes the pad as well, and they go through for another leg by. It's good running. If you can prevent any dot balls from happening, then you're doing good things. It's the second successive leg by. 257 for 7. Yes, we didn't know until quite late that he's for this hamstring injury.
Yeah.
He's going for a scan apparently, which doesn't sound great.
No.
I'm sure Peter will have been disappointed as well. That one is heaved into the leg side by Kelly for a single. He moves to 13. 258 for 6. He's had a pretty good competition as well.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
71, 113.
Yeah. I think he.
Samit in again around the wicket, bowls wide, and that will be signalled wide.
I've got a feeling he never played here for Hampshire, because I think he played in 2020 when we were playing our home games at Arundel because of lockdown and, you know, the test matches.
Test series was here, yeah.
And I certainly saw him play for Hampshire. I saw him at Hove make his debut for Hampshire. But,
legitimate delivery this time as Albert just clips it down towards long on, and comes Reese to do the fielding. 261 for 6.
He's not played so regularly in the championship as last year, has he? I think.
No, he was in the side at the very start of the season. Lost his place as David Lloyd moved up to open. 260 for 6 it actually is. This one's been clipped away off an inside edge down towards Matt Lamb in the far distance. They go through for another single. It's the end of Samit Patel's 9th over. 2 for 60 his figures. Kelly 14, Albert 7, Hampshire 261 for 6 with 4 overs to go. They'll have to go some to get to 300 now. but it's still a possibility. Physio on to administer something to Darren Dupavel on a little tablet, and takes a drink there afterwards as well. So cricketers are always taking something, aren't they? They seem to be these days.
He's bowled well today, but not played that much in this competition. Is that
Dupavel on?
Is there a reason for that?
Well, he's been twice. He's been rested. He missed the first game because he had an ankle issue. So then he came back and played, took 3 for 47 against Middlesex, and then was rested again.
Oh, okay.
And didn't play at Somerset. I think they're just nursing him through the 50-over competition.
Okay.
Zach Chappell, who has played every single game so far, as the ball is beaten into... Well, I thought it was into the ground. It's been caught by Samit Patel. It's just looped up off the bat.
I thought the same.
And Samit Patel takes the catch, and the lowest of low-key celebrations from Zach Chappell, who does pick up his first wicket of the match. That is remarkable. 261 for 7 now. I'm flabbergasted. I was convinced that was just played into the ground and looped into the offside, but it must have hit the ground and then the bat and looped up, which is clearly what's happened. Samit Patel takes the catch, and Kelly goes for 14.
I think, in fairness to us, he's got his back to us, so we couldn't actually see the moment of contact between bat and ball. But I thought,
very kind of you to say so.
I did think, but I thought exactly the same, Dave. I really thought it had just ballooned up and was going to be a crowd catch, but it was not at all.
It's a crowd catch that fooled me, but it wasn't a crowd catch. 261 for 7. So they've gone from 221 for 3 to 261 for 7. But that's a lot of runs, and we know how hard somebody like Kyle Abbott can hit the ball when he wants to. But they will be slightly disappointed with this, I think, Hampshire, and Derbyshire will be delighted, I'm certain. And I'm pleased for Zach Chappell, because it means he's now taken a wicket in every single game of the competition so far, which is always a nice little record to have. His fewest was 1 against Middlesex, 1 for 64. He's got 1 for 46 today. He's got 11 deliveries at his disposal. Darren Dupavel on warming up. Kyle Abbott on strike. Tall man to tall man. That one is pushed into the leg side. Now there might be 2 here, because that's gone into no man's land, and there is 2. That's brilliantly run. They knew straight away that there was going to be 2. It didn't reach the edge of the 30-yard circle. The man coming in off the boundary couldn't get there in time. Zach Chappell couldn't get to the edge of the circle in time. And Abbott underway with a couple. 263 for 7.
He made 37 down at Beckenham last time out. He didn't play in the last game, but 37 very useful runs at a point where Hampshire was struggling. In fact, they lost that game anyway. But,
he waits now as Jack Chappell bowls. It's a full toss, I think, turned into the leg side for a single out towards young Harry Moore. 264 for 7. I've just got the wicket up of the last wicket that went, and the ball looked like it stopped on him.
Okay.
His bat was it's hit quite a bit further up the bat than I imagined as well. If only they hadn't have had their back to me, I might have been able to call it properly, but in the end I couldn't. Here's Zach Chappell bowling to Albert. That's a slower delivery, and again that just sticks in the pitch, and Albert can do no more than just play it into the ground.
Well, I retired from ball by ball last year when I called a couple of dismissals wrong, and I said to Kev, my eyes are 74 years old, Kev, and even with these glasses I think it's time to have a rest.
What are you trying to tell me?
No, well, you're not 74, so you're all right. You got at least 3 years to go.
Yes, quite. Oh dear. Here comes Chappell in and bowls, and that one is pushed up towards long on. Ross Whiteley with the numberless shirt down in the far distance, not expecting to be playing in this game. Wasn't named in the squad yesterday, and then was released by South Wales team, having not played for them. once you've not played in 2 successive matches, you can be released back into the wild.
He has played for Derbyshire in this, hasn't he?
Yes.
Didn't he get a 60 odd or something?
First match of the season, well, of the competition. Yeah, that one is turned into the leg side by Kyle Abbott for a single. He moves on to 4, 266 for 5. With just 3 overs to go now, so 18 more deliveries, 266 for 7. Derbyshire fighting back nicely. Yes, he and Zach Chappell won the game at Northampton from 79 for 7.
Yeah.
When they eventually made it all the way to 236. It was the highest score for the 8th wicket, 9th wicket, whatever it was, and all the rest of it. Played beautifully. And then the following day, while we were still euphoric, we learned that he was going off to play for Welsh Fire.
Was he a sort of late replacement in that? Yeah, same as Chris Wood at Hampshire. Yeah,
Yes.
it's gone.
Pat Brown is the same thing that's happened to Pat Brown. He's in Leeds at the moment, having played a game in this competition, having been released by them. He's now back with them, but still hasn't played.
No,
for whatever reason. Samit Patel begins his final over. That one is pushed up to long on by Abbott for a single, 267 for 7.
Well, a runner ball will just about equal Hampshire's best this season, 285 for 8. So, be surprised if there are many dot balls, even if there aren't lots of boundaries.
There's another ball that's clubbed up towards long on. This time by Albert, who moves to 9, 268 for 7.
Toby Albert's got a best of 96 not out in this competition, so he's
do well to beat that.
But yeah, he will to this. I think if he does, we will win.
I just thought so. Sun shines as Abbott clips the ball into the leg side. Sam Connors comes around to do the fielding, and they get back for 2. Good running. Abbott moves to 7 off 5 deliveries. Hampshire 270 for 7. Conceded an awful lot of runs late on against Somerset. That hasn't happened so far, and there are only 15 balls to go. That one's clipped into the leg side again. It's a very similar shot with a similar outcome as again Sam Connors. It's beautifully placed by Kyle Abbott. Sam Connors comes around to do the fielding, and 2 more. Abbott moves to 9, and it's 272 for 7. 14 balls to go. Abbott 9 from 6, and they're now strengthening the leg side with Matt Lamb coming across in his Casey Jones cap.
Yeah, it looks like we might be in for a nice afternoon now.
Let's hope so. It feels like a batting afternoon. That one is clipped into the leg side, but it's to the right of Matt Lamb. But him being there means that Abbott couldn't place it exactly where he wanted to and where he had the previous 2. So only a single on this occasion. He moves on to 10, 273 for 7 with 1 ball of Samit Patel's 10 to go. 2 for 67 at the moment. Samit is in, and that one is clipped up towards long on by Albert for a single. He'll move into double figures. Hampshire will be 274 for 7 with 2 overs to go, and Samit Patel finishes with 10 overs, 2 for 68, which is a little more expensive than he has been as a rule. But picked up a couple of wickets as he dismissed Ben Brown and Felix Organ in successive deliveries in the 44th over, which no question has helped suppress the Hampshire final score, I would suggest, probably by about 20 runs.
Yeah.
So Zach Chappell to bowl his final over, 1 for 51 at the moment. I just worry about pace on at this stage of a game. He's been offered the entirety of the leg side, pretty much everybody on the boundary. Chappell bowls, and that's played into the ground. Chappell will kick the ball at stumps and miss by about 2 yards. They get through for the single. Zach Chappell with his hands up as if to say, what have I done? 275 for 7.
It's one of the things I remember about Derbyshire in the 1960s is that you had lots of footballers there. Lots.
They had a few, didn't they? That Chris Marple's played football, didn't he?
Yeah, Chesterfield.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, and Ian Buxton.
Yeah, of course, one of my predecessors in this job.
Oh,
He
yeah.
became the commentator for Radio Derby for a while, Ian Buxton, yeah.
And Ray Swallow, maybe. Did he play football and cricket? I can't remember now. Somebody will tweet in with all sorts of answers.
Next delivery is whipped into the leg side. Chappell will have to fetch it himself. They pick up another single. Abbott will move on to 11. 276 for 7. Mark Beecroft, Stretton has been on.
Was Chris Marple a goalkeeper?
Yes, I think
there
he
were
was.
loads of goalkeepers at Chesterfield, weren't there? People like Shilton and Banks and Bob Wilson. Bob Wilson
was
I don't
born
think,
in Chesterfield.
Yeah,
that
that's
was
right.
a Scotland
yeah.
international,
yeah.
wasn't it?
Well, his parents were friends of my aunt that I keep talking about, who lived in Chesterfield. His Bob Wilson's parents.
And comes Chappell again. That one is clubbed into the ground and up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Darren Dupavillon, and a single is taken. 277 for 7.
So that calculation, I mean, I don't know if it always works, but that calculation of take the 30 over score, and if there's lots of, I mean, it's no good if you're 130 for 8, you're not going to get 260. But you know, if it's the 30 overs with plenty of wickets in hand, and that what I said was that would make it 280. So it's going to be about that, isn't it?
This one is a slower ball bouncer that completely foxes Kyle Abbott. He sort of went for the heave into the leg side that missed. The ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Mark Beecroft Stratton, whose emails I always enjoy, says greetings from just around the corner from Revolution House. Revolution House has just had a new thatched roof installed, which was the most interesting thing that's happened to the place in decades. So by contrast, I don't know if this pub is called this, but I hope it is. By contrast, the pub next door to it, the Cock and Magpies, recently closed. One cannot but wonder if the two are connected. In comes Chappell and bowls. That's a short delivery. That might be wide, unless he's got a little touch on it, and he has got a little touch on it. And he picks up 4 more, Kyle Abbott. I wasn't sure if he'd made contact with that. If he hadn't, it would have been 5 wides. As it is, it's 4 runs. Abbott moves on to 15, and Hampshire 281 for 7 with 7 deliveries to go. Thank you, Mark, for your
yeah, that's nice
missive. I assume it's true. I mean, sometimes he sends in the most remarkable emails. As Chappell is in and bowls, or when he goes for the swing into the leg side, he gets a bottom edge on it and he goes out into the offside. Kyle Abbott keeps the strike. He moves on to 16 for the final over. 282 for 7. Who's going to bowl the last one? It looks like Darren Dupavillon is marching purposefully towards the north end of the ground and towards umpire Hassan Adnan, and he removes his cap, so that was pretty much confirming that it will be Darren Dupavillon to bowl the last over. Zach Chappell finishes with 10 overs, 1 for 59.
Is this his first over from this end?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Yes. I didn't want to say that out loud, but I'm fairly sure that it
well,
is.
that's all right. It doesn't matter if I get it wrong. People get used to that. So.
Well, he's bowled 8 overs, 2 for 39, so has been...
he's done well.
Other than Harry Moore, whose 7 overs went for just 32, has been the most economical of the bowlers.
And he bowled a terrific Yorker to get rid of Gubbins.
Yes, he did. That is very much his stock in trade, Darren Dupavillon, the Yorker. So if he doesn't move too far away from that as he bowls a Yorker-ish towards Kyle Abbott. They're going to come back for the second, and there's a misfield down below as by, of all people, Ross Whiteley, and then the ball is thrown in and takes a nail off Darren Dupavillon's right hand by the look of it. He's not happy with the way he tried to stop that. 2 more to the total. Abbott moves to 18 off 12 to 84 for 7.
That was not the best cricket for a minute there. There we are. He's not got a name or a number, Ross Whiteley.
There's a very good reason.
Okay.
Very good.
He wants to be incognito coming back here.
Well, no. Oh, that's a full toss. Oh, and I thought he'd taken the catch on the return, but he hasn't, and the ball is racing away down towards the boundary. Ross Whiteley was slide in and keep the ball in play. They've run 2, and that's all they'll get. That was excellent work on this occasion from Ross Whiteley. It was a full toss from Dupavillon. I thought when he stuck out a right hand, it might have stuck. Abbott moves to 18. What does he move to? 20. He moved
Whiteley
to
did
20.
really well.
Yeah, excellent piece of work from Ross Whiteley. So having misfielded slightly the previous delivery.
In fairness, actually, he didn't have a great time here with Hampshire, but he fielded and caught in the deep very, very well. He was always good in the field.
Pavilon is in again. This one's heaved into the leg side. That might be the first 6 of the day. That's a huge blow. That is a huge blow from Kyle Abbott. He moves to 26, and Hampshire 292 for 7 now with 3 deliveries to go. They may well get to 300. The reason he hasn't got a number on his back is that he's come straight from Cardiff and didn't have his kit. He didn't have his Derbyshire kit. When he was released yesterday afternoon, he came straight down.
Okay, fair enough. Well, it's Hampshire's biggest score of the season in this, so that will put them in good humour. 3
deliveries to go. De Pavilon on his way into bowls Kyle Abbott. That one is clipped down towards long leg. In races Ross Whiteley. They're going to come back for the second. The throw looks pretty decent, and the bails, well, the stumps are demolished by Brooke Guess, but Abbott gets back for his second and moves to 28. 294 for 7 with 2 balls to go. 300 is still on. 300 makes everything a lot. 299 would be good, but 300 makes everything nice and simple in the second innings, of course, for those of us who aren't particularly good at maths. Will they get there?
2 balls, 6 runs.
Yeah, he could do it with 1 blow. He's already got 12 runs off this over. And you expect the final few overs to go for a few. In goes De Pavilon, then Kyle Abbott waits. De Pavilon bowls a full toss to him, and it's pushed out into the offside. That Lewis Rees thought about going for the catch, and then quite sensibly, I think, decided not to, because Abbott is off strike, which is probably good news. 295 for 7 with 1 ball to go.
They do say that 100+ years ago people used to run 5s quite regularly at the Oval, but I don't think we're going to see it this afternoon here. So he's going to have to hit a 6 if Hampshire. Mind you, I don't think we're going to see exactly 300 now, unless there's overthrows, of course.
That would be disastrous, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
In goes De Pavilon, then final ball. It's a full toss, and it's clubbed down into the deep, and it's taken by Ross Whiteley, and they finish on 295 for 8 after their 50 overs. The man out is Toby Albert, who goes for 12, caught in the deep off the bowling of Darren De Pavilon, who's bowled pretty well and produced one very remarkable piece of fielding to run out Joe Weatherly, coming back for a 3rd run, which was absolutely bizarre. Darren De Pavilon, then the figures finishing with 9 overs, 3 for 52. So he can be pleased with his day's work. A couple of wickets for Samit Patel, 1 each for Harry Moore and Zach Chappell. The big partnership there was between Nick Gubbins and Joe Weatherly. They put on 113 for the 2nd wicket. At that stage, when Gubbins was out, Hampshire were 157 for 2. They lost wickets reasonably regularly after that Weatherly run out for 93. 31 to Ben Brown, 14 to Dom Kelly. And then right at the end there, Kyle Abbott, 29 off 16, bludgeoning a 6 as well out into the leg side. So what do you make of that total, Dave?
Well, it's Hampshire's best of the season, and they're also fielding their most experienced attack, given that Abbas and Abbott are both expected to bowl through. So I think it's pretty good. On the other hand, Derbyshire have got a decent record of chasing this year, haven't they? So run a ball wins it. You know, it's I think it's difficult to call, is what I'd say.
I think you called it slightly early when you said we could have an entertaining afternoon. Let's hope that we do. Let's hope that we do. Yeah. We'll be back in about half an hour here on the BBC Sport website, Radio Solent, BBC Radio Derby as well, to see how Derbyshire's run chase goes. Remember, Derbyshire supporters, they've already chased down in excess of 300. They did that 3 days ago at Taunton. Can they do it again? We shall find out.
Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where we are just ending the break between the innings. It's Hampshire against Derbyshire in this Metrobank one-day cup group fixture. And Hampshire, having been asked to bat first, reached 295 for 8 at the end of their 50 overs. Chief contributors to that Hampshire total were 93 from opener Joe Weatherly. That came off 125 balls. There were 62 from Nick Gubbins in at 3, and a useful cameo from Kyle Abbott at the end. 29 not out off just 16 deliveries. There was 3 wickets for South African pace bowler Darren Duper-Villen, and 2 wickets for Samit Patel, and a wicket each for Zach Chappell and also for Harry Moore. So at the start of this game it was 4th against 1st, so Derbyshire will need 296 to win this game. Your commentary team a little later from BBC Derby, Dave Fletcher, will be back with us, but it's myself, Kevin James, and Hampshire's honorary archivist Dave Allen to take you through these first few overs. And Dave, overall the Hampshire innings?
Well, it's their highest score in this competition this season, and I think there were points in it where you thought they might get beyond 300 and 320 maybe, but it's not a bad score. And they've got their experienced pace attack playing in this game, and it looked to me like to some extent the quicker bowlers were more effective. So I think there are reasons to suppose that Hampshire can win it. On the other hand, Derbyshire have proved themselves to be good chasers, so we might have a cracking game.
That's right, yes, they chased 316 down at Taunton in their last group match. Got there with just 1 wicket to spare, with 10 balls to spare actually in that game, so close game. They also chased down 266 against Middlesex at Derby, won by 9 wickets there. Harry Kame in that game got 113 not out. He's not playing in this one, he's got an injury. But I think we're in for a good game here. This wicket has played a little more, or it's played better than it did in the game against Lancashire here on Sunday, when there was a lot in it for the opening bowlers, especially early on. Just looks as though the umpire is asking some spectators or somebody to move from behind the bowler's arm, because Kyle Abbott is going to open up. As Dave Allen says, Hampshire with their 2 overseas Premier bowlers playing in this game together. Kyle Abbott will bowl the first over. We assume from this northern end that it'll be Mohammed Abbas. So here is Kyle Abbott with the first delivery of the Derbyshire reply, and immediately outside the off stump, Lewis Rees is playing and missing.
Yeah, I mean, Hampshire on Sunday against Lancashire won the game in the end quite easily, but they only posted 222 for 8. So this is 70 more, and
but a better wicket, Dave. That's the thing,
yeah.
Isn't it? Here, Lewis Rees is in decent form in this competition. Made 88 in that run chase against Middlesex. He also had 52 not out in that very shortened game against Lancashire at Derby, where there was just less than 40 overs in the game. That's pushed up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Lewis Rees is playing his 39th list day game for Derby. Fraction under 1,500 runs at 42 he's averaging.
Yep, pretty good.
It's a decent average, isn't it? And in any form of cricket, that's in list day. Pretty solid opener. He's being joined at the non-strikers end by Matthew Lamb, the 28-year-old. So it's Abbott then from the pavilion end. Right on round, and is he edged this? He has. I saw the deflection from here. Rees says no, I didn't, and he's still standing there. Now he makes his way off, but there might have been a deflection off the pitch. Just watching that replay again, he didn't look behind Rees, but he definitely, from his body language, suggests that he didn't touch it.
Yeah. Didn't seem to be any doubt among the bowlers or the bowler or the fielders. I mean, Abbott went up before the catch went in, but you never know, do you? With something like that, did he just, brush his pad, nick the securing bit on the pad or something? I don't know. Unusual for a man to stand there like that. you know, unless he really believes he didn't touch it. You know, I don't think it was just disappointment.
I think it's difficult to tell from a
We
distance,
can't,
isn't it?
yeah, we
And it's
can't
difficult to tell if you watch it on the live picture feed
Yeah.
as well. But there was definitely a deflection. Now, as I say, whether that came off the pitch, but when you saw the ball leave the arm and you saw the line of the ball, there was definitely some movement there. Now, maybe when you see a deflection like that, you think, well, that's an obvious nick. Now, maybe that wasn't so obvious. But anyway, he's gone. 3 balls. And that is a blow for Derbyshire, who come into this game top of the league, won 4 from 5. Hampshire have won 3 from 4. And this is a big game for both these sides, with 4 sides at the top who, I wouldn't say haven't pulled away from others, but there are sides that are having a decent run in this competition, and the odd loss here and there could make a huge difference. Now, Brooke Guest, the keeper, is the next man in, the right-hander, 27 years of age. He's playing his 28th game in List A cricket for Derbyshire. And Abbott's over the wicket then to the right-hander, and Guest works that up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Looks to me like an absolute certainty that Somerset are going to beat Northampton. They only need 156 and they're 76 for 1 after just 10 overs. Worcester, very good chance of beating Kent, although Kent have got to 259. Worcester haven't started yet. If Worcester and Somerset and Hampshire win, going to be 4 teams this evening on 8 points. Not all having played the same number of games, but 4 teams on 8 points.
It's that close as Abbott bowls. Oh, what's that hit? I think that's hit the pad this time. Everybody's up, including some in the crowd as well, but that, for me, just felt like it hit the top of the pad. Don't know about you, Dave.
I wasn't convinced that behind the wicket they were convinced about the shout, really, but I think you're right. It did bounce quite a lot, didn't it?
Interesting enough, Guest did look behind on that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's always completely revealing. I have on occasions seen people look behind when there clearly wasn't a catch. I don't know whether it's a reflex of some people, but no, he didn't.
Good start from Abbott, that's for sure, as Guest forward, thick outside edge. Good diving stop at point by Fletcher Middleton. Safe runs there for sure. Palm that off to Nick Gubbins in the covers. And that is a wicket maiden to start off with. I don't think Hampshire could have asked for much more.
No, that's. I mean, if you're going to pick your top overseas opening bowlers, then that's what you need them to do. And Moa Bass so far this season has only played that one game. I think he bowled 2 overs, didn't he? Went off injured, 0 for 5. He took it, and so.
Bit of side strain for Moa Bass. So hopefully he's back fit. One would suggest that the fact that he's selected in the final 11 suggests that he is. So Matthew Lamb is playing his 6th game in this year's competition. Played all 4 innings. Hasn't done too much yet. 14 runs in total. Average of just under 5, so he'll be looking for something here. So Moa Bass into him. Runs away from us and bowls. Lamb plays that into the ground, fielded at point. And there is no run. Playing just his 9th List Day game for Derbyshire.
Interesting, Moa Bass has not played much cricket lately. I was talking earlier about whether it seemed to me that Joe Weatherly took a while to get going today. He's hardly played any cricket. Moa Bass has played more cricket in the Championship, but some weeks ago now.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Didn't play in the T20, so he hasn't played very much cricket at all recently.
It's like starting the season again.
Yeah.
Comes in again and bowls. Forward is Lamb. Good length ball there from Moa Bass. I think Hampshire's playing these 2 bowlers are literally going for the jugular here, aren't they? As in terms of, yes, you want to play the youngsters, but also you want to try and, if you're going to be in the competition, you might as well try and win it at the same time. I suppose it's trying to find a balance.
Well, there are a lot of younger players in the Hampshire side who are getting good experience. Even somebody like Eddie Jack, who's been rested today, he's had good experience so far as their leading wicket taker so far.
That's interesting. That's a little fuller. That's a good diving stop. That's mid off by Brad Wheel. Yeah, Kyle Abbott's played 3 out of the 4 matches. Didn't play the last game against Lancashire here, but did pick up 3 for 16 from 10 overs in that loss against Kent at Beckenham, which was a mighty fine spell.
Talking of going for the juggler as well, the other key point that might come into play at some point is run rate. And at the moment, in the net run rates, these top 4 teams, Hampshire are just slightly behind everybody else. So a big win today.
Bit of bounce on Lamb there as he pushes that out into the covers.
Would help them.
Yeah.
On the other hand, in fact, Worcestershire in second place have the best run rate at the moment. Somerset are going to improve theirs considerably today, I would have thought, if they're going at the rate they're going. They'll be the first to finish, and I think they'll go up to 8 points and probably have a better run rate than Derbyshire. So at some point today, Somerset will be top, and then if Derbyshire win, they'll go back top. But if Derbyshire don't win, Somerset may well stay top on the run rate, and that might come into it in the end.
Oh dear. It's nipped. That's nipped back and gone over the stumps. That's a wicked nip back of that one. Lamb completely outdone there, and I don't blame him. I think everybody would have done. That's nipped back, bounced and gone quick. Whoa.
Just doubled him up, didn't it?
Looked even better on the replay, on the live picture feed. Yeah, I always think, actually, when you think about a tournament which is only 8 games, in order to qualify, so it's not a lot. When Somerset are playing half their games at Taunton and it's decided on run rate if it's the same number of points, that's a little unfair. There should be some sort of handicap system.
Yes.
Here comes Abbas, playing a missing outside the off stump. That's a hopeful shot after seeing what happened the last delivery. Good start from Abbas. That's a maiden, so we've had a wicket maiden and a maiden to start for Derbyshire. So as that's only 2 overs bowled, you don't need me to tell you the total. There is more wickets that have fallen than runs scored at the moment, but it's all very, very early days. Steve Rogers has emailed solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, enjoying the commentary and the stream, as always. Currently on board Arcadia in port, and I won't say it because it looks ridiculous name, in northwest Iceland.
Oh my.
Nice early wicket from Abbott there. Keep up the good work. That's Steve, who's normally in Luton. That's played away on the leg side. So first runs for Derbyshire. It comes courtesy of Brook Guest, and they are 1 for 1. Do you recognise that name, David?
Isa Fjord her. Isa Fjord her.
In northwest
But
Ireland.
I certainly don't reckon. No, never been to Iceland, I've got to say.
Apologies for those that live there.
I've been to Luton.
Have you? We'll stick with Luton.
I can't chat about Luton like I can Chesterfield, but I have been there.
I wonder what similarities there are between the two. Here comes Abbott, bowling to Matthew Lamb. Lamb pushes that out to point. Middleton fields that one. So 1 for 1. 295 needed. This will be the second highest total that Derbyshire will have chased if they're successful.
I suspect there hasn't been a lot of cricket played in Isaac Fjord her. There has been a bit in Luton. I think Northants used to play maybe Sunday League games in Luton. I'm not sure. But somebody will tweet in and tell us all.
Luton,
email.
yeah, yes, I think Northamptonshire might have played there.
I think so, yeah.
Driving on the up is Lamb, fielded by Gubbins. Yeah, there's a ground there. I forget what it's called.
Yeah,
Luton.
It's strictly speaking, Bedfordshire probably, isn't it?
It'll be Bedfordshire's ground, but I'm sure Northants have played just about everywhere around there.
Yeah, they do.
Tring was another one they played.
Yes, that's right. They did, didn't they? Yeah.
Milton Keynes.
Yeah.
Bletchley. Played a Sunday League game once at Bletchley.
Did you?
Bletchley Park.
Right.
Yeah, I think anywhere with an open space, I think Northants have played there. Here comes Abbott. Bowles always beating outside the off stump. That's a great delivery. That's bounced and straightened.
I remember going to Northampton in the days when the football ground was all still there, in the same sort of half and half ground.
Okay.
I've not been there in modern times since it's been developed, I have to say, but I remember seeing Gordon Greenwich there caught down towards third man, really, I think.
Okay.
In the days when nobody was caught there, and nowadays it's quite common dismissal.
It's pushed out into the covers. Another good delivery from Abbott. Wardown Park, that's the one.
Oh, okay, right.
In Luton.
Yeah, I think when I went, it might have been 1978. It was one of the years when Hampshire were winning the Sunday League, and we went to Northampton because it was near the end of the season and we probably needed to win it. Yeah, I think it was that year that Barry Richards and Andy Roberts had departed mid-season.
Okay.
And we were depending on Gordon Greenwich, but he got out cheaply and we lost. So it's quite a long way to go on a Sunday to watch your team lose, really.
Would be. Here's Abbott again from the pavilion end. That's going to be a quick single.
Oh,
Lamb pushing that wide a bit on. Oh,
he's hurt himself.
Oh, he has. He's pulled a hammy.
Yeah.
Has he?
Something. He certainly. He was in danger of being run out there because he couldn't run properly. But I don't know quite. You'd have thought at that point he might stop and rub his leg and the physio would run on, but he's not done any of those things. So whether it was just a momentary twisting of an ankle or something, just a slight twisting, and he's okay. But he hauled up the pitch, and I think if that throw had hit, he might have been gone. But
well, the batters are having a chat. Yeah. No physio's being called. I don't know on the what's on the live picture feed. Just trying to work out what moment when he was running did he pull up, but he's not called for the physio.
No.
So he's going to carry on, and the Falcons are 2 for 1 after 3 overs. If you're keeping an eye on the run rate from here on in, it's just over 6 1/4, which is nothing to worry about at this stage. Lewis Rees, the 1 wicket that's gone, caught behind off Abbott for no score in the first over. Here's Abbas. That's nipped back on Lamb. He's played that well, actually.
We were talking about all the kids who were playing here, and I mentioned the Gospel young side that were here. What I hadn't realised until lunchtime is that there was a huge parade of local club colt sides, youth sides, boys and girls, and they walked round the ground and got a big round of applause, and I'm sure they enjoyed that hugely, and then you could see some of the squads having their photos taken.
You're right, there was a lot, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Zabas comes in again, driven back to him on the up by Lamb. Good piece of fielding, picks it up cleanly.
So I don't know the names of any of the other club sides, but well done to them. I hope they're enjoying the day, having a good time. Sunshine's gone away for them again, and sadly it's a bit of a sort of silvery grey afternoon. I thought that it was breaking up and the blue skies were coming out. I think from the south. I think the wind is quite strong from the south, which is over the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion.
Driving thick inside edge, goes out on the onside. And there is no run.
Usually comes more from the west, but actually those trees over on the west side of the berm are moving like nobody's business. There's a lot of wind in those, but I think today that wind is rather more southerly.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a bit fresher, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Wardown Park, actually. Northamptonshire's last championship game there was in 1997. And it is in Bedfordshire, of course, as you said. That's driven up to mid-on, and it's a good diving stop at mid-on, but they'll still come through for a single. That's young Dominic Kelly. That ball was just going to... The last List A game there at Wardown Park was 2005. Oh, but that was in the days when the C&G Trophy, which was the forerunner to this, was first round when the minor counties were involved, Bedfordshire against Sussex.
We got to the final.
2005, yes. Beat Warwickshire.
Yeah.
It's getting fresher, you can probably hear it. Here's Abbas, length ball to Guest. Let's push that up to mid-off.
Yeah, it is. The wind has got up and there are hordes, I don't know if that's the right collective term for them really, but hordes of seagulls floating around on the breeze. Or maybe they've turned up because it's just after lunch and they're hoping people have dropped sandwiches and biscuits and things. There are loads of them, particularly out towards the west side scoreboard.
I don't know if the weather's brought some of them in as well. Who knows? Just looking at my weather app, which is no real guide, but it's not really showing any rain, so that's good news. Another good length ball to Brooke Guest. Very accurate start here from these two experienced overseas seamers. Abbas has bowled 2 overs, none for 1. Abbas is 2 overs, 1 for 2, and they're making these early overs as difficult as possible for these Derbyshire batters. Now the physio is on.
Yeah.
To have a look at Matthew Lamb. Nobody's doing any physioing yet. There's just a chat going on.
Probably pop a couple of painkillers. Oh, actually.
Well, they're asking for a runner.
Yeah, I think they are. That's always good fun. Yeah, I think it's a calf muscle, perhaps. Dave is suggesting it's his calf.
Yeah, I think you're right. So we're going to have a runner, everybody. Which, you're right, Dave, that will produce some fun. Derbyshire will hoping, of course, it'll just go smoothly and nobody will notice. But very rarely, I think we've all been around long enough to know that when there's a runner involved, very rarely does it go smoothly.
Did you get that job occasionally?
I think I had done it in the past, yes. It's a very difficult one.
Sure.
Because, of course, when you are at the same end as the batter who's injured, you can't take a flyer out of the crease. You know, you like the non-striker could come out a couple of paces and then if you're sent back, you go back, or, you know. As a batter at the injured batter's end, you can't move. No. So you actually take longer to get to the other end, which is a bit annoying because sometimes the injured batter can be on the front foot and actually have a yard start on you. Yeah. So it's sometimes it can be difficult to gauge, isn't it? Some batters will say, me as the other batter will call everything. Okay. So sometimes when it's the striker's call, the non-striker batter will still call you as the runner. So that now you can start to get a picture of where things start to go a little bit astray. So it's not something you tend to practice a lot either, is it? Really,
no, I don't suppose you do. No, because it also depends who's available. I mean, presumably
it would have to be
the opener who's out has now got to come back on, and he might not only is he coming out to be the runner, but he's also got the opportunity to have some full and frank conversations with the Hampshire fielders about whether he was really out or not.
Let's carry that conversation on. And of course you can imagine what the fielders would say to that. So Lewis Rees it is.
That's a double indignity, really, isn't it? When given out when you don't believe it, and then 3 overs later you've got to come back on and be the runner.
And he's been told where to go now by the umpire. So even though the umpire's at point, Lewis Rees as the runner will be at square leg.
And there are no Hampshire fielders anywhere near him, so he can't have a conversation.
So we're ready to go again. Kyle Abbott ready to bowl the 5th over of this Derbyshire reply, amongst a bit of noise, as you can hear. And Abbott comes in and bowls, pushed out on the onside, and running the single. Yeah, our Lewis Rees is off and running. And of course, even though you're an injured batter, you have the instinct to run. So that's another little problem.
Well, we had that famous last ball of the final here in 2010 in the T20, didn't we? When there were people running all over the place, and Somerset didn't realise they could have run out and won the competition.
That's right.
The Seagulls have gone bonkers.
Because he'd started to run as the injured batter. Abbott bowls, it's slightly shorter, and that's worked square on the leg side. Now, of course, they can run in the middle. Oh, where's Brooke Guest going? That's to hurry back here. Abbott can't quite gather it in time to throw the ball back to the stumps. But Brooke Guest was... Here we are. Now, as I said, it's going to cause them 1 or 2 problems, and already we've seen within 2 balls a potential run-out situation.
But actually, that was nothing to do with the fact that there's a runner, was it? It was just a balmy call for a second run, really, that was not on. Except that perhaps they're not thinking clearly enough, But,
I suppose so. You have to also remember as a non-striker whether you're looking at the square leg or the... it is hard. Lamb on the back foot steers that down to backward a point more than third. They're coming back for second. Easy second for the batters. And the Falcons move on to 7 for 1. Michael Alexander has emailed. This is one for you, Dave. sonatcricket@gmail.com. Wonder if Dave can help with vague Hampshire visit recollections. I have memories of Malcolm Marshall bowling to Ramprakash at Bournemouth, and have recollections of watching Essex at Pompey. Does any of this ring true, says Mike, who's in North London?
Ever?
Here's Abbott. Bowls. That's pulled away but not timed up to mid-on.
The Ramprakash at Bournemouth could have been, and we could look it up I suppose, but it could have been the last game ever played at Bournemouth, which Kevin played in, and that was Hampshire versus Middlesex in 1992, so that's a possible one, isn't it? You played in that. John Ayling actually got wickets in that particular game, I remember, but I think the game was drawn eventually. Essex at Portsmouth, I mean, the difficulty for me about that is I remember quite a lot of Essex games at Portsmouth.
Here's Abbott again, always having a wild swing at that one with the front foot a long way away from the ball.
I mean, this would not be the game that you're referring to, but my memory is that the first time I ever saw Essex play anywhere was in Portsmouth, which is where I grew up and lived. When I was about 12, in 1962, I saw Trevor Bailey lead Essex at Portsmouth, and the reason I remember that quite clearly is I've still got an old scrapbook with a photo from the local paper in it, the Essex team taking the field, and it's signed by all the Essex team of 1962, including Trevor Bailey. So I remember that. But
playing and missing there, and he's well outside leg stump there, Matthew Lamb. I don't know if he's trying to give himself room to give him some more stability, but he's clearly struggling with the injury that's got, calf or hamstring, whatever it is.
There was an Essex came to Pompey in 1973, in the year that we won the championship, and actually because of the rain I think we ended 1 wicket short of victory, but it didn't matter eventually because we won it. But I suspect he's asking for more recent games, and I'm trying to. I mean, if Essex played at Pompey more recently, I would have seen it. I'll tell you what. I'll
have a look when you next come on.
I'll have a look when I next come on. That's the answer.
I'll tell you an interesting story actually, and it's one that came about yesterday. Here's Abbas then, start of a new over. Guest is on the back foot and very eager to have a run there, those two, and quickly in was Fletcher Middleton. There are various people out in Paris currently, of course, because of the Olympics, and I say various, there's quite a few BBC people out there, and there are a couple attached down here, BBC South and BBC Radio Southern, that are down this way, and one of those out there sent a picture on our sport WhatsApp group yesterday. He was in a bar in Paris. Now of course they're working so hard out there that it's probably the first time in over a week that they've actually managed any time off to have a drink, but he was in a bar in Paris yesterday. Here comes Abbas bowls. One bounce to mid-wicket there, no run, and he said this, but there was in this bar a Hampshire Cricket signed bat.
Oui.
Yes.
I
know.
In Paris?
In Paris, yeah. I'll show you the picture. It's obviously only for the benefit of us because nobody else will be able to see it, but you know, a signed bat is a signed bat at the end of the day. So there it was. Autographed bat in a Paris bar, and there it is. And Mark Nicholas, the captain, signed, so we can almost date that, really.
So that could be you then.
Tony Middleton on there, Fletcher Middleton's dad. I'm there.
You're there. Look
David Gower.
Did you know that you had your signature in Paris?
In Paris bar. Who would have thought it? That's a pushback to Abbas, and there is no run. So you can imagine the sport guys back at BBC South in Solent have had a bit of a giggle at that one.
I've just looked up that Middlesex game at Bournemouth, the last one ever, and Mark Ramprakash didn't play in that. So it's not
that must
that
be another one.
So it must be a previous one. So I'll see what I can find.
We like testing, Dave.
Yeah, I remember that game very vividly.
There is the odd spot in the air. I think I might have felt one or two. It's not much, but feels like it, even if there isn't. Here comes Abbas, wide of the crease, bowls, and Guest gets another legged ball, which again goes to mid-wicket and Toby Albert Field. So Guest is 2 off 11 deliveries now, and Lamb is 5 off 20.
Okay, 1990. Mark Ramprakash scored 47, was Court Park's bowled Marshall. So that looks good choice to me. It was a drawn game. Middlesex 430, Hampshire 296. And I can't believe it, but for some reason Hampshire did not select KD James for that game. How can that possibly have been? And then we bowled Middlesex out for 151 next time round, but there wasn't time to finish it. Now that's probably it.
Yeah, Gus runs away from us. Guest drives up to mid-on, a quick single, that's good running. Dom Kelly at mid-on. Underarms the throw in, but Guest is quick. And he moves on to 3. 8 for 1 in the 6th. Ian Joliffe has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of seagulls. I live half a mile from the ground and experienced last week a sudden swarm of seagulls hovering over our house. There were at least 50 of them, but they went as soon as they arrived. And it probably feels like that now, actually. There are very few around now, and they all of a sudden they were here, and now, hopefully, the fact they've not as much as it's always been. Oh, as he inside edged that through to Brown. They are asking the question. Now the umpires are coming together to check whether Brown has picked that up cleanly. The umpire's also signaling for something else. And the batter, I'm sure batter Lamb's looking at his foot.
Was he just asking for the ball there to be returned?
Now,
the umpire.
I don't know, but has Brown taken that cleanly? If you're watching on the live picture feed, I'm not sure it's that obvious. What do they say? Not out?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, there's all sorts of mayhem going on. There's people on with. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, has he taken that cleanly or not? I must admit, I'm not sure. I'm sitting on the fence on that one.
I don't know. Which is actually all the umpire has to do. All the umpire has to say is, "I'm not sure." Therefore, it's not out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he has to be certain.
Now the batters are having a word with the umpire at the far end.
And there's a 12th man with a bib on for some reason, having a long conversation. Don't know what that's about.
Are they suggesting he goes off? They are, aren't they? I think they're saying to the umpires, can he actually go off? And now you've got Tom Prest having a chat with the umpire at this end. Is it a related conversation? I don't know.
Well, he can go off, can't he? At any point, he would go off, and the runner would go off, and but he's not going off. He's going off to square leg. There we are.
Well, we knew that it wouldn't be straightforward the minute you call a runner out for whatever reason, and it's proving that way. 6 overs gone then, 8 for 1 are Derbyshire. It's a slow start, but it's some accurate bowling going on out there, and it's Brooke Guest to face Kyle Abbott. Guest gets a length ball, can do no more than push that out into the covers, and there are no runs. Actually, the Seagulls have returned again. Probably heard me say that they don't hang around too long. They thought, we'll show him.
I wonder if that Essex game at Portsmouth was in 1988, just shortly after we won the. Shouldn't talk about this too much with Derbyshire being the visitors here, but shortly after we beat Derbyshire in the B&H final, Essex played Hampshire at Portsmouth.
Okay.
It was a drawn game.
Here's Abbott, bowls, Guest, nearly edges that one through to the keeper. Bit of extra bounce outside off stump, but he's trying to thrash that away off the back foot.
Yeah, Steve Jeffries played for because Malcolm Marshall was away with the West Indians that year.
South African left arm quick, Steve Jeffries.
Second innings, Hampshire 214 for 1 declared, with centuries by Chris Smith and Mark Nicholas. And I'm finding this completely incomprehensible. For some reason, KD James again wasn't selected. It's
big long injury.
Outrageous, mate. Yeah, that must have been it. Yeah.
Abbott bowls, Guest just plays that back to the bowler.
Of course, as a historian, I have great fondness for Derbyshire, apart from the fact that I have these kind of family links and like Chesterfield very much and so on. Because it is simply the case that Hampshire won the county championship for the first time in 1961 by beating Derbyshire. They won the Sunday League for the first time by winning a match at Darley-Dale, which is the only match between two first-class counties ever played at Darley-Dale, 1975. And we won the first Lord's final in 1988 against Derbyshire. So a hat-trick.
Abbott bowls, Guest drives, again Middleton fields at point.
And I kept saying, well, we're never going to win the T20 until we play Derbyshire in the final, but we didn't. we actually won it for the first time against Somerset, which rather spoilt the pattern. But as the historian, and because I do have a quite genuine affection for Derbyshire, from my childhood.
There's very few matches between these two sides these days.
These days, yeah. But I can remember some games over the years. I remember John Morris at Portsmouth making a terrific 100 just before he got on the England side.
Guest on the back foot. He's going to take a quick single there, and Albert has a throw at the keeper's end. He's got his hands on his head. I think the runner Lewis Rees would have been all right. Maybe it was factually tight, but from here, which is a poor angle, felt as though he was always going to be home. But yeah, in terms of one-day cricket as well, just very few. The last two times these two sides have met in the one-day cup were both at Derby 2 years ago, and Hampshire won by 2 wickets, in 2014 where Derbyshire won by 136.
Crikey.
Here's Abbott, bowls, driving is Matthew Lamb. No, he's all right there. That's driven through extra cover for 4. Well, he didn't actually hold the pose for too long. I think it would have been too painful, but it was nicely struck.
Yeah, it was a super shot.
And he moves on to 9, and it's 13 for 1 at the end of the 7th. You just get the feeling that Derby were not getting frustrated, but there was slim pickings, or there are slim pickings out there, so that would be a welcome boundary.
It's an odd thought, isn't it, that we've only played Derbyshire twice in this, you know, what is historically the traditional one-day competition in 10 years, twice. Because, I mean, you know, in the days of Sunday League, you played everybody every year. You know, and it's a bit like the fact that we've never played Leicestershire in the T20 competition. We're the 2 most successful sides in T20. We've never played each other ever. Not
Hampshire
and Leicestershire.
Oh, Leicestershire
in
yeah.
T20. Yeah.
That's right.
It's very
Now
odd.
Abbas bowls, and that's driven out into the covers by Brooke Guest. Yes, that is. I think they're probably about the only side. I think Hampshire haven't played.
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah, that's right. But whether there are similar cases in other counties, you know, where you're one of the northern counties that's never played a southern side in the, because you have to be playing them in the knockout stages. So, you know, but when you think how often we played Essex, for instance.
Yes, I know. It's weird how it sort of works out now,
Yeah.
isn't it? Really. I mean, this is only the 3rd one-day cup match between these two sides since the turn of the century.
Yeah.
That's played back to the bowler. Of course, if you don't include the what was the Pro 40 and National Leagues, well, obviously there's a few contests then. But if you actually take the league one-day format out of it, then in terms of knockout, this is very few.
And yet, Hampshire versus Derbyshire was the first knockout cup match that either county played. May 1963. At Bournemouth, yeah.
Okay.
And I think Derbyshire won, I think 4 runs, if I remember rightly.
Abbas, again it's a leg ball, and Guest is just pushing that back to the bowler.
Mike Barnard made something like 96 and was the last man out, and I think we needed 5 to win from 3 balls, something like that, and he got out. And so that was in the days of 65 overs. So in the first round proper of the Gillette Cup, 1963, Derbyshire beat Hampshire. Yeah. I don't remember whether Derbyshire went much further. Well, there weren't many games, of course, because by that time you were down to 8 teams already. Played 1 round. That was all you played, you know.
That's true.
So,
Abbas, gloomy out there at the moment. Guest cuts that away. First one he's really had a chance to have a go at, and that's cut away well. Bit of width there from Abbas, and Guest moves on to 8.
Dave got it up for me, which is very kind of him. Thank you very much. Derbyshire 250 for 9 after 65 overs, and there was a big issue for Hampshire. Hampshire all out 244 with 3 balls to go. Mike Barnard 98, and Mike Barnard got a silver medal as the sort of runner-up man of the match. He didn't win man of the match, but he got a silver medal.
Is that right?
Yeah, which.
Guest works that to backward a square. There should be 2 here on the leg side. 2 it is. Guest moves on to 10 at 19 for 1.
There are a couple of fascinating figures here. I remember Les Jackson, the great Les Jackson of Derbyshire. 15. You could bowl 15 overs in those days, even in a 65 over game. Yeah, he bowled 15 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 24. Imagine that. And the problem was for Hampshire that it was one of the rarest of games when Derek Shackleton wasn't fit and couldn't play. And so
there's Abbas. Guest is working that to mid-wicket. End of the over. Abbas has bowled 4 overs, none for 8, and Derbyshire now 19 for 1 after 8. They need another 277.
And so what they had to do was to call back Dennis Baldry. You know Dennis, who was at
I heard the
Middlesex?
name.
Yeah, he still comes to the players' reunions. He's in his 90s now. He's our oldest player. He'd retired at the end of the previous season, and they called him back for this one game because he was an all-rounder, so he could bat middle order and bowl a bit of medium pace, seam up sort of stuff. He took 4 wickets, a bit expensive, but he took 4 wickets. But the thing he always said, which was lovely, was that he came back to play effectively as an amateur. There weren't really amateurs in '63, they'd done away with them that year, but he came back effectively to play as an amateur. He said, I made more money from that one day than I ever made as a professional cricketer in my life, which was lovely. But Charlie Lee, back captain Derbyshire. Ian Hall, I think he was a Derby County footballer. Donald Carr, who of course played for England.
Yeah. Here's Brad Wheel, has got gloomier as Lamb drives out into the cover. So Wheel's taken over from Abbott, who bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. Ian Hall used to do some BBC Derby.
Ah, right. Dave's saying it wasn't Ian Buxton, it was Ian Hall. Okay, yeah.
I can remember playing a game, or a couple of games against Derbyshire, where he was the BBC Derby guy. 4-runner to Dave Fletcher. Obviously not as good.
No.
But he was a nice guy.
Yeah.
Just like Dave. Here comes, not as opinionated. That's pulled away on the leg side by Lamb. Of course, cannot run because of his injury. Lewis Rees out there doing the running for him. And Derbyshire move on to 20 for 1.
In fact, Ian Buxton played in that game as well. I think they might both have been footballers. Edwin Smith, the fairly senior off-spinner by that time, he played. Bob Taylor, fairly young wicket-keeper. He'd only just a couple of years before taken over from George Dorks, he played. And Les Jackson. So, but Derbyshire won it.
Here's Brad Wheel, and Guest pushes that out to extra cover. Well, I think we're at a point where these lights might need to come on.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're very close to it, I think.
Yeah.
Scoreboard shining brightly each side of the ground, the east and west side. And, some dark clouds over us. We may get some rain. I think if we do it, I don't think it's going to be particularly heavy. I think we're all right at the moment. Michael Alexander's back on the emails as well. sonandcricket@gmail.com. It says the Pompey recollection continued. John Stevenson, Stan Stevenson, he says, as that's kept low, pushed to mid-wicket. Played in that game you were talking about, and I thought he was warmly treated by ex-Essex colleagues on his departure. It would have been in the early 90s, which I think Davis mentioned. So Brad Will in his first over here. Guest has 10, so does Matthew Lamb. Faced roughly the same amount of balls. Guest has faced 25, Lamb 24. Just Lewis Rees, 1 man out. Caught behind for none, but he's doing the running out there. Is Guest going to take a quick single? That's good running as well. Just wide of mid-wicket and wide of mid-on. Judged it perfectly. 22 for 1 now. Derbyshire. Yes, all those seagulls are now flying around to our left. If you're in that part of the ground just to our left at the northern side, you'll be pretty annoyed by the amount of seagulls that are flying around there. They're all fairly low and concentrated in a very small area, about fine leg as we look. Lamb gets one. He's looking in more pain actually with every over that goes past. He was only defending that one, but it just looks as though if he stands on his back leg or his front leg, I can't quite work it out at the moment, but one of them for too long, then he almost feels he's going to fall over and loses his balance. And again, the 3 batters have a chat amongst themselves, but for me, he's just, the longer he's out there, the worse he is.
And the other thing is, if it's inhibiting his stroke play, then Derbyshire are not managing to keep up with the required strike rate, are they? He's got 10 from 25, which is nothing to panic about at the minute. But if he stays at that rate, then that's not enough really. On the other hand, if he goes off and has to come back to bat, does he stiffen up? Does it get even worse?
Oh, that's it. Here's Mo Abbas then. Guest works that square on the offside. He looks busy out there, but he's not getting a lot to hit. He had a nice little wide one from Abbas in the previous over, which he put away perfectly. But you just get the feeling he wants a few more of those.
Yeah.
And he's trying to find gaps, and he's being made to work hard.
These seagulls make me feel like I'm at home, because I live very near the fishing port inside Portsmouth Dockyard
right,
called the
yeah.
Camber.
Yeah.
And we have seagulls that actually live on our roofs.
Really?
And
Guest is forward. He's going to take a quick single up to mid-off, and that really is great running because he's well home.
Yeah. He's only 10 yards from the stumps as he fields that, isn't he? But
Brad Will,
it's
yeah.
good, yeah, they bring up their young. And actually, I had a really sad experience about 3 or 4 weeks ago where one had fallen off the roof and it couldn't fly and couldn't move, and I rescued it. And I got it halfway up on top of our conservatory roof and fed it and tried to look after it overnight and see if it could recover. And even one of its pals came down to sort of pal it.
Wide of the wicket, Lamb drives at that one, doesn't time it. Goes out on the offside.
But I got back down the next morning and there was half a seagull ripped to pieces by, I don't know what, jackdaw, crow, cat, fox. Well, not a fox. Fox wouldn't have got up there, but it was very sad, really sad. You know. But they, they bring them up on the roof, and eventually they are able to fly off. You see them, the kids pester the parents endlessly. They chase them up and down the roof, wanting more food. They haven't always got some, but so seagulls are just part of my residence, really.
Abbas bowls, Lamb drives hard through wide of mid-off. That's a good shot. He looks like he's trying to play a shot or ball at the moment, Lamb. I think he feels that his time out there is not very far away, and he's going to try and make the most of the time that he's out there, because he does. He's making me he's starting to make me feel a bit sorry for him, really, because he does looking.
It's a good shot.
Tremendous amount of pay.
But you're quite right. Yeah.
26 for 1. Lamb moves on to 14 from 27. Dave's just going to have a quick break, and then he'll be back shortly. Dave Fletcher from BBC Derby will be alongside me. That's up in the air now. Who's under that? Ben Brown. Should be a simple catch, and he goes. Trying to pull that away on the leg side. Got a leading edge, and sad for Derby, sad for Matt Lamb, but you did feel for him while he was out there, because I'm not sure he was enjoying it too much, Dave Fletcher.
No, I don't think any of us were, really, because he was severely handicapped by the calf injury, possibly. We'll find out at some point, I'm sure. He has a bad back anyway, so having 2 injuries won't have done him any favours. Matt Lamb, and he perishes, and Derbyshire. Well, it's about time that I said that Derbyshire will do well to win this game, because I've said it twice before and they've gone on to win. But 76 is what Duckworth Lewis Stern suggests they should be on. So they're a mere 50 behind. At one stage at Northampton, there were more than 105, 106 behind Duckworth Lewis Stern and got over the line. So we won't panic yet. The lights finally have come on. I mean, it's like the middle of the night out there. Where have these lights been all this time? They are coming on now.
Well, they are now. I don't know if they're actually. Well, they won't be directly powered by the solar panels that are on roofs now. Where Hampshire and the hotel here are looking to save a considerable sum. Maybe they have to wait for the solar panels to kick in. I don't know. I doubt it's rigged up like that. But I must admit, my knowledge of solar panelling is, well, you can write it on the back of a postage stamp. Somebody who's closer to that will be able to. So they did say, I think they did say that the amount of energy they save, I think, would equate to, I'm not sure if it's a season's worth of cricket, or certainly a considerable amount would be saved in terms of the electricity they will generate.
That's good.
I'm not sure that has quite kicked in yet, because the solar panels are fairly new.
And no such thing as a seagull either, by the way, but carry on.
Oh, no, well, I look forward to hearing your whatever it is, knowledge. Here comes Mo Abbas. He's bowling to David Lloyd, and that's outside of the off stump, and that's the end of the over. 10 gone. The Falcons are 26 for 2, needing another 270.
Well, they're gulls of
Right.
varying descriptions. Some of these are black-headed, some of these are black-backed gulls, but seagull, no such thing as a seagull.
Right, okay. Thank you. No, honestly, that I will remember that. That's very valuable information.
Why did you say that? Derbyshire's highest successful list A run chase was on Sunday against Somerset, when they chased down 317 to beat Somerset at Taunton. The highest successful list A run chase against Hampshire is a more modest 156 for 2 at Ilkeston in 1970.
Ilkeston.
The birthplace of some of the greats like David Griffin, who just tweeted that. New over, Brad Wheel. Ball turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest, and they'll come back for 2. It's a tough start, isn't it? Mohammed Abbas and Kyle Abbott. That is tough. They are fairly fearsome first division bowlers, and Derbyshire are a second division cricket side, and you can understand why they struggled a bit. I, like you, had no idea whether Lewis Rees hit the ball or not. He certainly didn't think he did. As Wheel bowls, that one's again turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. They're thinking about 2 again, but they're not going to get 2 on this occasion. Fielded at square leg does the fielding, that fielder being Joe Weatherly, way to our left hand side. But the fact that the batter didn't think he hit it, I think actually should be taken into consideration, in all honesty.
They bowl well, didn't they?
Why would it? Oh yeah, magnificent. To start with a wicket maiden and a maiden. Wheel bowls, that one is turned into the leg side by David Lloyd, who's only facing his second delivery since arriving out in the middle to replace Matt Lamb.
How's he been? Because he moved from Glamorgan during the winter?
He did, yes. He played a bit of list A cricket for them last season on loan, but then picked up a rib injury. I think he broke some ribs batting at Edgbaston, and then came out to field, perhaps unwisely, went chasing after a ball and rolled his entire torso over the rope.
Oof.
Trying to chase a ball down. His wheel is in, and that was really spat up at David Lloyd, who deals with it really, really well. That was only slightly short of a length, but it really got up on him. Not a tall man by any manner of means. As for how he's got on, he's only batted 3 times. 71 on Sunday at Taunton in a big century stand with Anuj Dahl to help Derbyshire get towards their victory there. As Wheel is in and bowls to Lloyd. That one is dabbed down backward a square on the leg side by Lloyd. They'll run 1. I think 1 is all they'll get. Yes, it is. As Toby Albert wearing the highly optimistic sun hat does the fielding on the edge of the circle. There's 1 dark blue sun hat. I assume it's dark blue, not black.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to tell from this distance. 1 white sun hat. I'm not a big fan of white sun hat on. Well, if you've got coloured clothing on, you want to be wearing the same colour as your clothing, really, don't you? As Wheel is in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who plays it straight to mid-wicket, and there's no runs. So another good over, 4 runs from it. Lloyd 1, Guest 15. Derbyshire, who, despite what it says on the scoreboard, are not the Falcons in one-day cricket, only in the T20, are 30 for 2 against the Hawks, who aren't the Hawks at all anymore, I don't think, are they?
Well, they are in T20.
Are they?
Yeah, and they I think they probably are in this, if I'm honest. I don't know, I just out of habit just keep saying Hampshire, really.
Yes, yeah, Derbyshire are definitely not the Falcons in 50 over cricket.
Well, they're not, so
No.
that's false information on the scoreboard.
Pretty much, but it says it on all the scorecards everywhere you go.
Abbas to Lloyd, who leaves that one alone. Stuart McIntyre has emailed somethingcricket@gmail.com about the runner that was out there, Lewis Rees, for Matt Lamb, who was out in the last couple of overs. I noticed that the Derbyshire runner isn't running each time they take a run. I'm just trying to think of a situation where that might be the case, but I would have thought the whole idea of the runner being out there was that he would have run, so I'm not sure. So apologies if we've probably got the wrong inference on that email, but that's the whole idea of the runner being out there. He does all Lamb's running. Oh, there's a leading edge there. It goes quickly down to 3rd. Lloyd was trying to push that away on the onside. Moves on to 2, 31 for 2. So,
Promise of brighter weather away to the east.
Yeah, it doesn't tend
No,
to come from
the weather
there,
never
if I'm
comes from
honest.
the east, though, does it?
It generally comes from over
the
the
west,
Shane
yeah.
Warne stand.
Yeah, same at Derby.
It's about 2 o'clock where we look. If it comes from Pompey, it's usually the end of the world.
Yes, so I can imagine.
As Dave likes me saying. But you're right. Fortunately, that's clear, so we're all right.
Yes, that'll be fine.
Abbas bowls, edged, oh, Brown just past his gloves, diving high to his right. Oh, I thought he had it there for a minute.
I did.
It would have been magnificent if he had, but it's actually gone way through his gloves and it's gone for 4.
That was a terrific effort by Ben Brown. I think he wasn't as close on replay, but I thought from where we're sitting, I thought he'd pouched that, and that, as you say, would have been a sensational catch. As it is, it's 4 more runs to Derbyshire, which is exactly what they need.
It's about a head-high first slip catch, that.
Yes.
Guess moves on to 19.
And Derbyshire do keep slips in for quite a long period of time in this form of the game. David Lloyd would have been standing exactly there.
Well, that would have been, you'd like to think, another wicket had somebody been there. As Guest gets one, it bounces again, but he keeps this one down. Goes down to Felix Organ with that white sun hat. I think he's part of his head. I think I see him more often in that than anything else. You do feel that it's actually become part of him. 36 for 2.
I'm not a big fan of them full stop, I've got to say. I prefer a cap, but they fall off too much. For my money. It's worth what it's worth.
No, you've come out with some interesting stuff today, and as you can tell from the emails, people have
some absolute
enjoyed
nonsense,
it.
of course.
We're in the 12th over here. Abbas bowls, wrapped on the pad. That's going down the leg side. Lloyd was trying to whip that away. He's on 2 from 7. Guessed he's 20 from 33. Lewis Rees for no score. Matt Lamb for 14. The 2 batters out. Remember, they are chasing 296 for what would be their 5th win from 6 matches. Hampshire looking for 4 from 5 if they win this. 260 runs are needed by Derbyshire, and from here on in they need just under 7 and over. Currently scoring at 3s. Abbas turns, last ball of his 6th over here. Coming wide of the crease and bowls, always having a little swish at that one is Lloyd, misses it. Goes through to Brown, and Abbas has completed 6 overs and he has 1 for 19.
Let's just call it 10 and give him 1 for 25 and we can all get on with the rest of our lives, really, can't we? He's such a good bowler. Dear, oh dear. Derbyshire in a little spot of bother here, I think it's fair to say.
You've still got some good batting to come. Sami Patel, he's too experienced, isn't he, really?
Well, he is. Didn't bat 2 and 0.
Oh, really?
His runs in the one-day cup, so he's been a little bit out of form, I think it's fair to say.
Okay. Dowell's in form, he's still to come, isn't he?
That was his first game of the season as Brad Wheel begins a new over. A little push and run from Brooke Guest, and they get there. Guest likes a push and run, as you've probably spotted over the course of the last 25 minutes or so since he came out.
It's good to watch. Yeah, it's good to watch.
Busy at the crease. Yeah. And David Lloyd, who had never batted with Anuj Dal until Sunday. Nudge was telling me that he was blowing a bit because Anuj Dal is like lightning between the wickets. Here's Brad Wheel again, bowling to Lloyd, who lifts this one out towards the backward point boundary for 4. He's getting fed up. David Lloyd gets his first boundary, and Derbyshire move on to 41 for 2. We're in the 13th over, would you believe?
Bit of width.
Yeah, it's been heavy going. Fielding restrictions eased. But still only 2 men outside the circle. That's how much on top Hampshire are. Lloyd waits. As Wheel bowls to him, this time it's on leg stump and it's turned away off his hip down towards deep backward square leg. Mohammed Abbas does the fielding and they come back for 2. I had absolutely no idea they were coming back for 2 there.
Shouldn't have
I basically looked and thought, well, there's a comfortable single. They came back for the second and got home just about.
Absolutely no way that should have been 2.
I'll do one more. I'll risk it. My last update was an absolute shambles. It comes up. They've got to be 20 seconds, you see, in the afternoon. This one is defended by Lloyd up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Into timed news bulletins I have to do. Oh dear, I apologise to the newsreader.
The role of cricket commentators these days, to be timekeepers. 2 balls left of over number 13, and Derbyshire from here need 253. David Lloyd, 8 from 11. Facing Brad Wheel, who's got 2 balls left of his third. He's at 0 for 13 currently. Edge, has he? Yes, he has, through to Ben Brown. Just trying to cut that one away down to third. Just bounced a fraction, may just have come back a fraction as well. It tucked him up, seemed to just cramp him a little bit. And yeah, there's a bit of a nothing shot, if I'm honest. And Lloyd goes for 8. First wicket for Wheel. And Derbyshire now are 43 for 3. And in a bit of trouble. Third catch of the innings for Ben Brown. He's on for, well, he's on for all 10. I suppose theoretically, but he's on for a few, that's for sure. Caught Ben Brown, bowled Kyle Abbott, no score. That was Lewis Rees. Caught Ben Brown, bowled Mo Abbas for 14, Matt Lamb. And David Lloyd now has gone for 8. And we are in the 13th over. Somerset have won their match. Thank you very much, Dave Allen. Just waiting for the new batter, so I'll just give you the details of that one. So Somerset today were playing Northamptonshire. They've struggled a bit in this competition, Northamptonshire. So Northamptonshire bowled out for 155 in the 38th, and Somerset have got home rather easily. 156 for 3 in the 25th. That was actually a match that was reduced by a couple of overs or so besides. So Somerset have won that game by 7 wickets. Dave Fletcher.
Yeah, I haven't been on when there's been a wicket fallen, so I'm back now for good. 253 to win off 223 balls. 7 wickets in hand. Run rate required 6.81, and out to the middle. The hero of Taunton, Anuj Dal, has come out to join Brooke Guest, who's on 21, and Brad Wheel, he's on his way in and bowls, and Dal just pushes this one out into the offside. There isn't a run, but the over comes to an end. 7 runs from it, but the wicket of David Lloyd, and 3 catches already for Ben Brown, taken all 3. Lloyd making 8, and Derbyshire after 13 overs of 43 for 3, but we've been here before.
Yeah,
we've been here before. Not necessarily against bowling like this. People were saying, well, it was a depleted Somerset side. They had 2 England test spinners in their side. They both played, Shoaib Bashir and Jack Leach.
Okay.
Bashir didn't come on until far too late in the proceedings. As far as I was concerned, I was delighted he hadn't.
Mo Abbas is going to continue, starting his 7th over, 1 for 19. Then he's brought into Brooke Guest. Lots resting on his shoulders at the moment. That's nipped back, and Ben Brown couldn't quite get his fingers underneath that one, and that's going for 4. Sure, that's an inside edge. What's the umpire signalling? Yes, it is full. Almost a carbon copy of what Hampshire were appealing for against Matt Lamb a few overs ago. But this one nips the inside edge. It deflects, and Ben Brown, trying to get his fingers underneath, can't quite do that that time. Guest moves on to 25. Interesting, that Somerset win now, because that puts them on 8 points. And I'm guessing with the run rate, it was
better than Derbyshire's anyway.
So they've probably gone top with 8. And it's interesting, isn't it? Somerset, top of the group, and yet both these sides have beaten Somerset.
Yes, yeah.
Still early days, of course, but that's straightened a bit on Guest. Is that square on the offside? So Somerset, by all accounts, have gone to the top, but they have played 6 matches now. Derbyshire will have played 6 at the end of today. Hampshire will have played 5.
Oh, it's exciting.
It is exciting. There's going to be too many teams vying for these 3 spots. You can just feel it now. Can't you?
I think you're right.
You only want 3 teams. You want everybody else to fall away and make it all nice and easy, and we don't have to worry.
Well, do with Worcestershire losing to Kent then?
Yes. Worcestershire currently sits 2nd, although probably have dropped to 3rd now. Here's Abbas again. Guest drives, only to point though.
It's nice to see Derbyshire battling it out with the First Division big guns though at the top of the group, and Hampshire.
Hey, boom, boom.
No, it's good to see.
It's probably
good to see.
Realistically, it's probably only Hampshire's only chance of silverware this year.
So we were Derbyshire's.
Yeah, well, we weren't so good in the T20 this year. Championship looks like Surrey. It's theirs to lose again. Just hitting, unfortunately, Surrey at the wrong time. A lot of these sides. Guest is going to run another quick one up to mid-off. It's really good running. I don't think it's necessarily he's picking out Brad Wheel, for unfortunate Brad Wheel, but I just think Guest has a very good eye for a quick single. He's on to 26, 48 for 3.
He's got a willing runner with him as well in Anoj Dal. That's very much Anoj Dal's MO. His century didn't include too many boundaries at Taunton.
Good runner. Yeah.
Terrific. And quick. So quick.
So the Hampshire fielders are going to have to be alert here. As Abbas comes in again. Bowls to Dal. He's forward. Well, that's bounced. There's a little spot developing there, isn't it? Just short of a length around and just outside off stump, where it just seems to kick a little bit and hits high up on the bat. Dal found it there. Last ball of the 14th over coming up. Derbyshire need another 248. That run rate required is fractionally under 7 and over from here. I think it's been around about that for 2 or 3 overs now, so Derbyshire haven't made too many inroads into that, but it's certainly not a run rate required that would particularly bother you.
What's happened to Anoj Dal now?
Has that caught that? I might just have caught the bottom hand as it reared up.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't rear up, it just bounced.
He's down on his, well, he's sort of resting with his hands on his knees. He's already dropped his bat. Brooke Guest is going to have a look at him. Yeah, it's his right hand.
It's caught his thumb, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's in a bit of trouble here, Anoj Dal. So we've had pre-game Harry Kane with the hamstring, and now, having had Matt Lamb batting with a runner, we've got Anoj Dal having to receive treatment from the physio, who's racing onto the field now, along with 12th man, who I think is Nick Potts. From this distance, it sort of looks a bit like Nick Potts. That century I was talking about at Taunton, I say didn't hit many boundaries, 10 fours and 2 sixes, 69 ball century, which was Derbyshire's 5th fastest in List A cricket. When you compare that to Tom Woods at century of 55 balls, he hit 14 fours and 3 sixes. You can see how Anoj Dal likes to push the ball around, likes to turn the ones into twos if he possibly can. My favourite was Mohammed Azharuddin's century in 1994 against Northampton at Northamptonshire, in which he hit 2 fours and 8 sixes. I didn't see it, but I've been told about it a few times. It's magnificent, isn't it? 2 fours, 8 sixes. Thank you.
The great Azharuddin.
So we still wait while presumably the numbing spray is applied to Anoj Dal's hand. And Derbyshire, who have another game on Friday against Kent at the county ground, want to lose too many players. They've got 1 or 2 who can replace. Well, Anoj Dal came back for Yusuf bin Naeem, who's a youngster, just 18, and he came back into the side. He'd been missing for about 8 weeks, something like that, with for personal reasons. He's now seeing if he can hold the bat, which isn't necessarily a good thing. Those goals are getting louder, aren't they?
Motorised. Can't quite see whatever that was that went over. Helicopter or something.
Loud, whatever it was. So Dal is just seeing if he can hold the bat here. I'm not sure how comfortable he's going to be, even if he can hold his bat. No, I need a bit more spray. Numb it completely. Is it being bandaged as well? I'm not sure. It's difficult to tell from here.
I think he is actually. I think he's just getting some.
He's getting a little bit of trying to immobilise his thumb, but of course it's difficult when it's in a glove because it's still got to go in its arm. They might have to bind the glove together. So, who was it who went out with his glove stuck to his bat? Somebody will tell me.
Really?
Yeah.
Glued on, so he'd have the hands in the right position.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was. Not Derbyshire necessarily. It was just a sort of general one. Yeah, all right, boys, we know you're there. They are loud, aren't they? They're herring gulls, actually.
You know your
well,
birds,
not really,
don't you?
no. And you can see the black-backed ones. They're the ones with the black backs. That's all fairly straightforward. But they look like herring gulls to me. See the smaller ones, usually black-headed gulls.
Okay. There's a few of them.
Yeah, and there's a juvenile amongst them as well. And there's another, in fact, with the grey plumage.
You're on the wrong programme. You should be on Springwatch or something.
Yeah, well, there was a mother. I assumed it was a mother and 2 juveniles on the outfield at Taunton. They were just happily standing there, and all 3 of them seemed perfectly fine. And then they were mobbed by another group of gulls. They're fairly unpleasant creatures, really. If they knew how scared we were of them, they'd take over the world.
Would they?
Oh, I think so, don't you? I think that.
Are they the ones that dive if you have your food?
Yes,
They're
gulls.
the same
Yeah, very
ones.
much. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had that happen. Not very nice.
You can, if they're mobbing, if you throw a chip up, they'll come swooping in and try and catch it in midair. I wouldn't recommend it though.
We're underway again then. It's Abbas to Dahl, who plays that into the ground. He's looking for a single. Not one there as it goes out to point, and that's the end of the over. So 14 overs are completed. Derbyshire 48 for 3. Guest has 26. Dahl has faced 3 deliveries, had a painful knock on the thumb. He's yet to get off the mark, and Derbyshire from here need 248.
Cut-off's already moved to 6:38 from 6:30. Such have been the travails of the physiotherapist. If we're still here at 6:38, in fact it's gone to 6:44 now, I'll eat my hat.
You haven't got one? Have you?
Oh,
No wonder you've kept that in the bag.
I've got a hat, don't worry about that. It's ready to eat.
Well, that looks interesting in the winter.
Yeah, it's a bit bright, isn't it? Burton Albion colours though, you see.
Oh, I see.
Yellow and black.
Of course. Very nice.
Thank you.
Was that stitched? Was that done specifically for you?
Well, they were done specifically for Radio Derby.
Oh, okay.
Brad Wheel in from the pavilion end bowls to Brookcast, who's edging that one. There's an appeal for leg before wicket, I fancy, and he hasn't edged it at all because it's going to be given as leg byes, in which case it would have been too high, I would think. That would be my guess.
Just looked like nip back a fraction.
Yeah, it's a good delivery.
Yeah. That's good.
But I'm not sure.
Worth a shot. Worth a shot.
I think at 49 for 3. And the side's chasing 296. I'll be shouting for everything. Half a chance you could get 9 holes in later on today. They're going to put a slip in place now. It might be slightly too late. You never know though. As Wheel is in, bowls to Dahl, and that one is pushed back down the pitch. It's Tom Prest, whose number I've written down incorrectly. I've got 29 written down here. He's 24. Not that that's of any consequence to anybody listening. Still just the 2 men outside the circle at square leg on the boundary, and a 3rd man on the boundary. And we're in the 15th over. That one is pushed up towards, because it's 20 overs and they're not 10. I don't know what I'm talking about, Kevin. See, I've sort of switched off. I'll be back later when it gets close.
You checked out for a little while.
Checked out just for a short spell.
Well, this will get you back on track.
Oh no!
Because Neil Houseworth has emailed
Hello, Neil.
suncricket@gmail.com from our coffee company in Gospel.
There comes Wheel again in arm bowls. Dahl drives very pleasantly, and it's sort of half stopped at mid-off, and they go through for a quick single.
Fletch was commenting earlier about the quality of BBC commentators in this group for the One Day Cup. So I have a question, says Neil.
No.
No, you don't want to do this.
Well, go on.
If the entire TMS team was struck down with illness, who would be the most entertaining team of regional commentators to step in?
Wow. How many would we need?
Well, he reckons about 7 or 8, which is about right for TMS.
Yeah, this was turned away down towards fine leg. There is a fine leg, actually. Down below us to our left, and another single goes on to the scoreboard. 51 for 3. Dahl has 1. Brookcast moves on to 27. Well, obviously us 2 would be on it. Although possibly not. question.
So let's put it this way: if you were the lead commentator and you said pick 3 or 4 others, who would they be? That's the easiest way of putting it,
Of course it is. Well, you, clearly.
That's very kind.
Wheel is in bowls. A short delivery is pulled into the leg side by Anish and drops just short of the fielder at mid-wicket. The over comes to an end. 3 runs from it only. 51 for 3. Derbyshire need a further 245 to win, and they're currently 52 runs behind Duckworth and Lewis and indeed Stern. Well, Scott Reed would be right up there. Scott's a top man, absolutely top man. If you want a laugh, you'd have to have Bradders in there.
Dave Bradley.
He had great fun with the Sir Frank Whittle Road a couple of years ago, which was entertaining.
I'm going to leave you with some more thoughts on that, and then Dave Allen, which is on the archivist, will join you.
They're not really thoughts, they're just here as a list of my favourite people to commentate with, really. That's as much as it is. We're going to see some spin. Felix Organ coming on from the hotel end. 245 from 210 balls at exactly 7 runs and over. As I say, we've been here before. It's a much more pleasant way of asking the question than who would you definitely not have on, which I will not say, but most people know. Organ in and bowls. Took a couple of steps towards him by Brooke Guest, clips it into the leg side for a single. 52 for 3. So this group is excellent as far as commentators are concerned. Always enjoy working with Kevin Hand, although you only work with him at your own ground these days, as Organ bowls to Dahl, clipped into the leg side, straight to Gubbins, who's fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I like working with Kevin Hand, but I haven't done it for some time now.
He doesn't do home games, so that one is turned into the leg side. Once again by Dahl, this time he does go through for the single. He moves to 2. 53 for 3. Churchy. I've rarely worked with Mark Church, but he's great. We need to have Kevin Howells in there as well. Get the old boy in. We're not on Sports Extra, are we? That one is played off the bottom of the bat into the leg side, and there's no run. I just noticed, as I said, we're not on Sports Extra, that I'd had a text, and that's the way that Kevin gets in touch with us, but it wasn't. It was my dentist for some reason. Organ bowls on the leg stump, turn into the leg side by Guest, no run.
Not so much fun as getting a text from Kevin Howells, I think.
No. I imagine they'll be elsewhere at this point, if you know what I mean. Next delivery from the spinner is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. Again, they run that first one really quickly. Anish Dahl had settled for a single in any case. It's good that Dahl's not showing any discomfort with that hand of his. Felix Organ's first over goes for just 3. Derbyshire 54 for 3 after 16 overs. They need another 242 to win. This is slowly taking on Northamptonshire / Somerset proportions, but while these two are out there, they won't give up. Samit Patel and Ross Whiteley of the recognised batters still to come. We know Harry Moore can bat, Zach Chappell as well, so there is batting to come. Brad Wheel continues from the pavilion end, clipped down towards fine leg for a single.
And history this season of recovering from a dodgy position to win a game.
Twice. Yeah, twice. And those memories are massively helpful, aren't they, to sportsmen and sportswomen, if they have something to draw on.
Yeah.
I mean, doing it the first time was remarkable. Doing it again suggests there's something a little bit special there. And if they get out of this hole, well, who knows? There's Wheel bowls to Dahl, who chops that away down to backward point, nicely fielded by Tom Prest, tumbling away to his left-hand side.
Yeah, I think the experience over many years of Patel and Whiteley in particular has got to stand him in good stead, because they're wise enough to cope with it if it doesn't work. So they will just be very pragmatic about the whole thing. So, you know. And Hampshire still have to bowl people who are not perhaps quite so incisive as their openers.
Wheel is in again. That one is chopped down into the ground by Anuj Dal. They're going to run one. I think they'll only get one, and they're going to come back for the second as well. I told you Dal was quick, and he's back very, very comfortably indeed. It went past Prest. There was a fielder down at the wide third man area, but such is the speed of Anuj Dal. They comfortably got back for 2. He moves on to 4, 57 for 3. And because 50 overs is such a long time, you sort of forget that, and we just see a white ball and think, oh, they haven't got enough time.
No.
Wheel bowls, Dal pushes this backward of square straight to Prest, and there's no run.
It's one of the things I particularly like about it.
I love it.
I mean, too often in a T20 game, you think after about 8 overs, you know who's going to win, and they do. But in this, you can't always be sure. Then things can turn around in all kinds of ways. Yep.
Yes, those first couple of games in this competition, you almost forget yourself that 50 overs is a long time because you're coming straight out of the T20 blast. Dal waits. He didn't play any T20 cricket, I don't think, this season from memory. Anuj Dal, often in squads but didn't play. That one's pushed out into the offside where it's fielded by Nick Gubbins, and there's no run. Brookes played all but one. Left out to the side that won at Worcester. And Nye Donald kept wicket. Not particularly brilliantly, as this next delivery is defended. Sorry, Nye. It's defended by Anuj Dal. All pushed out into the offside. It was the first time he'd kept wicket all season, so it must have been difficult. 57 for 3. He was just, and he wasn't even slated to be keeping wicket. Cam Fletcher was going to keep wicket, and he picked up an injury or aggravated an injury right when the toss was being made. So they suddenly went, "No, you're keeping wicket. We're going to bring X in," rather than bringing Brookes back. So it was a tricky one for him, but yeah, not much stuck.
He kept here a bit, but again, he was never expected to be even the deputy keeper.
Organ bowls a little slog, not a slog sleep, a lap sweep really by Brookes round the corner. Slog sweep would have went there very quickly.
We had a correspondent earlier who wanted to know could I remember a game between Hampshire and Essex, and the problem was I could remember too many, but I think I found the one he wanted, which was 1998, which Hampshire won by an innings. Robin Smith made 138.
Organ bowls turned into the leg side by Dal. Single is there. Gubbins fields.
And fortunately, KD James did play in that particular game, and he scored 49 not out.
Did he?
Yeah.
Missed another half century.
Hampshire Essex 98 at Portsmouth. And John Stevenson was in the Hampshire side.
You don't get anything for 49.
Even not out.
59 for 3, Derbyshire as Organ bowls. There's a reverse lap. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. The umpire's already on the move. And they go through for, well, a run, which is why he hasn't given it. I said on Sunday, and I think that might be the first one I've ever seen, I don't recall Brookes reversing anything. He bats high up in the championship as well. He's been as high as 3. As Organ's in again, that one's turned into the leg side. He's supremely fit as well. Blimey, I thought we'd go for a second there. They're not, which is the right decision. Single is taken, and Derbyshire moved to 61 for 3. Single off each of the first 4 deliveries of this Felix Organ over. Yeah, probably the 2 quickest / fittest Derbyshire cricketers out there at the moment. Organ bowls. Oh, that's down the leg side. The bails are whipped off, and that is so harsh. To give that wide is almost nonsensical. We know the rules and regulations, but that's never been a wide in the memory of man, has it?
No.
Never been a wide.
I suppose it is simply to discourage negative bowling, which
yes.
that wasn't.
No, that was a perfectly good delivery, and could have resulted in stumping. Organ bowls again. He's danced down the track. Now that's gone a long way. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. It's gone all the way off the bat of Brookes. He gets a little shake of the hands from Anuj Dal. a terrific blow. He moves on to 38, 68 for 3.
And if he's shaking hands, his finger must be all right.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, you don't often see players shaking hands for a 6.
No.
38 off 48 deliveries. Brooke Guest. Oh, he's gone again. This time out towards the extra cover boundary for 6 more. The charge is on. He moves on to 44. And Derbyshire up to 74 for 3. A lovely little show of defiance possibly from Brooke Guest there. 44 off 49 deliveries, 74 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah. And, Felix Organ is having a very, very good 50 over season this year, as I mentioned earlier, but he's not having a very good day today. So.
Oh. It can happen,
yeah.
Can't it? It can happen.
Yeah. We were talking about Chesterfield earlier, and that you've played a game at Chesterfield this year, haven't you?
Played Yorkshire in the Championship and in the T20, yeah.
And is that the only other ground now?
Yeah, sadly. Yeah. They go there for the festival every year at the moment.
Yeah.
I think there's an agreement in place for next year. I'd be fairly certain there was. Good crowds against Yorkshire as well, because of course all the disenfranchised people from Sheffield come down.
Yes, yeah.
Because they never play in Sheffield or South Yorkshire anymore, Yorkshire.
No, they don't, and it's, what, 10, 15 miles, something like that. It's not far, is it?
No, not far at all. Dom Kelly into the bowling attack. In fact, Derbyshire have played a home game at Abbeydale. I think it was Abbeydale.
Oh, okay.
When it used to be in Derbyshire. Dahl on strike. Kelly is in, and that one is driven out towards the extra cover boundary. Is it going to go? Oh, no, it's not going to go all the way. It's a lovely sliding stop out there by Fletcher Middleton. And they come back for a second. Dahl moves to 8. Derbyshire to 76 for 3.
I can remember once going to see Hampshire play a game at Hena.
Okay.
And I had in my mind that Hena was going to be this cute little village ground. It really wasn't at all.
Or Hena, as they call it round there.
Hena, yeah.
Dahl clips this one through the mid-wicket region. That might run away for 4. In fact, I think we can safely say it has run away for 4. Kyle Abbott never really looked like he was chasing that with any kind of conviction. And it's 4 more to the total. Well, 80 for 3 now. If you could hear in the background there, it was Kevin James doing some of his admin work. It wasn't the arrival of Martin Emerson at the cricket ground. If you heard fingers on a keypad, I thought for a moment Emma was here. No, you're all right, Kevin. Carry on. I'm glad you did it, because it allowed me to tell that particular, give that line. This next bowled him. Dahl trying to flick it away into the leg side is bowled for 12. Derbyshire have lost their 4th wicket, and the hero from last weekend has departed. Dahl goes for 12, as I say. Derbyshire 80 for 4.
Well, there was a little sense for, I don't know, maybe 8 balls, something like that Derbyshire were just beginning to pull themselves back into a competitive position, but they really didn't want to lose that wicket at that point, did they?
No.
It's made things tough, I think, to win still more than 200 to win the game. 4 down.
Yes, even though we've been here. As Samit Patel walks out to bat, I think this is a good time to tell you what Samit's done in this competition so far. I mentioned it briefly, this will bring him some good fortune. With the bat, he's made a 2-ball duck. He didn't bat for the next 2 matches. He made 2 off 10 balls. And then he made a 7-ball duck. So he's got 2 runs in 3 innings, Samit Patel, so far this season.
Right. So he's got a good chance of doubling his season's total.
Oh, you'd
at least.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so. He's taken on the short ball, and with little success, I think it's fair to say, this season.
That Worcester-Kent game is perhaps boiling up to something a bit more interesting. Yeah. Worcester need to go at about 7 and over, I think. They've won 174 off 26, and they've lost 2 wickets, so that could be tight. It would probably suit the rest of us if Kent would have won that.
If Kent get home in that one, that would be useful, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That would be useful. Gloucestershire are about to beat Sussex as well at Bristol.
Stuffing them, aren't they?
And they need 10 runs from 22 and a half overs with 2 wickets down. Kelly's in and bowls to Samet, who's struck on the pad. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Samet's heart would have been in his mouth. It's a leg by, and Derbyshire moved to 81 for 4. I don't think he could have coped with another duck. Samet. Wow, that would have been too much to bear. Brooke Guest not quite holding the key, but he's been pretty much the constant out there, arriving at the 4th ball of the first over, and he drives. Oh, he set off for a single, and he's been absolutely barbecued. Samet Patel doesn't move, leans on his bat. Horrible run out with 2 men at the same end.
But I find it incomprehensible that Patel didn't give himself up.
No, well,
Guest is 44 not out.
Yeah, he's gone for 44.
You're not going to do that, are you?
Derbyshire at 81 for 4 now, and that could be the end of that. That was horrible.
I mean, seriously, Guest has got 44 not out of 49, and Patel, who hasn't scored more than 2 runs all season, sacrifices. I think that's bizarre, really. Yes. I mean, even if it was a bad shout, even if he was the man in the wrong, you know, he's just hit 2 sixes.
Quick singles though.
Oh dear.
Kyle Abbott with the throw to the wicket keeper, with both batters at the same end. Derbyshire aren't going to win from here. I think we can safely say 81 for 5.
Yeah. I think now you could even be talking about this game as having a significant impact on both run rates.
Yes.
But I am really bewildered that a man of Patel's experience.
Well, if he'd have run, it would have been Guest running towards the danger end, because Kyle Abbott would have had to throw it an extra 22 yards to get it to the wicketkeeper, which he ultimately did, but under absolutely no pressure. So if Samet sets off, he probably gets in.
Yep, maybe. Yep.
Anyway,
we shall see.
Ross Whiteley, who rather brilliantly, because he has no number on his back, has no number on the scoreboard either. He does wear 44. He does have a Derbyshire number. He's been there since the start of the season, and he's going to face Dom Kelly. 2 wickets in 3 balls for Hampshire, and Ross Whiteley leaves the first delivery he faces alone. We now have out in the middle 2 batters on naught, with Derbyshire on 81 for 5, chasing 296 to win. I'm going to call it. I don't think Derbyshire can win this game. I don't think they can. Well, and I'm not just saying that because I've said it twice before, and they have. They can't win this game from here, surely. I'll
tell you what, it'll be a fantastic game if they do from here on in. Well, I mean, for the neutral, I can't say I should be dancing with joy, but you know, for the neutral, if they were to even get close from here, really, they still want 215, which is an awful lot when you've lost 5.
Now, Samet Patel has struggled with the short, quick ball. Look who's coming back on.
Yeah.
Word gets around, doesn't it?
It does. I suspect that with Kelly picking up a wicket there, they've used 5 bowlers, but Orban's been expensive. Well, they might even be thinking that we're not going 50 overs here, and let's look to wrap it up quickly.
Abbott bowled his first spell from the pavilion end. He's back. That was 4 overs, 1 for 11. Including that wicket maiden to start with, and he's racing in now to bowl to Samet Patel. He bowls a full-length delivery that he pushes up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Felix Organ, and there's no run.
Well, the weather has settled. It's not warm and it's not blue and sunny, but
it's perfectly pleasant.
It's all right now. And the lights are still on, which is. They probably wouldn't, well, I'm sure they wouldn't put them on now in this light, but they'll leave them on, I'm sure.
Abbott in again, bowls to Samet, who guides this out towards the cover boundary for 4 runs. Nice shot from Samet Patel.
Doubles his season's total.
Well,
no, more than doubles it, sorry.
Yes, he's trebled it.
Yeah. Yes, he has, yeah.
Just the 2 runs prior to this match. Yeah, it was a nice shot. Well, I mean, he is clearly capable of big innings. Both of these Derbyshire batters are. That's Abbott. He's in and bowls. That one is driven up towards Organ at mid-on, and there's no run. Samit's highest score, 136 not out. This is his 251st List A match. Ross Whiteley's high score, 131. And this is his 83rd, so probably the two most experienced players in the Derbyshire side in terms of List A cricket out there together now. I didn't look to see how many games David Lloyd's played. He might have played a few as well. Here comes Abbott again, running away from us. Bowls to, there's the short ball, and he gets out of the way of that one. He doesn't take it on, which is good to see. We've been desperate for Samit not to take the short ball on. He doesn't take it on, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper Ben Brown. The men out so far. Lewis Rees in the first over for a duck. Matt Lamb, having used a runner for the majority of his innings, in the 10th for 14. David Lloyd for 8. Anuj Dal for 12. And Brooke Guest for 44. This is a full-length delivery by Abbott, who sticks out a right hand. It was an ooh, but it was a bump ball. Although I said that in the first innings.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, but I think we were right there because I agreed with you. I'm sure it was.
It looked like a bump ball. I don't know what to believe anymore. So last wicket fell in the 18th over, 19th over. In comes Abbott again, bowling to, and again he doesn't take on the shorter delivery. Didn't get up quite as much as the first one. And Samit is 4 not out. Ross Whiteley at the other end is yet to get off the mark, having faced just one delivery. Derbyshire have now had 20 overs with 30 to go. They're 85 for 5. So the dilemma that they had at Taunton was that they were 90 for 5. So in a worse position here today. But I'm trying to work out whether it was worse or not at Northampton, because it was 79 for 7 that they won from.
Yeah, that's pretty awful.
I'm not sure you can do it 3 times in one 8-match campaign now. That's the problem, because it's just asking an awful. Well, it's probably only asking an awful lot of 2 players, and it was Whiteley and Chappell at Northampton, and it was Lloyd and Dahl on Sunday, as Ross Whiteley defends the first ball bowled by Kelly in his second over back towards the bowler, and there's no run.
Well, at least they will know how to approach it, including that business of actually not panicking and not pushing too quickly, and remembering it's 50 overs, and there's all of that. But, they do have that recent experience as well as the considerable career experience.
Woody Ross's second game in the competition, there's no one is dabbed to backward point, and there's no run. Yes, you're absolutely right. But, I'll just carry on sounding resigned.
Yeah, it takes some doing, that's for sure.
No question about it. Just waiting for the table to actually update, so I can see exactly what we think is true. Yeah, Somerset have gone back to the top of the table.
Yeah.
On net run rate over Derbyshire's net run rate is going to suffer here, you would have thought. This one is clipped nicely into the leg side by Ross Whiteley for his first run. Derbyshire moved to 86 for 5.
I'm not entirely sure how often counties play with a half a mind to run rate, but today, even if Derbyshire are thinking they can't win it, if they can get within 20 runs and 50 overs, then it's not going to have an adverse effect on their run rate or a particularly good effect on Hampshire's. Whereas if they get clobbered,
absolutely. Samit drives the next delivery from Kelly up to mid-off.
And that, in the end, that might be crucial.
Oh, it could be.
Yeah.
It could be. The team that finishes top goes straight through to the semi-finals. The teams that finish second and third are in a playoff to get to the semi-finals.
It's been a while since Derbyshire have been in a knockout final, isn't it?
I can tell you when it was a final. Well, they got to T20 finals day in 2019. That one is pushed out. Was it 19? Pushed out into the offside. And there's no, but it might have been 17 actually. They played a quarter-final, of course, in my first year. I think it was my first year, 2016, against Hampshire. Got absolutely battered at home. I mean, absolutely battered.
Yeah, I remember. Well, I think it's still Hampshire's highest ever T20 score.
I'm surprised. The last time they got through to a 50-over knockout match, as this next delivery is defended by Samet. I think it was in 2014 they played Notts and lost. So that was the first season that this was a 50-over competition in 2 groups.
But they did win Lord's finals.
Oh yeah.
The Kim Barnett time.
Kim Barnett. Yeah. It's a distant memory, sadly. Hampshire at the same stage were 88 for 1. So they're only 2 runs. Only 2 runs behind where Hampshire were. They are 4 wickets worse off. Hampshire did have a late-ish collapse of sorts, and then a little rally at the end thanks to the man who's got the ball in his hand. Now Kyle Abbott, who made 29 off 16 to get them to 295 for 8. Abbott bowling to Ross Whiteley. That's wide of the off stump and left alone by the Derbyshire skipper. So it's the current skipper against the man who captained the side in his absence. Out in the middle, the red ball skipper David Lloyd, already been and gone. Brooke Guest, last season's 50-over skipper, been and gone. I think there's only 4 who've captained this side. Wayne Madsen, of course, captained the team to the 2nd Division title, but packed it in 2015. In 2015, when Billy Godalman took over, in goes Abbott, and it's defended by Ross Whiteley straight back to him. Now, got the feel of a 4-day game, with balls being left and defensive shots being played. Not that I mind that in the slightest. There are fewer goals now. It feels like there are fewer goals. There were an awful lot of goals a few minutes ago. I mean, a lot. As Abbott, I mean, we are quite near the sea, I suppose. Abbott bowls. Beats Ross Whiteley, whose back leg sort of comes out at a jaunty angle as he plays that shot, slightly squared up. All through to Ben Brown.
These two will know each other from a couple of years at Hampshire, but I don't think they will ever have played together, because Ross only played T20 here, as far as I can remember. He might have played a 50-over game. Kyle generally was playing almost entirely Championship.
Right. So Abbott is in, and that one is guided down a 3rd man for a single by Ross Whiteley. He moves to Derbyshire to 87 for 5. Ross has played, I think he's played 2 championship matches for Derbyshire this season so far. Played the entirety of the T20. And then was appointed captain of the 50-over side, because they thought, initially, there was a thought that Samet would go and play in Aberdeen in a T10 competition.
Oh yes.
Which was abandoned.
Cancelled it, didn't they? Yeah.
Too cold. Too many competitions. Abbott bowls full delivery, clipped into the leg side nicely by Samet for a single.
Abbott looks, I don't know whether he's frustrated with himself there, because it was a full toss. So, I mean, Patel played across it in a sense, but it was going leg side, and he just used the pace of it to play it out there.
Greg Watts has been in touch. It's a good point, Greg, you make. Will Derbyshire pull off another great escape? Guest departure was a blow, as he's batting so well. Regarding the regional commentary team, if he was still alive, Bob Hunt would have to be, he'd be in anybody's commentary team. Not for the commentary necessarily, as that one is a drive from Ross Whiteley going past the edge of the bat. Is Kyle Abbott. He concedes just 2 runs off that over. There was only 1 run from the previous over, and Derbyshire have ground to a halt. 88 for 5. Whiteley has 2. Samet has 5.
I don't know Bob Hunt.
Gloucestershire he was.
Okay.
Passed away within the last 12 months.
Okay.
Tremendous fun, Bob.
I have done Gloucestershire commentaries, but I don't think I ever did one with him. So I'm sorry to have missed him.
Yeah, he's a good man. He was a good man. But I'm not getting drawn any further on that. There aren't many who you think, oh no, really?
No.
But there are a couple.
Well, I have great fun doing it, I have to say. So I think you're quite right, really. I don't.
It's pretty good generally.
Yeah.
Here's Kelly beginning his third over bowling to Samit, who drives very straight, but Abbott is around him, still putting his sweater on. That's a magnificent effort from Kyle Abbott, who actually didn't have his head through the hole in his sweater. He fielded the ball, and while it was in his hand, he popped his head through the head of his sweater. That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. There was no run, incidentally, 88 for 5. You've got to admire somebody who can do that. In comes Kelly again and bowls to Samit, who goes back and pushes it out into the offside. So the difference now is that almost certainly Brooke Guest would have shouted Anuj Dal through for a single there.
Yep.
Whereas clearly Samit isn't going to take on fielders with quick singles.
No. That required rate is creeping up 7.5 now.
It's getting a bit tortuous, really. Douglas Lewis, they should be on 178, so they are 90 behind. As the next delivery is defended again by Samit, straight back to Kelly. As I say, it was in excess of 100, the Duckworth Lewis rate they were behind at Northampton.
Right.
And that was with 7 wickets down.
But that's a big task.
Poor old Andrew Radd sitting next to me, because I'd already basically handed the victory to Northampton.
Yes.
Well done, everybody.
Yeah.
Let's just get this over and done with, and then slowly but surely kept accumulating as Kelly's in, and that one is driven. This time he is going to go through for a single, and it's a well judged one at that. On the ball, when it's thrown in from mid-off, actually hits the stumps. It's getting applause, and I sort of know why, but it's the kind of thing that can work against you.
Yeah.
Which is why I will renew my calls for, as soon as these stumps are broken, for it to be a dead ball. That's the one law that doesn't really encourage you to throw the ball at the stumps. 89 for 5. And Ross Whiteley settles over his bat. Kelly from the pavilion end. That one is turned into the leg side, and it's Tom Prest who does the fielding. There's no run.
I suppose the problem is that if you do that, hurl the ball at the stumps like that, knock the stumps out of the ground, it ricochets off and runs away for 4 runs. And then you say to the batting side, you can't have those 4 runs, because the ball is dead. I don't know really. It's not a particularly difficult issue. But there is a thing about it.
Here comes Kelly again. Don Kelly bowls clipped into the leg side. He's in trouble here, and he's caught at square leg. Dear oh dear, he just flicked that away, Ross Whiteley. And Derbyshire, well, they're disintegrating in front of our eyes. Not for the first time in this competition. In previous games, they've come back. You just can't see them coming back. It was a really comfortable catch for Fletcher Middleton out there. And all of a sudden, Derbyshire are 89 for 6.
I don't have the full list in front of me, but I think that Dom Kelly's best list A bowling, he played once 2 years ago, didn't take a wicket, 0 for 36. Last year he did get 2 for 22 against Yorkshire at York, and I think that's his best.
Is his best.
It is, yeah, okay. Yeah. So at the minute he's on for his career best list A. And
here he comes.
Done well.
Derbyshire's batting hero Zach Chappell. This would be even more remarkable, as I said. But 79 for 7 when he marched out to the middle. At Northampton, they're only 89 for 6, but that also tells you that they've got slightly less batting to come after him.
Yeah.
I think he's a number 9 rather than a number 8.
Yeah. I was wondering about what's to come after this, really.
Well, Harry Moore got a career best 36 not out against Somerset from 20 balls. Darren Dupavalon can hold a bat, as can Sam Connors, but they're not in the side for their batting, are they?
No.
Which means that it all rests on these two. 23 overs gone, 89 for 6. That was the final ball of the over, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, it was. I don't think Ben Brown has realised.
He's still got 7-5. He's still got 12 overs of Abbott, Abbas and Wheel. And I've got a feeling he might well just want to get through them, get through the batting as quickly as he can. But I'm not sure. Having said that, it looks to me as if Abbott is coming off after a couple, and Felix Organ is coming back on. And the man that smashed him for 2 consecutive sixes is gone, so he's going to have another go. Tom Prester's bowled quite usefully in a couple of game series. I think he's taken 5 wickets this season. Yeah, he's got 5 for 78 this season in this, but he didn't bowl in the last one, and he may not get on today. But he bowls off breaks as well. So.
It's very impressive the way Ben Brown was eventually told that it was the end of the over. It was basically when Felix Organ removed his sweater to come back on from the north end. So 89 for 6. Early dart on the cards. Well, no, there's no point in being on a motorway at 5 o'clock. As Organ is in, and Samet just turns that into the leg side, and there's no run.
You have to travel home tonight.
I am doing it.
Yeah.
I'm off tomorrow. What day is it today? Wednesday.
Yeah.
I'm off tomorrow. This next delivery's down the leg side, helped further down the leg side by Samet, and straight to the fielder, Kyle Abbott, who's at short fine leg.
Just about got his jumper on.
Yes. This next delivery clipped into the leg side by Samet, and the single is taken. That was interesting there. I don't know who 91 is. Is he a sub fielder?
Is your Kent game at home on?
Yes.
Yeah. And the home is Derby.
Yeah. And then the following Wednesday it's Durham away.
Right.
Single to Samet takes him to 7. It brings Zach Chappell on to strike. And the first delivery he faces, he pushes out into the offside. It's fielded by Tom Prest. He's leading the Derbyshire batting averages, unsurprisingly. Zach Chappell with a highly impressive average of 71. And that one is turned into the leg side by Chappell. Anuj Dal had overtaken him briefly with that 115, but he's now down to 63. Harry Kane 58 3/4 as Organ is in on the back foot, played straight back to him by Zach Chappell, and a very tidy over which saw the concession of just 1 run comes to an end. Derbyshire 90 for 6 now. They need a further 206 to win, and they are now 118 behind Duckworth, Lewis, Stern, if anybody's counting. I think this is worse than Northampton. I don't remember it being 118. I could be mistaken, of course.
So Dom Kelly to resume with his, so far, his best career figures.
Yeah.
1 more would confirm that.
2 for 8. Bowls to Samet, clips that into the leg side. They're going to go through for the quick single. The shy is at the end to which Samet is running, of course. It always will be.
Yeah.
He moves to 8, 91 for 6. The cut-off has now moved to 6:48. We definitely won't be here then. And if we are, Derbyshire will be on the brink of something miraculous.
And will the Seagulls still be here?
No, I think they probably will. Kelly bowls. That's clipped into the leg side by Zach Chappell. There is no run again. Man out there with the floppy sun hat is Toby Albert. Sun hat that matches his kit at least. Felix Organ's white hat on his head down below us at third man. As Kelly comes in again to the sound of the goals, and that one is clipped nicely into the leg side by Zach Chappell, who's always halfway down the track now. He needs to get back, and he needs to get back sharper than he looked like he was going to. And another calamitous run out with Samet standing at one end of the pitch. There wasn't a run there, I don't think, on that occasion. I'm not sure what Zach Chappell was thinking, really. Whatever he was thinking, we'll never find out.
Well, the required rate is up to 8.
Yeah. This one's gone. I'm just going to bat for as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, I think that's
won't necessarily
absolutely
be
right.
entertaining, but
Yeah, I think that's right.
Kelly's in and bowls. That one is clipped up to mid-on this time by Zach Chappell. And there's no run. So 2 balls to go in the 25th over, then we'll get to the halfway stage. Everybody will have a drink, not that Zach Chappell and Samet really need one.
And I shall say goodbye and wish everybody well for the rest of the day.
Here comes Kelly and bowls. That one is defended by Chappell up to a very straight mid-on this time.
Nice to work with you, sir.
And you, Doug. And
Best,
you.
best wishes to everybody in Chesterfield.
Yes, absolutely. But Derbyshire will be back there next season. It rather depends on whether Yorkshire get promoted or not as to who will be there. If they don't, it'll be Yorkshire. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. And Kelly is in again and bowls, and Chappell pushes this one out into the offside. There is no run, just one from that over. Zach Chappell yet to get off the mark, having faced 8 deliveries. Derbyshire 91 for 6. They need 205. It's almost pointless saying it. 205 to win off 150 balls, so plenty of time. Just 4 wickets in hand. At the same stage, Hampshire were 107 for 1.
Well, I suppose I would say this, but while these two are at the crease, I always think there's a chance. Zach Chappell, he's had a good run in this competition with the bats.
Well, he's helped win a game.
He can clearly bat.
Samet's had a shocker.
Yeah, but he's Samet. Samet is Samet. Here's Felix Organ. It's down the leg side. That'll be a wide. He's round the wicket, so anything down the leg side, he's going to be penalised. I got a couple of emails whilst I was off saying, what's exciting the goals at this end? I have absolutely no idea. But Dave, listening to you talking about goals earlier, pushed up to mid-off and no run, I feel that you would know.
Well, what's exciting them? Well, it's probably food, isn't it?
Is it?
I would think, yes.
Not the prospect of a Hampshire victory?
Well, it could be that, if they're Hampshire gulls.
That's swept away through mid-wicket. Slog sweep. That's a good shot. Samet Patel.
Here he comes. Completes the run, even though he knew it was going for 4. Samet's done that his entire career.
Is that what he does?
Yeah.
You've studied him in such a short space of time.
No, well, Bryce Girdle told me about that when I used to watch him destroying Derbyshire on a regular basis, that he always completes the single.
Organ bowls. Patel works that into the gap behind square on the leg side and moves on to 13, 97 for 6.
He's got to do it another 30 times.
Has he got that puff in him to keep doing that, even if it's just a jogged single?
It does seem a waste of energy.
We are into the 26th over here as Chappell drives nicely up to Toby Albert at deep mid-on. And Derbyshire move on to 98 for 6. Been a good all-round performance from Hampshire so far against the division, or the group leaders. It's turned away by Patel, again into the gap. This is what we might see quite a bit of at the moment because, of course, Derbyshire having lost so many wickets, they're really not in a position to just go gung-ho. They may have to at some point, but they'll try and play some measured cricket, I'm sure. Quicker ball, Chappell drives, it bounces just in front of mid-wicket. That's Nick Gubbins. End of the over then. Organ has completed 4 overs. Fairly expensive, none for 29. But he's still going at a rate less than what Derbyshire need, which is that's the bowlers you want on. You don't want any of the bowlers coming on and going for a rate above what the opposition needs. He's going for just over 7.25. Derbyshire need just under 8.25 from here on in. Patel's 14 from 23. Chappell is 1 from 10. But as I say, I know it sounds a bit ridiculous, but these two, we know Samit Patel can bat. Believe me, Zach Chappell can as well. So there is still a little bit of work to do. 197 are needed as Dominic Kelly, the 18-year-old, with his brisk medium pace is short, and Patel pulls out of that attempted hook shot. Always called a no ball. A little too high according to the umpires. And the goals don't agree with that decision by the sounds of it. That's 100 up for Derbyshire with that no ball. Gosh, they are loud, aren't they? They are loud, those things. 101 for 6 actually is the score I've got. That's right, 101 for 6. Oh, of course it's 2 for the no ball. Keep forgetting. Different rules, different competitions. Here comes Kelly, bowls to Patel. Patel plays that late down to 3rd and moves on to 15. I could hardly hear myself talk with those goals just now. It's probably some of you are saying it's not a bad thing, get a few more in. Darren Mail, solidcricket@gmail.com, says, I blame the goals on the 100. Let's just blame the 100 for absolutely everything. Oh, there's a lovely drive there, Zach Chappell, through mid-wicket. And that is going to be 4 runs. He moves on to 5, 106 for 6. Oh, he's blaming the food vans. They're not just here for the 100, they were also here for the blast. So let's blame the blast on that as well. What else can we blame the 100 on? Actually, Dave Fletcher will enjoy that. He will certainly agree with it. I'd be surprised if he doesn't agree with that email.
Oh, go on.
The reason that the gulls are noisy is they're being blamed on the 100. There's an easy link.
It's a protest.
Yeah. Well, the food vans aren't actually open, so you can't blame it on the food vans. That's driven up towards mid-off. I can understand it if they were open and the 100 was on.
People will have food though, won't they? And when people gather, there are always gulls, it seems to me. So yeah, that's why they're here anyway. They're here to eat. They spend most of their lives trying to eat.
106 for 6. As Kelly comes into Chappell. Chappell again works that, but this time finds mid-wicket off his legs, and Toby Albert is the fielder. So it's still a little dull around, but the clouds are nice and high. That's the main thing. The lights are still on. Have been for quite a while now.
Well, I don't think they can switch them off now, can they?
Is that right?
Yeah, it's a farcical rule book.
So even if the blue sky returns and it's bright sunshine, they're staying on. Good job. Those solar panels have to work extra time then. Gets wrapped on the pad. That looks as though it's going down the leg side. That's out, says the umpire.
It's like if you have a day-night match, the second innings of a day-night match, you have to have the lights on. So if you get rolled really cheaply, the lights are turned on in the middle of the day.
Okay.
It's pointless.
Oh.
Given the current climate, as it were.
Yes.
Only 190 to win now. The psychological 200 barrier has been broken.
Here's Kelly again from that pavilion end, and that's worked to Toby Albert's right hand, or past his right hand this time, so that's a single to Chappell, who moves on to 6, and the Derbyshire total on to 107 for 6, and we've had 27 overs gone, which means we have 23 overs left.
I assume that Duckworth Lewis, I've not really looked at it closely, but it'll move every delivery because they have the ability to do that, don't they? Our score, it says 210. So 103 behind Douglas Lewis. It's now down to, that's more manageable than it was a few minutes ago. It was over 100 at Northampton, as I said earlier. And Mohammed Abbas is back. This is the issue that Derbyshire have got, is that Mohammed Abbas and Kyle Abbott are very, very, very high class operators, and Abbott's got 4 overs left and Mohammed Abbas has got 3. So they've essentially got 7 overs of that to survive, and then Brad Wheel's still got 5. It's hard to see where the runs are coming from anyway, but this will be a test of Zach Chappell, I fancy. 107 for 6, and Abbas is in and bowls to him, and that's down the leg side, flicked away off a pad, down towards the fine leg boundary and into the rope for 4 leg byes. That will help. 111 for 6. Chappell remains, of course, on 6. The partnership moves up to 22 of 26 deliveries. And now they only need 185 to win. Yes, they've done it twice this season, but it sort of becomes less and less likely that they can do it again and again and again, doesn't it? Abbas bowls to Chappell, who definitely fancies his batting and fancies himself as an all-rounder, and why wouldn't he, with the runs he scored in this competition so far? He has batted beautifully. Not quite the leading run scorer. Harry Kane 235. I think still tops that particular chart. No, he does, sorry, 235. So he's still the leading run scorer and not playing in this game, which is a blow.
Yeah, that's a blow.
As Abbas goes into bowl to Chappell, who flicks this slightly unconvincingly to Toby Albert mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, there's a few things not gone Derbyshire's way today. That didn't help at the start of the game, and then of course you've got to worry about Matt Lamb for the next one, who had to bat with a runner, and then you've got Anuj Dal, who I'm sure that painful blow on the thumb will become a little bit more swollen and a little bit more painful by tomorrow morning.
Yes, and then the following day he has to play again if he can hold a bat. Of course, key member of the bowling unit as well. That one's flicked into the leg side by Zach Chappell. Gloucestershire completed an 8-wicket victory over Sussex in Group B. Under the Lewis Stern method, it says here, but they set 133 to win. They got 133 for 2, so game reduced to 41 overs aside. Worcestershire need a further 118 off 97 balls with 8 wickets in hand to beat Kent at New Road. As Abbas is in, and that one is driven by Zach Chappell, but nicely fielded by Felix Organ, the wide mid-off. And there's no run, so if Worcestershire win and Hampshire win, Somerset have already won. There would be 4 sides on 8 points at the top of the table.
We don't need this at this stage of the season.
With 2 or 3 games to go for each of those teams. Hampshire favourites with 3 games to go. Win those, through you go. That one is pushed into the offside by Zach Chappell. No pressure.
That's all you got to do, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all they've got to do. Chappell moves on to 712 for 6. That was the final ball of the over as well. So the 4 leg byes and the single off the last ball. Was there a single? Yeah, but there was a single. It's gone up as a maiden over, which is slightly bizarre. I'm sure they took a run there off that last delivery. Certainly, because Zach Chappell is now going to be at this end and Samit's at the other end, so it wasn't a maiden, everybody. And now his figures reflect that, because he'd already bowled a maiden earlier on, and it said 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. Anyway, I'm sure the scorers know what they're doing. 112 for 6. Nick Gubbins brings himself on.
Oh, bit of leg spin.
I think he'll take a liking to this, will Zach Chappell?
Will he?
I think
he's going to have a go.
But he's got to be careful over these square boundaries, because they are a long way.
Yeah. Well, there's a deep mid on, deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. Chappell goes big over mid off, although not quite timed, but it's enough to go over Brad Wheel's head. It plugs in the outfield, doesn't go for 4.
There we go.
But you're right, straight away. He's not wasting any time, is Mr. Chappell.
I wasn't sure he'd go from the first ball.
114 for 6, and Chappell moves on to 9 from 22. Field stays the same. Brad Wheel comes back into the 30-yard circles. Bowls, that's driven down the ground, along the ground up to deep mid on. I think that's Dom Kelly at the far end. Chappell moves into double figures.
It's 94 not out, came off 87 balls, so 10 off 23 will have him a little frustrated, I think.
I was going to say, he's slow by his standards this year. So Patel's remarking his guard. He's 15 from 25. Run rate from here on in is just a fraction under 8.5 and over, as Patel works that on the onside. Chappell's running a little quicker than Patel is. Not sure either of them believed there was more than one though. 16 to Patel, 116 for 6. Earlier we were talking about Matt Lamb running between the wickets, and Lewis Rees came out and we were talking about all sorts of chaos, and I think there was a couple of moments where a bit iffy out there. John Hooper emailed cricket@gmail.com just about the running between the wickets and having an extra man out there. That's a single up to deep mid. He says, I attended an umpire's course at Northam's Road in the 1990s, that's the old Hampshire ground, when the question of runners came up. One of the more inexperienced umpires asked what would happen if both batters required runners. I'm not sure that's ever happened.
No.
Patel works that away on the onside. Oh no, Dave Allen says it has. We'll come to that in a moment. To which one of the more experienced ones remarked, give one of them out as quickly as possible. I love that. So Dave Allen reckons he knows of a time when there was 2 runners out there. Hang on, I'm going to try and get him back in a minute.
Well, I'll pass in my headphones.
Oh, go on, just for a minute or two, as Chappell plays that quietly back to Gubbins at the end of that over. So 29 overs gone, 118 for 6. Here's Dave Allen very quickly.
Yeah, there is a photograph of it actually, and I can't remember who was batting and who wasn't. When in 2005, who was our Australian all-rounder batter?
2000.
Shane Watson.
Yes.
He made a debut 100 on this ground for Hampshire, I think against Somerset. And Dimmy Mascarenhas was on the pitch, and I think the 2 runners, I think Dimmy was batting with him, and the 2 runners were Derek Kenway and Will Kendall. And there was a picture of them having a conference in the middle. And at some point in that afternoon, Shane Watson got a debut, 100 on debut for Hampshire.
Yeah. So it has happened.
So it has happened.
Thank you very much, Dave. He's still here and he's still watching. As Abbas comes in and Patel plays that into the ground, just has to make doubly sure that it doesn't go back onto his stumps. How interesting.
Magnificent. I'm just seeing if I can. On October the 1st, 2011, the ICC changed the laws to say that you can't have a runner in international cricket, didn't they? You remember?
Oh yes.
It was South African Smith, the South African skipper, kept cramping up and having a runner in the ICC, a bit like Stephen Finn rule for knocking the bail off.
Yes, which was most annoying.
Which is now a no ball.
That's one. Oh, sorry.
No,
no, all yours.
Just crashes into Samit Patel's pad, going down leg side, and there's no room.
The most recent being Nathan Lyon, of course, last year. And there's the picture. 4 batters in the middle. Thank you, Dave.
Horrific.
All having a chat. Oh, that's amazing.
That would be very difficult to keep an eye on, wouldn't it?
It's got a good memory of Dave.
Yeah, that is impressive. As Bass turns at the top of his mark. Oh, this one's been clubbed by Samit Patel towards Kyle Abbott, and I thought he had got more of it. Unfortunately, he hadn't, because it dropped short of Abbott. But that was close. Samit remains on 17. An incident of 2 batsmen each having a run in an international cricket match happened in 2003 during Australia's tour of the West Indies in the 4th Test. Shivnarine Chanderpaul and wicketkeeper batsman Ridley Jacobs both had runners in Wavell Hines and Marlon Samuels, I beg his pardon. In comes Abbas and bowls. That one is guided down towards third man by Samit Patel for a single. He moves on to 18. Derbyshire 119 4-6. Two former Derbyshire players there, of course, Shimran Chandapal and Wavell Hines, I think both played for Derbyshire. This is where my knowledge of Derbyshire starts to disintegrate. Not for the first time. 119 for 6, Derbyshire. 177 to win, I've said it. And Abbas goes in and bowls to Chappell, who clips that one out into the leg side and picks up another single as eventually the ball is fielded by Fletcher Middleton. They go through for a single, 120 for 6. Gloomy old day in Southampton. We didn't pack any. Oh.
You're right there, Dave. He's got a little frog in his throat.
Didn't pack any long trousers for the trip to the south coast. Why would you? Abbas bowls and Samit dabs it down. 2 third man. They go through for a single, and it's 121 for 6 at the end of the over.
Well done, Dave. Dave, if you want to see the picture of those 4 in the middle, then go to hampshirecrickethistory.wordpress.com and you search for the 7th of August 2004. And there's a little picture up there, first one up. So thank you, Dave. So if you want to look that up, you'll see the 4 of them. It's a crowded area.
Can you imagine trying to commentate on it though?
Oh.
With nobody moving apart from people right on the edge of the square. I was surprised when Lewis Rees came out that they didn't ask the ground staff to come and put a proper crease mark on the square, because there isn't one there, is there really?
No. Goes right back to 2010. We were talking about the T20 final against Somerset where one was done. The last over took about 25 minutes. Unbelievable. Virtually the whole time that 20 overs should have taken. That's a lovely drive by Samit Patel. It was in the air, but it was perfectly safe, wide of mid-wicket, and that is going for 4. And Nick Gubbins into his 2nd over. Already fairly expensive. It's gone for 10, and Patel moves on to 23. Like I say, with these 2 out the middle, don't write this game off yet. They've put on 36 so far. It doesn't sound a lot, but it's the beginnings of a potential, I won't say match winning, but it's a decent partnership so far. That's pushed away on the onside. Patel moves on to 24. 126 for 6. Another 170 are needed.
Harry Moore, Darren de Pavillon and Sam Connors, the remaining batters.
So it's on these 2 really, isn't it?
I mean, Harry Moore can bat.
Can he? That's good.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's makes it even more plausible. It's chipped away. It's over mid-wicket. Well over mid-wicket in the end. It was up towards mid-on. Not quite sure it's what Zach Chappell had in mind, but he's okay.
It's amazing how far you can hit it off a leading edge, isn't it?
Quite a bit about that, in considering. At 13 he moves on to 127 for 6. Gubbins bowls, and that's turned away for a single by Patel. And 128 for 6 runs, coming fairly easily from that top end at the moment. I wonder how many overs Gubbins is going to give himself.
I wonder why he's bowling. There's no real need for it, is there?
No, probably just to rattle through 1 or 2 overs quickly, but maybe he thought he might get away with 4 or 5. He might not get that many in. Oh, it might be an LBW there. He's trying to sweep that very full. Not out, says the umpire.
Indicated that it might be going down leg side. Possible for us to tell from here.
Yeah, just watching the replay, that does look probably another stump on the leg side would have been helping. Gubbins bowls again. Chappell drives to Felix Organ at mid-wicket. End of the over. So we've had 31 overs and we've got 19 to do, assuming Derbyshire bat those out, and they are 128 for 6, needing another 168, and that run rate required is jumping up a little bit more. It's not far off 9 and over.
Yeah, it's when you double the score at 30 overs, it doesn't help. It would still be a long way short, but if they could get to 250, it wouldn't be so damaging for the net run rate, which again we've talked about. It could be crucial.
Agreed.
There's Mohamed Abbas from the hotel end bowling to Samit Patel, who defends this one into the onside, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's a bit of a blow Brooke Guest, wasn't it, really, that mix-up, that run out.
Yes. mix-up, you say?
Well, being polite, really.
Well, Samit didn't move. I think Brooke Guest must have forgotten who he was batting with. I have no stats on the number of run-outs that Samit Patel's been involved in.
Right.
But I think they'd be fascinating. He's still good value though. And he waits now for a bat and pushes this one out into the offside where it's fielded by Govins. And there's no run.
Has he signed just a one-year deal with you guys?
No, he's here next year.
With next year as well.
Yeah. He's determined that the T20 side will do something special. It should have reached, I mean, it's a good enough T20 squad to get to the quarterfinals. Last year, if they'd have beaten Worcestershire in the final game at home, they would have got through to the quarterfinals, but they didn't turn up, and the same happened this year against Durham, I'm afraid. Abbas in and bowls to Samit, who just guides that one down to third man for a single. He moves to 26. And Derbyshire to 129 for 6. A little bit of gardening, Samit, just to give himself something to do. Zach Chappell back on strike for the final 3 balls, or at least the first of the final 3 balls of this Mohamed Abbas over, and indeed this Mohamed Abbas spell. This is his final over. 1 for 29 from 9.5. He's in and bowls. And, well, he's been driven off the back foot to long on by Zach Chappell. Well, that doesn't happen very often to Mohamed Abbas. Chappell moves on to 17, 133 for 6. 160, and now they couldn't. Not 3 times in a season. But keep listening, Derbyshire supporters, because if it does happen, I don't want emails saying, well, I switched off at. You have been warned. Abbas in and bowls to Chappell. Oh, bullseye. He's down. Not the first person to be hit there this season. He's just had a little peek as well into his trousers. Zach Chappell. Nobody's laughing, of course, apart from all the people out in the middle and everybody in the changing room. Earlier on we saw the same thing happen while he was fielding to Sam Connors. He's removed his helmet, he's chucked his gloves away. It might take him a few minutes to compose himself here, Zach Chappell. That was a bullseye from Mohamed Abbas, who isn't slow. And Zach Chappell is still down on his knees as the physio comes out, along with Yusuf bin Naeem with a towel and a drink, possibly for Samit, who removes his helmet. Bin Naeem wears the orange tabard. Oh, he's having another look. Don't look. Which is like a netball dress. He's having a drink now. He's Chappell, he's got his hands on his knees. The ex-cricketer standing next to me. Yes, there we go. That was the response I was expecting. It's the same response all over the world, isn't it?
It is. I think sort of grimacing and smiling at the same time, really, because that's
everybody's
happy.
That's a full-blown
hit. That's a full-blown.
That is an absolutely bang-on target, and he's had another. That's the 3rd time he's had a look. There were, I think it's David Lloyd who tells the story of the little pink protectors. You remember those with the holes in? You must have played when they were, because I certainly did. And he was wearing one, and it flush, and it split, opened, and then shut again temporarily and trapped
wow,
some skin, we'll call it. Yes. Yeah. There's a lot of veins down there. Anyway, Zach Chappell is okay to continue, remarkably. Final ball of Mohamed Abbas's final over. Zach Chappell. It'll be interesting to see how he faces this one. 17 off 31. He's got 133 for 6. Mohamed Abbas in. The final ball of his 10th over strikes the pad, but Mohamed Abbas knows it's going down the leg side. And it's another fine spell from Mohamed Abbas. 3 overs for 9 to finish off his 10. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 33. And Derbyshire, well, we're in all sorts of trouble here. They're 133 for 6.
Well, that's effectively his first decent spell in this day cricket for Hampshire in the time that he's been here, because he only played he bowled 2 overs in the first game before he had to go off with injury. Just found something in this wicket, didn't he, throughout those 10 overs. Here's Nick Gubbins then from the pavilion end, and Patel gives himself some room and cuts that out deep into the covers where Fletcher Middleton fields. And Derbyshire move on to 133 for 6. 134 for 6, I tell a lie. In the 33rd we are now. Gubbins is keeping himself on. Nick Gubbins. And Chappell goes for a huge swing, and in the end just about gets the bat on time, and it goes down towards back of the square leg. They'll run 2. I think Chappell's going to have a go here, isn't he?
That one sort of
Gubbins
died on him. It was a full toss, and I think he's annoyed with himself that he didn't just smash it onto the nursery ground.
Yes. He certainly gave himself enough wind-up as if to suggest he was going to do that. He's on 19 now, 136 for 6, and he goes over the top. That's a perfectly good shot. Wide of mid-off. There's nobody out there. That's a good shot, that. He's aiming into the gaps in the field there. And that's the 50 partnership between these two. I told you when these two came together, can't write this game off yet. 58 balls for those 51. Derbyshire probably looking more dangerous than they have at any time in this reply. Chappell's now 23, keeping the same field. Gubbins is keeping mid-off up, keeping mid-on back. As he comes in again to Chappell, Slaughter and quicker, and that's driven off the back foot up to mid-off, no run.
A bit of defensive bowling.
Yep. If in doubt, fire it in. Gubbins again then, bowling. And Chappell goes, he goes for a big heave. He doesn't quite get out in the middle of the bat as he goes up to mid-on. He moves on to 24. He's certainly taking it on now, Chappell. Probably fancy his chances against whoever comes on in the place of Mo Abbas at this commentary end. 141 for 6. It's Gubbins again, and Patel drives up to mid-on this time. Well, that's a good over, but that run rate required from here on in now has just gone over 9 and over. 142 for 6, but Derbyshire just about keeping themselves in it. They need another 154 from 17 overs.
Gary Charles was suggesting if Zach can't score 200, it's down to Harry Moore to be a double centurion, and that would be some story. If the 17-year-old was the hero with the bat. 154 to win, 102 balls in which to get them. Quad rate over 9 now. Hampshire were 157 for 2 at this stage. Derbyshire 142 for 6. And, Brad Wheel is returning to the attack. This time from the hotel end. Pretty well first up. 5 overs, 1 for 18. Balls to Samet, who defends. The first ball he faces, expect the odd short one here for Samet. He's on 28 from 41. Zach Chappell's pretty much caught him up, although he's only faced 5 deliveries fewer than Samet. 24 or 36. Very similar strike rates, the pair out there at the minute. In goes Wheel. That's a length ball. It sounds like his bat's in 2 pieces. It's clipped into the leg side by Samet.
Peculiar sound.
Didn't sound great, did it? Almost like it's 2 bats in 1. We saw a remarkable dismissal in the game at home to Worcestershire. Matt Lamb played a shot, and his bat quite often split lengthways, don't they? This one just fell apart half, not quite in half, as Wheel bowls, and Sammy tries to pull this in. Well, he does pull it into the leg side, but he doesn't time it. The blade of the bat forced mid-wicket to scamper out of the way because it was heading straight to him, and the ball went to mid-on and was caught, and he walked off the field holding his bat handled and about 6 inches of bat in one hand and the blade in the other. Bless him. Not having much luck. When your luck's out, your luck's out. And of course today he's picked up an injury. Wheel into bowl to Samet, who clips this down towards long leg or backward square leg. And they go through for a single. Felix, so I can see there we are, his hat's fallen off. Wear a proper hat. He wasn't moving quickly, and yet the hat still fell off. Zach Chappell loves a sun hat. Anish Dahl quite often wears a sun hat. Don't like them. But nobody takes any notice of me though. You'd be surprised to hear.
So what did you say?
His wheel quite. That one is pulled with some force into the leg side by Zach Chappell, but straight to a fielder. He's only going to get a single. He'll move on to 25, 144. 4-6. They're getting closer to the Duckworth Lewis par. It's 217, but they're getting closer to it. When they align, then I'll be I might even stand up. And goes wheel and bowls to Samet, who defends. Straight back to the bowler. 2 runs off the over. 1 each to Chappell, who's on 25, and Samet Patel, who's on 29, Derbyshire. 144 for 6. They need a further 152 off the last 16 overs. The 2 batters have a chat. The one thing that in common that the 2 enormous wins, comeback wins effectively, that Derbyshire had was when I spoke to Zach Chappell after the first one and Anish Dahl after the second. I said, he kept looking at the scoreboard. Yes, we were just saying one big partnership and we can do it. This partnership currently 55 off 67. Dom Kelly returns. Was he bowling? He wasn't bowling before, was he? No.
Yes.
Was he?
Yeah, 5 overs, 2 for 17.
But he wasn't bowling the over before.
Oh no, Nick Gubbins,
No,
3 overs for 22 has taken.
That's right.
Interesting, because I think they would have targeted Gubbins certainly this next over. They might still target Dom Kelly. Or he tries to thrash that one, Zach Crawley. Zach Chappell, Zach Chappell, and that's gone off the top of the bat, trickles up to mid-off. He was trying to thrash that away over mid-wicket. I think, I just had a feeling, and I'm sure Nick Gubbins did, that with Zach Chappell facing the next over, if Gubbins had been bowling, he would have tried to go big. I think he's probably going to try and go big here anyway, but I think after that quiet over before of 2, the run rate required from here and in has jumped to over 9.5 and over, so can't afford to have too many quiet overs from now on. Here's Kelly running in, right arm over. Chappell works that away behind square on the leg side, should only be a single. It's fielded by Joe Weatherly. Away to our left, who batted superbly earlier for 93, top score of the game so far. 145 for 6. Derbyshire need another 151.
I mean, it's still a long way off, isn't it? 151 runs, but when it was 89 for 6, it looked like it could get embarrassing. So
yeah,
at least these 2 have stuck it out for a bit.
Also, run rate is going to be crucial, I think, come to the end of this group stages. So it's important Derbyshire keep batting. Driving on the up there is Samet Patel. It goes out into the deep on the offside where Fletcher Middleton fields, and Patel moves on to 30. So even if they lose Derbyshire here, I don't think they want to be bowled out too quickly, and will probably feel that, well, of course they're going to look for the win, of course, but
They can put another 100 on here.
yeah,
Not these 2 necessarily, but the remaining wickets.
Yeah.
They put another 100 on.
might be crucial.
I don't think it would be that damaging in the end.
Kelly in from that pavilion end of bowls. Chappell goes across to the offside, tries to scoop it and misses. Goes through to Ben Brown.
I prefer it when he's using his power to play the ball straight back past the bowler than when he's trying to get a bit fancy.
Yeah, fine leg is up. So I presume that's where he was looking to aim. Those gulls are back. So, too far away from the stumps. Probably went just a bit too far over to the offside in the end. Chappell's 26 off 40. 146 for 6 as Kelly comes in again and bowls. And Chappell goes up in the air. This is going to be caught at mid-off. Brad Wheel is underneath it. And that is taken. Simple catch, really. Chappell's just come across that a fraction, trying to thrash that away, and the ball lands right about the 30-yard circle. Brad Wheel just had to make sure that he kept his eyes on the ball, which he did. And that is Don Kelly's best bowling in List A cricket. He has 3 for 19.
Perhaps I'd prefer it if he tries the fancy stuff, because he was going straight for that one, but it didn't quite work for him. 26 off 41 deliveries for Zach Chappell, who perishes in the 35th over. And that young Harry Moore, I think, come out to bat. Or was that Darren Dupavalon? Surely it's Harry Moore. It is. Doesn't look, no, it's Darren Dupavalon. That doesn't look tall enough to be Harry Moore to me. Oh, I don't know who it is. I'll give it a go. The scoreboard says it's Harry Moore. It just doesn't look quite tall enough to me. Harry Moore. Look. I mean, he's a better batter than Dupavalon. I don't think there's much doubt about that. No disrespect intended.
Well, he has a top score of 36 from 7 List A matches. 36 here would help.
We got he got 36 on Sunday at Taunton. I played some beautiful shots. Bit of the Manic Street Preachers. That's okay. Designed for life. Perfectly acceptable song. Not sure why we're hearing it, but it's a perfectly acceptable song. Oh, he's bowled him. Harry Moore has lasted just one delivery, and Kelly picks up his 4th wicket and he's on a hat-trick. Harry Moore was one of the heroes of the weekend. Not today. It looked like it just, wow, it looked like it just kept a little bit low as well. I don't want to watch the replay of that one, but Harry Moore goes first ball, and Derbyshire at 146 for 8 now, and on the brink, you would have to say 34 or 35 overs gone now. Poor old Harry. Bowled by Dom Kelly, who's more than impressive figures now are 6 overs, 4 for 19. So the drinks will be on him.
Oh, good on him. Hat-trick ball, eh?
Well, it will be. That was the final ball of the over, we'll have to remember, which is always a worry. And of course he might not get the opportunity, because if 2 more wickets fall, and I was going to say every chance, there is a chance, as Sam Connors comes out to bat, I think. Yeah. So Darren Dupavalon relegated to number 11. Poor old Harry Moore still making his weary way up the steps of the pavilion at the far end. It's a fairly long old hall, isn't it, up there? And Sam Connors comes out to join Samit Patel in the middle. Brad Wheel is going to continue from the north end, and the applause there for Dom Kelly as he goes down to the boundary to field at 3rd man. Here is Wheel then, on his way in, and bowls, and that one is well, claiming a catch. Well, Ben Brown is, nobody else is, and there is no run. There's a swing and a miss from Samit. That DLS comparison now, they're 102 behind. 102 behind. Nothing to it really. Here comes Wheel again. On his way in, bowls to Samit, who gets one that lifts a little bit on him, and it's guided down to 3rd man. He picks up a single to move to 31. To bring Sam Connors on to strike. 147 for 8. Brad Wheel's 7th over. 1 for 21, his figures. Not quite as impressive as Dom Kelly at 4 for 19. We've lost a couple of wickets, I have to report, as in comes Wheel and bowls and beats Sam Connors. All ends up, ball flies through to Ben Brown. Worcestershire are now 193 for 4. They need 66 off 51. You would still say they were favourites, but they might get a bit twitchy at New Road. You never know. It'd be nice if there were just 3 teams on 8 points rather than 4 at the end of this game. Derbyshire look like they're going to be on 8. Hampshire look like they're going to move up to 8. Somerset already have. As Wheel is on his way in the bowl to Connors, who's lifted this into the leg side. He's going to be caught, and he is. Sam Connors goes for a second ball duck, and Derbyshire, well, in the end, if it wasn't nigh before, it's nigher. They are 147 for 9 now. That was a very comfortable catch by Fletcher Middleton, his second out there in the deep of the match. Get caught, you fool. Just writing that down, I've just put Fletcher Middleton taking a catch to dismiss Harry Moore, but that was definitely a bold. Second wicket as well for Brad Wheel, who was bowled really nicely. The surprise to me, if it is a surprise, I'm not sure it's a surprise, is that Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas have just got 1 wicket apiece, and they are clearly the class of the Hampshire bowling attack. But Brad Wheel's not too bad either. 35 overs and 4 balls, so there's still 14 overs to go after this. You do worry about the net run rate, as Darren Dupavilon comes out to join Samit Patel, and a wicket off either of the final 2 balls of this over will deny Dom Kelly the chance to bowl for a hat-trick.
That's what I was thinking as well, yeah. So don't do anything silly. Brad Wheel just bowl a little wide of off stump.
A couple of little floaty ones,
yeah,
through to the keeper, that'll do.
A couple of leg stump Yorkers, a couple of leg stump half volleys.
Brad Wheel's got 2 for 21, he'd like 3 for 21. Darren Dupavilon waits, and that one is striking his pad, going down the leg side, and he calls Samit Patel through for a leg bye. 148 for 9. They're now 140 behind Duckworth, Lewis, Stern. We'll be speaking to Darren Dupavilon. At the close of play, 3 for 52 for him earlier on. I'm going to write that on my hand or I'll forget. Not that we're speaking to him, but he got 3 for 52. Wheel is in the bowls too. Samit whips this into the leg side. That's going to go to the boundary for 4. Some late defiance from Samit Patel, who moves to 35. Derbyshire, the 150 comes up. 152 for 9 now. And we will get what everybody in the ground wanted. A hat-trick ball for Dom Kelly and a chance to pick up a fifer in List A cricket. 4 for 19 his figures at the moment. And you wouldn't begrudge him that. He's picked up the wickets of Anuj Dal for 12, Ross Whiteley for 2, Zach Chappell for 26, and Harry Moore first ball. Can he get a hat-trick?
Oh, here we go, here's the crowd. They're invested. 2 men on the drive on the leg side. 18-year-old Dom Kelly playing just his 11th List A game. Here he comes then from the pavilion end. Bowling to Dupavilon and bowls, and he's wrapped on the pad and he's out, he's got it! Here's the hat-trick! Can you believe it? And he's mobbed by his Hampshire teammates at point. And Dom Kelly has got his hat-trick and a fifer in the process. Smashed his career best. And that is the end of the game. Derbyshire bowled out for 152. And Dom Kelly with 5 for 19 from 6.1 overs. And a hat-trick as well. What a moment for the youngster.
Brilliant. Game gone. Give the lad a hat-trick. Well done, Darren Dupavilon. Stepped across a straight one. The funny thing was, all the field had closed in, and you think, well, I don't think he's going to chip one up. Darren has a special word there for Kyle Abbott. As you said, they may well have come across each other back in South Africa. Derbyshire lose this one by 143 runs. Wow, that is a heavy defeat in anybody's language. So they're dismissed for 152 by some distance. Their worst outing. They've only made 100 against Lancashire, but of course
wow.
Yeah. What can you say? Whew. The good thing is, if I'm speaking to Darren Dupavon, who is now walking off with Brad Wheel, it'll take him a while to get his pads and stuff off, so we get a chance to speak to him. Players coming down the steps, the Derbyshire players coming down the steps to shake the hands of the Hampshire players. Basically what it all means is that with Somerset winning earlier, they are on 8 points. Derbyshire losing here on 8 points from 6 matches. Hampshire have moved up to 8 points from 5 matches now, and we await the result of the game at New Road, where Worcestershire need 59 from 45 balls to make it their 4th win from 5 matches and move up to 8 points as well. It's going to be twitchy over the next week or so as this competition finally comes to an end and we find out who the 144 runs, in fact, the margin of defeat or victory in the end, with 83 balls remaining. Yeah, it's going to be twitchy over the next week or so to see who goes through to the knockout stages of this one. Derbyshire back in action on Friday when they're at home to Kent at the county ground. You will of course be able to join me and whoever arrives from Kent. I've not heard from them, could be anybody, from just before 11 o'clock on the BBC Sport website and app. You'll hear reaction from this game in Sports Scene at 6, which you may or may not know starts at 6, so I've got to get across there, get some reaction and get back. It's a long way.
It is. Thank you, Dave. Enjoyed it.
No, it's been great. Thanks,
Dave Fletcher, thank you to you. Thank you to Dave Allen as well. Quick look at the live table. Hampshire now have 8 points, which is the same number as Somerset and Derbyshire. Their run rate would have increased a bit, so I can't do those calculations, but they will be the 3 sides on 8 points this evening. Can you do it, Dave? You can't. Right, thank you very much for listening and watching. Derbyshire, as Dave's already mentioned, where they are, Kent. Hampshire will play Durham on Friday. Join me then.